Hello everyone and welcome to the 100K Dad System. What you're about to see is the first course built specifically for dads with a 9-to-5 who want to make their first $100,000 online. These are the exact strategies and tools that I used to go from stressed corporate employee into full-time entrepreneur dad, earning more than my former boss and more importantly, being truly present with my kids. Maybe right now you're exhausted after work, guilty about not seeing your kids enough, and frustrated that your business idea don't work. If you follow this step-by-step method, you'll put yourself in a position to make your first $100,000. Then you can decide if you keep it as a nice side income or if you want to make it your full-time gig. Like Luca, an IT consultant who landed his first $200,000 contract in his first 3 months. And if you're not a dad yet, or if you're a mom, you're still welcome. This works for anyone with a day job and limited time who refuses to sacrifice work-life balance to grow a business on the side. I've left nothing behind. It's over 8 hours of strategies, templates, case studies, and everything you need to grow your business without sacrificing time with your kids. The course is split in 4 parts. Some of you will get to your $100,000 just by applying part 1 and 2, like David, who made $50K in his first 2 months as a mindset coach. In part 1, we end confusion and keep your business simple. You'll build an offer that sells itself, get just enough sales skills so you don't get in the way of that offer, and set a flow of leads you can manage in just 30 minutes a day. This is where you'll get your first few clients quickly, so you are in the market, not in your head. In part 2, you'll learn advanced sales technique that will make you feel excited about sharing your offer and allow you to raise your prices. We'll cover productivity techniques for entrepreneur dads, including one that lets you pack a whole month of productivity into a single focused day. And I'll even show you with examples where most entrepreneurs mess up their websites and how you can quickly build one that converts without breaking the bank. That's already all you need to get to your first 100K, but the course gives you even more with 2 different paths to scaling. Part 3A is all about scaling organically. We'll go deep into content that actually create leads and that you love creating. And I'll show you how I used affiliates to receive clients on autopilots for the past 5 years. In part 3B, we scale using cold outreach and paid ads. You'll see when to use ads, how much to invest, and the biggest mistakes to avoid so that you just don't burn cash. I'll share all my own failures and how my clients learn from them to develop a predictable profit. Plus, a lesser-known alternative that brought me some of my best long-term clients. Thank you for being here. It's time to take the first step into the program. I love you guys, and as usual, peace! Having coached over 1,000 clients at this point and over 150 entrepreneur dads, I've seen that there's a lot of confusion out there when it comes to the path. This short video is about the path that you're going to take so that you can identify where you are now and what are the current things that you should be focusing on. Because there's a million things that you could be focusing on. Shall I write a book? Shall I start paid ads? Shall I start cold outreach? Shall I post every day on Instagram? There's a million things that you could do. And you want to know where you are exactly so that you can focus on less things, but do them better and in a bigger volume. All right, for that, I've created a little analogy that I called the green pasture to desert. And let's jump right into it. What you see on the screen here, this green something, is the green pasture of day job. And that's where most of us start our entrepreneurship journey. We have a 9-to-5. We do something that we are more or less passionate about, but at least it pays the bills. And that allows us for a certain lifestyle. And then comes an idea, or we're inspired by another entrepreneur, and we become a wantrepreneur. Meaning that we want to do it, but we haven't really taken action yet. Then from there are different routes that we can take. The one that I recommend is to get into what I call the warm desert of new venture. This is a desert because initially to go from 0 clients to 1 client, it does feel like the desert. Like, am I crazy? Are there really some clients out there? What's going on? I'm alone here. It sucks. It's dry. It doesn't feel good initially. And this is the warm desert of new venture because at this stage, you're not quite sure if your idea is validated. At this stage, I should precise, you're still a entrepreneur who is actively doing something about it. So, good job. And at some point during this trip in the desert, you will make it to the oasis of the first clients. And now there's a celebration waiting for you in this course because you've officially went from being a entrepreneur to being an entrepreneur. I love this moment where we celebrate that with my clients when they get their first clients, because all of a sudden the market tells us, yes, there is something in what you want to offer that I want as well. Here's some money to prove it. Because it's all fun and game when your family, when your friends tell you, yeah, great idea, bro, great idea. But then when somebody actually pays for it, that's the real sign that you're onto something. And then what you want to do from that stage is rinse and repeat so that you have a few clients and that you make it all the way to the other side of this desert, to what I call the green pasture of side hustle, meaning that you probably still have your day job at this point, but you have enough clients on the side that provide a solid side income, solid in terms of money, but also in terms of fulfillment, because hopefully you've picked a business that's exciting for you. So you might do a day job that you like okay-ish or don't like or used to like, but not anymore. And on the side, you do this other amazing thing that really fulfills you and adds to your monthly income. And at this stage, you become an in-demand entrepreneur dad. Why in demand? Because you still have your day job and you have the side hustle on the side. Well, you don't have that many availability. So let's say that you have capacity for 3 clients and you find 5 clients. Well, 2 of them needs to wait, which is great because it means that you're in demand. Just like if you think about the lawyer that you need 3 months to hire versus the lawyer who's available immediately. It doesn't send the same message. So all of that we've just covered is in part 1 of this course. Then, as you can see, there is this funny looking house here within which I wrote a R. That's the magic house of refinement. I know, you're blown away by my talent as a visual artist. I studied with Bob Ross, which means I watched a documentary about Bob Ross. Okay, give me a break. After you have your first 3 to 5 clients, we're going to stay in the comfortable green pasture of side hustle and refine so that you get to charge more for what you do. You get to find sustainable way to have clients to be a very solid in-demand entrepreneur dad. Some of you, just with this refinement house, will be able to turn that into a full-time gig if you want to. And then, as you see, there are 2 directions that we can take. My recommendation is to start here in the warm desert of abundance. That's the path that feels most natural for most people. Warm because we keep following the same technique as in the warm desert of new venture, but now we are more refined, we are more experienced, we get more results, we charge more, and we get into creating content, which is an accelerator to everything else that you want to do. At this stage, if you master that, you become a scaling entrepreneur dad. And on the other side of it, you can reach the green pasture of be your own boss very comfortably. And by very comfortably, I mean by making more than what you used to do in your day job. That was the case for me. That's the case for many of my clients. Might be the case for you. At this stage, you're a full-time entrepreneur dad, and you can make a lot of money this way without having to pay any ads or cold outreach. So that's one path. But you can also choose, after you're done with the little house of refinement, you can choose to take another path that will also turn you into a scaling entrepreneur dad and later a full-time entrepreneur dad, but this time through the cold desert of abundance. Why cold? Because it uses cold lead generation technique like ads and cold outreach. So yeah, by the way, I should precise. This part here is the 3A of this course, and this part is 3B of this course. You can do both, one after the other. You can start with 3B if you prefer. You can start with 3A. My recommendation is to go first to 3A, master it, and after a while go into 3B. But it's like a choose your own adventure game. You pick. Once you go through this desert, you get to client financed acquisition, which is a magical place where you can just plug money and get more money and have happy customers. That's it for the path ahead in this course and in your own entrepreneurial journey. In part 1 of this course, we cover this. The little house here is 2. This part is 3A. And this part here is 3B. And I'll see you in the next video to get started on your journey. In this module, we're going to simplify things. So often I speak with entrepreneur dads and I realize that they are very confused because a lot of influencers tend to complicate things. At its core, business is very simple. It's just 3 things. And I'm going to tell you what they are in a moment. The concrete use for you of this module is that every time you have half an hour or an hour free to make progress on your business, you can ask yourself, which part of the business do I want to focus on now? And this is important because as an entrepreneur dad, your time is super precious. Every minute that you spend away from your children or from your couple, we want to make sure that you use it well. So without further ado, let's jump into the 3 parts of business. In its simplest form, business can be divided in 3 parts: vision, operation, and acquisition. Vision is about knowing what you sell, why do you sell it, and why do you care. There are different motivations. You might sell because you want more money. You might sell because you want to have more impact. You might want to be an entrepreneur because you want to have more of your time back. Which is pretty funny initially, but it's possible. So vision is just about that. What do I sell? Why do I care about this particular service or product? Operations are really just the parts of the machine. Business is a machine and it has a lot of moving parts. So you could put HR into it, you can put tech or IT into it. The thing that you need in order to make business. Spoiler for what's coming later, most entrepreneurs that I speak with, whether they are dads or not, they spend way too much time on operation. Finally, we have acquisition, which is the art of taking somebody from being a stranger to being a client. Not any client, mind you. A client who's recurring and referring, Tony Robbins calls it a raving fan. So we're going to use this. So very simply, when you have an hour available, ask yourself, what do I need to focus on? Do I need to focus on my vision, refine what I sell? Why do I care about it at all? Do I have like an operational bottleneck? Maybe I need to take care of my payment processor. Maybe I need to install a CRM. Or do I need to focus on acquisition? Most of the time, you need to focus on acquisition, especially at the beginning. Let's jump in and see how we can make acquisition more concrete then. Acquisition can be divided into 3 parts. And knowing these 3 parts is helpful because then when you have half an hour or an hour available, you can ask yourself, which one of the 3 do I need to focus on right now? The first part is lead generation, turning a stranger into a potential buyer. Then we have lead conversion, the art of turning a potential buyer into a buyer. And finally, we have fulfillment. Now that you have a client, you want to do such a great job that they become a raving fan. One more time, acquisition is the process of taking a stranger, turning it into a lead or potential buyer, turning them into a client, and finally turning them into a raving fan. As I mentioned before, new entrepreneurs tend to spend too much time on vision and operation. Especially operation. They want the perfect system with the perfect CRM, with the perfect email sequence, with a fully created legal entity, and with a 12 weeks marketing campaign before they speak to clients. We take a different approach here because let's say that you do this and that you spend half a year to create your business and that it's perfect. You have the CRM, you have the email sequence, you have like this beautiful website that you spend so much money on and you're so proud of, and your market doesn't react to that. Then what do? Well, if you're like most people, which you're not because you're watching this course, but if you were like most people, you give up and you're like, entrepreneurship is not for me. And then you just do other things. Here's what we do here. We start with vision. It's super important that you know what you sell, yes, but why does it matter for you? Why do you really want it? Because I'm not gonna lie, most probably it's not going to be a smooth ride. That's why we do entrepreneurship, because it's fun, because it challenges us, because we get to make some money, which is the point system of life, and it's not going to be easy. Otherwise, everybody would do it, and that wouldn't be so interesting. So we need to have a strong why. Is it for you? Is it for your family? Is it for a charity that you support? Is it to prove something to somebody else? There's no wrong answer, but we really want to know why. So we start with vision. Then we spend a little bit of time on operation, just a little bit, just so that you can take some payments and maybe have a calendar where you can book. That's the minimum. And then most of our time is going to be spent on acquisition. Because we want you to be an entrepreneur, not a entrepreneur. We want you to be connected with the reality of the business. And for that, we need you to be talking with real people and real clients. Sometimes I show this to clients and they ask me, but fulfillment isn't more into operation? And later on that can be true, because you have a system, you have some people who work for you, handled by HR, following some SOP, who deliver the service for you. But for most people who start, fulfillment is done by themselves, and it's critical in order to generate more leads. So it's really a loop here, because we generate some leads through referrals and through recurring business and through testimonials. So that's the reason why I put fulfillment in acquisition. In the next module, we're going to start diving deep into acquisition and how you can have your first clients this week. Well, not if you're watching at Sunday night at 23:59, but if it's earlier than that, then we'll make it happen. All right, Rockstar, in this module, we're going to talk about your offer, because your offer is the most important part of your acquisition system. Your offer is more important than your marketing, which is itself more important than your sales skills. If you have an amazing offer, something that's so good people feel stupid saying no, to quote Hormozy, then people are going to buy from you no matter how good you are at marketing or sales. Just picture somebody showing to your house and wanting to sell you a Maserati or a Lamborghini for $1,000. And that person has all the paper, you know that's legit, it's not stolen, it's the real thing. Even if you don't care about the car, you kind of have an idea that you can probably sell it for more than 1,000, so you're going to say yes. Even if the person's sales skills are subpar, even if you've never heard of this person before. That's the power of a good offer. Alex talks about it in his book. If you're selling hot dogs right outside a stadium filled with hungry fans, even if the product is even if your sales skills are your marketing just needs to be hot dogs, and you're going to sell a lot of them. So in the next video, we're going to build your offer. An offer is only as irresistible as your ideal client finds it to be. If you have the best offer in the world for the wrong client, it won't be irresistible. Imagine for a moment that you have a restaurant. It's a steakhouse, and you have just the best meat around. Everything is organic and it's humane. The cows didn't suffer. They live a beautiful life. The meal is prepared perfectly. You have the best chef around. It's the best steakhouse in the world, and you want to market it to vegans. It won't work. Your offer is only as irresistible as your ideal clients find it. So now we're going to talk about your ideal client. For that, we could go back to vision and get in our head and read Amazon review. We could do all of that, but we're not gonna, because we want to be acquisition first. Remember? So we're going to look into your past clients, people who you had the best results with. Now you're going to make a list. The list goes like that. First name, transformation that I brought this person. First name, transformation that I brought to this person. Example, Jenny, minus 20 kilos in 6 months. Richard, plus 50K in 2 months. David, also plus 50K in 2 months. You just put the first name and the transformation that you brought. What if you're just starting and you don't have paid clients yet? Look at clients that you helped for free, maybe in exchange of testimonials. You don't have those? No problem. Look at friends that you've helped, coworkers, family members. They talked with you, they interacted with you, and you helped them through a transformation. First name, what transformation did I brought this person through. We want you to capture as many of those as you can. So really pause the video right now and make a list with as many first name, which transformation. Make the list as long as you can, and I see you in a minute. Great. Hopefully you did pause the video and made the list. If not, please do it now, because this is critical for us to help you find your ideal client. Now that we have this list, we want to add another criteria on the list, which is which kind of person did I enjoy working with the most? Because let's say that in your list you have like 5 people who you've helped get a better job or get a promotion. And it was okay, but you didn't really enjoy the process. But you have like those 2 people who you helped lose weight, or you have those 2 people that you've helped start a business and you really, really enjoyed that. That's a criteria that we want to take into consideration, because as I showed you earlier, it might be a long journey and you need to have an important why. Again, back to the vision thing. Add this criteria after each of the list on who did I enjoyed working with the most. At this stage, I know that some of you are asking, but what if I don't have past clients? I've just had this idea and I've been an entrepreneur ever since. I haven't really taken action. I've talked with some people, but I didn't quite provide the service yet. What do I do? I got you, fam. We need to do a few things here. First of all, we need to validate your idea. We need to get your experience, and we need to give you the best marketing material ever. And we're going to do all of that in one swift move that doesn't require you building a website or paying for ads or any of this advanced stuff that we'll come back to later in the course. For now, we need you to get you your beta client. A beta client is somebody that you provide your service to as a gift. Notice I didn't say for free, because we don't do anything for free, because people associate free with cheap, with non-valuable. But we make gifts. You're going to find a few people in your network who need what you have, and you're going to offer them to provide your service for them as a gift. It's not for free, it's a gift. And what you need from them is a testimonial, an honest feedback, and if they are excited about the results, they can still pay you, but they pay whatever they want. How to approach these kind of conversations? Easy. With what's provided in this course later when it comes to playground talk, sales conversation, except that the offer that you have right now is truly irresistible, because they don't have to pay anything, or if they have to pay something, it's just at cost, or just they pay what they want. This is the most important thing that you can do for your business right now. More important than a website, more important than a social media presence, even more important than refining the offer again and again. Because the moment your offer gets in contact with the market, it will get slapped in the face or it will be validated. And most of the time, something in between. So complete the lessons in this module just so that you have a basis of an offer. Don't overthink it. And I'm also talking to you, past Arnaud, because you did overthink it a lot. Don't make the same mistake as me. Don't overthink it. Have an offer and then immediately go and ask your network for some people who would receive this offer as a gift. This will bring you the validation of your offer. This will bring you some experience actually providing the service. And this will bring you the most important marketing tool of all, which is testimonials. All right, I'll see you in the next video. By now, you have a list of people that you helped in the past together with their transformation, and you've also annotated how much you enjoyed working with these kind of people. If you haven't done that, I know I sound like a broken record, but also, why haven't you done that yet? Do you want to build this business? Yes or not? Do you want to have this impact? If you do, pause the video and complete the list now. I'm going to assume that you've done it, and now let's move on to the next phase. I've lost so much time trying to create something and then sell it to the pain of people, as opposed to starting with what pain do people have that I can fulfill. I spent so much time looking for the perfect niche in my head instead of looking at what the market wanted. I want to show you a tool by Ted Carr that really changed my life, which is the 4 kinds of offers that sells. Those 4 kinds of offers are based on deep human pains that a lot of people have, and as long as you can match your offer within one of those categories, you're going to do great. Let's jump right in. This is all part of lead conversion, and in particular in creating the offer, because the offer is the shortcut for easy sales and will help you to define how you generate leads. The 4 categories of transformation that people are after, or the 4 niche, if you will, are money-making niche, whether you can help somebody make money or save money. That's the niche that I'm in. Niche number 2 is beauty. If you can help somebody lose weight, gain muscle, look better, think about all the fitness influencer, all the nutrition expert, all the cosmetic people, they all fall into this niche. Another niche is chronic pain. And this one I didn't think about before, and that comes directly from Ted Carr. Excellent guy, by the way. Check him out on YouTube. If you've been suffering from knee pain or shoulder pain or something in your body that's been hurting you for 10 years, and then somebody shows up and is like, yeah, I can fix that in the next 2 weeks. I've done it for 50 other people. Here are their testimonials. How likely are you to want to do it? Very likely. Very likely, because it's the thing in your life that you were almost considering, well, I guess it will always be like that. So I will always have this pain. And now somebody can solve that? Whoa, crazy. And that's why it's a powerful niche. And finally, the niche of relationship. In particular, intimate relationship, but that also includes relationship with children. Friends relationship, a little bit less because the pain is less deep. But if you can help somebody get more dates on their app, if you can save somebody from divorce, increase the sexual activity of somebody, those are great niche. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to look at the transformation that you provided for people and see where do they fall into these 4 niches. But before that, I want to address those of you who are like, damn, but I don't think that any of my transformation fits into that. I help people take great photography, I help people learn a musical instrument, I help people meditate. What do I do with that? I'm glad you asked. After working with so many entrepreneurs, I found that there are some other niches that are adjacent to this one. One of them is the hobby niche. If somebody wants to learn the saxophone or want to learn to be an actor, it's not as deep of a pain that if they want to lose 20 kilos. But it's still super important for them. That might still be something that they think about all the time. So if you're into the hobby niche, what I would recommend is to have a longer package that you can sell for a higher price. So if for the money, beauty, chronic pain, or relationship, you could charge anything between 5,000 and 10,000 for 3 to 6 months. On the hobby niche, I would tend to offer a longer period of time. And we'll come back to that later, don't worry. And for those of you who are still confused as to where you fall into those big niches, I want to share with you a technique called offer masking. Offer masking is when you take what you primarily sell and you connect it with one of the other niches. Example, let's say that you do meditation. Meditation in itself, and wait for it, don't get angry, don't navigate away from the course. Meditation in itself is not very valuable on the marketplace, okay? Because you can go to YouTube, you can go to a number of different free apps and get some high quality meditation that work. So on the marketplace, meditation by itself is like, yeah, okay, I'll pay $20. I'll even pay $20 a month to have access to this particular meditation app. But will I pay 5,000 or 10,000 to learn to meditate? Yeah, maybe, which is really a no. And that's where we use offer masking. It's no longer meditation, it is meditation for better relationship. Attract the partner of your dreams in 45 days without Tinder or Hinge or Bumble just by using my meditation. That's interesting. I don't really like to use Bumble and all this stuff. I like to meditate, so you tell me that I can meditate and attract the life partner? Okay, I'm intrigued. This is offer masking. You connect what you do in order to touch one of the other niches. You could have, for example, saxophone, or learn to make an extra 5,000 per month as a saxophone player. Interesting. I've been a struggling musician for 10 years. I'm great at saxo, and you're telling me that I can make 5,000 extra every month? I wonder what this guy has to say. Offer masking. Very different, and I already have my job. I want to learn the saxophone because it's a childhood dream. That would fall into the hobby niche. And now what I've just talked about falls into the offer masking. So now it's time for you to create your offer. And for that, I want to point something very, very important. Your offer is actually evolving, meaning that you don't need to have the perfect offer right now. Let me say that again. You don't need to have the perfect offer right now. And I'm telling you this because I know you entrepreneur dad, because I used to be you and I spent so much time. In fact, I'm ashamed to say how long I spent to have the perfect niche. Okay, I'm going to say it. It took me 3 years to think that I had the perfect niche, and then I realized it wasn't the perfect niche, and then I was... Don't make the same mistake as me. Make a good enough offer, but make it right now. I gave you those elements. Create an offer that falls more or less in one of those categories. If you're in the hobby niche, make it for a little bit longer time frame. If you want to use offer masking, make sure that it connects to a real pain point. And then be done with it, knowing that your offer will change again as soon as we start closing people and getting you your first clients, and will change again every 3 to 6 months after that. So, chill, baby. It's like, or chill, daddy. It's just the beginning of your offer. It's going to evolve and get better and better as we go. Now we have all those elements. We have the transformations that you brought some of your past clients toward. You know about the niches. You must know more or less which niche you are. You know if you're going to use offer masking or if you're just going to sell the service as it is. And you know that this is going to be an evolving offer, meaning don't get stuck in your head, my friend. It's all good, daddy. All good. Maybe we're not intimate enough so that I call you daddy. I just want to give you some element of syntax so that you know how you can formulate this offer. And that's very simple. And actually, you've already done that. Your offer is just a transformation. I help that person go from A to B. I help entrepreneur dads go from $0 to $100,000 in 6 months. Simple. I help single mom lose 10 kilos in 3 months and never regain it again. I help yoga instructor build their business in a year or start their new studio fully booked. In fact, let's look at some offers in each of the niches. So money one, I already gave one to you, but beauty I already gave. Chronic pain. I help people fix their back pain using Ayurveda technology in 3 months or you don't pay. Relationship. Get 3 times more dates in the Houston areas in the next 3 weeks using my Instagram profile optimization. Hobby, play your favorite drum solo in 6 months, even if you're just a beginner. Offer masking for the beauty niche. Lose 20 kilos this year without going to the gym by using my breathing technique. Those are all examples of offers. So now it's your turn. Make one offer following this structure. Who do you help roughly and what's the transformation? And it's 2025, so feel free to use an AI to help you to iterate. Just plug your information there and ask it to give you some possibilities. That's also a way to do it. We'll talk more about AI later, but one consideration is that keep everything in one conversation with this AI so that it knows the concept. The more you go, the more you're going to feed it some information, and it's going to be great to ask some information based on what you told them. All right, so for now, the only thing you need to do is come up with one offer which is good enough, because remember, the offer is evolving. Yes, evolving. Great job. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can come up with a pricing point as well. Welcome to this video on pricing. Now that you have an offer which is evolving, it's good to have a number that you can put on it. So let me put my accountant glasses. And let's pick number, starting with what not to do and what I see so many entrepreneur dads do. I mean, this guy is the absolute worst. Who's this freaking crazy person to make something so complicated? And oh my God, look at that. Yeah, you guessed it. That's my former pricing. So complicated, confusing, and when people get confused, they run away. What to do instead? First, you start with the transformation that you are able to bring to that person. And think realistically, how much money does that person make thanks to this transformation? If the client makes or save 200,000, it's a great deal for them to pay you 20,000. So if you're in the money niche, if you help people make money, then it's easy. For me, I help people make 100,000 in 6 months and I charge 5,000 because I want it to be so easy for entrepreneur dad to say yes. And also because I've created a container that doesn't require too much of my time. I have coaches who are here to help me deliver the program. And so it's okay for me to make it affordable and for just 5,000. And by the way, if you're interested, there's a link to book a strategy call to help you implement all of that and so that you also can make your 100,000. Now, what if you're not in the money making niche? Let's say that you're in the relationship niche. You still want to make a connection between the transformation that you bring to your clients and finance. You don't have to share that with them, but at least you'll be convinced that it's a great deal for them if they pay you. So let's say that you help the clients save their marriage. That's very important. And let's say that if this client doesn't save his marriage and divorce, they would lose half of their assets. Let's say that this person owns a house, a car, and has 20,000 in the bank. Well, half of a house, a car, and half of 20,000, that's easily 200,000. So then again, that makes sense to pay 20,000 to save 200,000. And maybe you don't need to charge 20,000 in order to supplement your lifestyle. So you can offer something even better. Let's say that you're in the chronic pain. Be creative. Let's say that your client has knee pain. How much social gathering has this person missed over the past 5-10 years? How much sport event is this person going to miss in the next 5-10 years if they don't fix that? How much magic moment could have they created in all those family gathering and sports activity? That's one thing. But how much networking opportunity have they passed on? Over the course of 10 years in the past and another 10 years, is it crazy to arrive to the same number of 200,000? So here as well, you can charge 20,000. And I mean, in the beauty niche, that's just too easy because the beauty niche is closely connected with the health niche. So if you save that person's life, is it worth at least 200,000? I would say so. What if you're in the hobby niche? Well, okay. All right. Maybe your program costs 4,000 or 5,000 and trumpet lessons or piano lessons, they cost $40. But how long has these clients been stagnating at this level in this hobby? 5 years, 10 years? How much money have they paid in lessons to get to where they are now, which is where they are not satisfied with in the practice of their instrument or any other hobby? And also, what about the lack in confidence that creates in them for them to know that for so many years they've sucked at the saxophone? When everybody knows that you need to blow into a saxophone, not suck on it. Otherwise the sound doesn't go out. That has a cost. So here as well, if you're creative, you can make it a $200,000 impact. Charging 20K for a hobby niche is possible. That would require more of your personal time, but it is absolutely possible. But buying an online course for 500? Damn, yes, with this online course, that's better than 10 lessons that didn't bring results. Or buying a high ticket course for 3,000 with some group coaching and some one-on-one instructor once every 2 weeks. Damn, yeah, that's a good deal. So that's how you want to think about pricing. In the next video, I'll tell you about the 3 tiers that you need. See you there. In the last video, we saw that no matter which niche you belong to, you can find a way to justify a super high ticket. So let's talk about super high ticket. The challenge I like to give my clients is imagine that you have a $45,000 offer. Which transformation would you need to provide to justify this price, this investment? And I have them think about that because that helps them bring their top tier offer. Well, I would need to meet the clients twice per week, and I would need to create custom template, and I would need to physically go to the gym with that client, and I would need to prepare their meal, or I would need to invite them to experience a transformation on an island or something like that. And they get super creative. And I'm like, great, that's your top tier offer. My top tier offer, which I realize is underpriced, is for 25,000. Everything that you see in this program, we do it for you. We create your offer, we create your marketing material, we do the outreach for you. You just need to provide the service and do your sales calls. That's it. And that's just 25,000. So again, if you're interested, book a strategy call to see if this is for you. And be fast because it will probably increase soon. The goal of this offer is mainly to do what we call price anchoring. Check this. Imagine that I tell you that this pair of shoes is $200. What's coming to you immediately when you think about that? Okay, well, I guess those are nice shoes. Now I'll show you a pair of limited edition Air Jordan who cost 5,000. And then I show you this other pair, which is also very nice and cost just 200. All of a sudden, the second pair looks smaller. If at first I tell you that I went to Bali and there are some artisans who made some amazing shoes who look beautiful and cost 50 bucks, and then I tell you about the 200s that are made in China, then you will be like, So the first price that you hear sets the tone for the next prices that you're going to hear. So if you start by talking about the big offer, everything that you share after that will sound smaller, which brings us to your main offer. Your main offer can be anywhere between 5 and 10K. I mean, it can be whatever you want it to be, right? For my client Luca, who saves hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to the big companies he works with, his ticket is like 200K for the year. And that makes sense for them. Now, your main offer, you want it to be as close as possible to the magic offer, the super expensive offer, so that it brings at least 10 times the value. If they pay 5, that should bring at least the value of 50. That's the main offer. That's the one that you really want to flesh out. That's the one that you're going to sell most of the time. And then you have your catch-all offer. You're paying for your leads. If you pay for a lead, you have the conversation with the lead and the client doesn't convert because they don't want to buy your main offer, then you're losing money. I don't know about you, but I don't really like that. So it's good to have a catch-all offer or a fallback offer that you offer just if they don't want to buy the main. And this one could be, for example, 2000. This offer needs to be something that doesn't require much of your time, that still brings a lot of value. Everything we do, we bring the value. Everything we do, we bring the value because that person who started with the catch-all offer, they might ascend to the main offer later. And who knows, even to the top tier offer. And that, my friend, is the only 3 offers that you need at the beginning. If this is overwhelming, focus on that. Create an offer with what you consider being a very high price and imagine what you need to put in there so that it's worth it. Then create an offer that you're going to be offering at a reasonable price between 5 and 10K that is as close as you can from the top tier offer. Remember the most important word when it comes to the offer. The offer is, say it with me, evolving. Yes, so those numbers are going to go up and down. We'll talk about that later in the course. For now, I just need you to have a price that you can say with confidence. And that's the thing. Once you have your prices, practice telling them in front of the mirror until they are as natural as your phone number. Yes, so if you want to, my top tier offer is 45,000. And for that price, we do everything for you. We create your offer, we bring you the leads, we create your collateral. All you need to do is provide the service and show up for sales calls. Does that make sense? Yes. Practice selling the higher tier offer and then the middle one. In this module, we're going to talk about how you can build confidence in yourself and in your offer and start getting your first clients. Yes, I know it's early, but what do you prefer? You prefer to wait like 6 months to get your clients, or you want to get them now, make money now, have an impact now, and learn about your market now? Yeah, I thought so. You want to do it now, right? We're going to talk both about lead conversion and lead generation here, and a little bit of vision as well, just so that you have the context. You might have heard it in the past, but the first person you need to sell to if you want to start a business is yourself. You need to be sold on the quality of what you provide to the world. Picture this. I help entrepreneur dads make the first 100K in 6 months, or they don't pay. This is version 1. Versus, yeah, man, I help entrepreneur dads because I know what they have. I know that they have limited time. They care about their kids. And I help them make their first $100,000 in 6 months. And if they don't do that, they don't pay. That's how confident I am in the service that I provide. Which one of the two felt the most convincing? The second one. Why? Because I'm convinced of the value that I offer to you guys. Because I've been doing that for a long time and I've seen result after result and after results. I know that the formula works. The first one, I played the character of somebody who's not too sure, and yeah, maybe it's going to work, maybe it's not going to. So you really want to get this confidence in yourself and in your ability of creating this transformation for others, which is why I had you make a list of all the transformation that you've already created for others. Because if you've already done that, you don't need to pump yourself up. You can just look at the list and be like, yep, I've done that. Well, I've done that. Yep. He did make $1 million. She did make 4 million in the plane. Yep. That's just what happened. In fact, there's a transformation that maybe you didn't put into your list the way I phrased that. And that's an important one for you to ponder. And that's the transformation that you brought to yourself. I don't know which trauma you overcome. I don't know which challenge you overcame in your life. Or I don't know which great win you had, just because I don't know you yet. But I know that if you're watching this video, you're somebody who wants more, and who wants to have an impact in the world, and who wants to make money, and who wants to help others, and who wants to be a role model for their kids. That's why I do what I do. I love working with entrepreneurs because you guys are awesome. You have the ambition of the entrepreneur and the love and caring energy of the dads. Perfect niche. So think about some of the transformation that you brought to yourself as well. And they might not necessarily be what you're going to offer to others, but they are important for your own confidence. I'll give you a few examples. This right here is my, I don't know if you can read it, my rockstar list. Yes, my rockstar list. That's an old version, but look at what's written at the top. I've been married for more than 10 years and in a relationship for more than 17 years. That's old. Now it's even longer. I have 2 beautiful, loving kids. I bench pressed 150, whatever. Those are all the transformation, all the achievements that I've made in my own life. And why do I ask you guys to make this list? Is it so that you can feel superior to others and diminish others and boost your ego? No, because that wouldn't serve you. We'll talk about that later, but if you feel superior as other in a comparative way, then people feel it and it's more difficult to sell. But what you need to feel is confidence in yourself that basically you're a badass. And when you do enough badass things in your life, no matter which part of it, then you start to say, well, if I ran 10 marathons, if I've been a great father for the past 10 years, if I managed to lose those 20 kilo and never gain them, if I managed to buy a house and pay off the mortgage, maybe they're not completely worthless. That's the idea of the tool that I want to talk to you about, which is called your rockstar list. Now that you have an offer, and remember it's evolving, so don't get too stuck on that. Now that you have an offer, we're going to start to present this offer to others. And the way you present it will make a big difference. Again, see the beginning of this video. The rockstar list will help you to feel this confidence within you, connect with your power, so that when you present this offer, you feel like you're the real deal, because you are. So your assignment is to write these transformations, these achievements that you've had in your own life. Maybe you'll want to use them as part of your offer. Maybe you keep it just for the mindset and the confidence, but it's important that you have it somewhere. You can write it on paper like me. You can write it on a document in Notion or Google Doc. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that you want to have it written somewhere and revisit it from time to time. Not every day, mind you, because anything that you look at every day, your brain filters it out after a while. That's why I have my rockstar list over there and not right here on my desk. But you want to revisit it a few times a month or a few times a quarter, especially when you feel like you're down. Like, can I really do that? Oh man, it's going to be tough. Like meta ads are so expensive, it's not going to work. When you catch yourself in this kind of BS, that's the time when you want to reconnect with your rockstar list. Take a deep breath in and remember how great you are. So your assignment right now is to create your own rockstar list. And that can be in any part of your life. Personal, professional, investments, sexiness, sports, creativity. Doesn't matter. All the badass things that you've done, write them now. Go. Okay, rockstar. Well, now I can call you a rockstar because you have your rockstar list, hopefully. And if you haven't, what are you waiting for, bro? Come on. Okay, rockstar. Now that you have your rockstar list that hopefully gives you some confidence, it's time to reach out to people and make some money and have some impact. Woo! Woo! Yes, let's do this. But where do you start? Okay, well, the good news is that you already have a list of people who you can reach out to. And this is the list of the transformation that you provided. Because guess what? Those people who you've helped in the past, is it crazy to think that they would be happy to support you and to maybe write something nice or say something nice about how you help them? No, in fact, that's how I started, and that's the accelerator that so many of my clients use to make money faster and start that business faster and go from one entrepreneur to entrepreneur dad. So we're going to take this list of people and we're going to reach out to them. What we want to do is we want to record a Zoom call with them. And this is important for a few reasons. If you have a video of them telling you how great you are, how great your services are, you can convert that into text. You can convert that into audio. You can convert that into TikTok Reels, whatever thing you choose later to spread the word. You have the best source material. That's the first reason why we do Zoom calls. The second reason is that after the Zoom call ends, you can ask them, hey, who do you know who would also benefit from this transformation that you got? Or how else can I help you now? Right? So you use the testimonials as a way to have the most powerful marketing tool that you can have, which is other people saying that what you do is awesome. And you also use it as a warm-up to your warm outreach campaign. I'll come back later on what is warm, what is cold, all of that. Warm outreach just means that you reach out to people who you already know and you ask them if they know somebody who you could work with. That's the most reliable AI-proof way to get clients. But we'll come back to that later. For now, you just want to focus on those testimonials. I'm going to show you what it looks like once you have the recorded testimonials, and I'm going to show you as well which question to ask. Let's jump right in. Okay, so you go to arnaud.cz, which is my website. You can learn a few things about testimonial. You can also learn about the fact that I don't give a crap about websites. I've never needed a website to sell my offer. This is done in Notion. And now that's just a side note for those of you guys who are stuck on operation, like I need to have the perfect website. Anyway, here you can see some videos of some testimonials, and this is just the way it is. Look at him, shocked at how much money he made thanks to me. And then when you scroll, you just see me and some happy clients, and happy clients and me. And again, happy client and me, happy client and me, happy client and me. And that's the whole thing. I don't have a heat map checker on this page, but I know that most of the people don't click on the video. But look at the impact that it does on you as you see this page. We want to have this feeling of infinite scroll, and that keeps being some testimonials on this page. It freaking never stops, and I can scroll again and again and again. So now it's not loading, but usually it continues even deeper. Once you have those videos, you can turn them into screenshots. You can turn them into whatever you want. You can turn them into audio, but you need to start with the video. And as I was saying a moment earlier, if you're on a one-on-one Zoom call with somebody, that's the perfect place to ask them if they know someone who could benefit from your service, or if they want to continue working with you, or if they want your help with something else. So go through the list that you have and circle at least 3 names of people that you're going to contact today to ask them for a short 5 to 10 minute Zoom call, right? I'll give you a template on how you can reach out to those people, but basically it's like, hey, I'm starting this new thing. I would love to speak with you about that time when I helped you with XYZ. Would you be opposed to jumping on a short call? If you say, would you be opposed to, they'll be like, I'm not opposed to it, which I guess means I'm okay with it. And they will get on that. Let's look at the question that you ask once they say yes. You can see that this is separated between pre-recording, recording, and post-recording. Let's start by the recording. So you are in a testimonial situation with one of the person that you've helped in the past. You want to ask these questions. What was the problem you were having before you discovered our service or my product? Let me zoom in so that you can see. Yes. So let's say that you sell fitness and you've helped somebody lose 10 kilos. Again, I'm using fitness because that's an easy example. What was the problem that you were having before working with me? Well, I was overweight and okay. What did the frustration feel like when you were trying to solve this problem? Well, I tried all these diets and I even paid some coaches, but it never worked. Oh man. And how was that for you? That really sucked. What was different about when you worked with me? Well, I could really feel like you gave me a custom this and custom that. This question is super important, not just for the marketing, not just for the confidence, not just for the outreach, but also because it opens a window on your customer mind so that you know what they value. Sometimes there's a disconnect between what we as the service provider think that they need, that the client value, and what the client actually value. So this question gives you a clear opening into their mind, and that's very helpful later for marketing and for sales conversations as well. Take us to the moment when you realized our service was actually working for you to solve this problem. Oh, wow, yeah, I remember that. I went on the scale and then for the first time, I broke through the 85 kilos. It hadn't happened to me in 10 years and I was like, oh, that's so amazing. Okay, yeah, that's fantastic. I remember when you told me that. And now tell us what life looks like now that this problem is solved. Well, since I lost those 10 kilos, I also made $10 million and I'm dating a model right now and we have like 3 beautiful children and a house with a white fence. Awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time. And last question, what would you say to someone who's on the fence about working with us? Oh, you absolutely need to work with that person because blah, blah. So very simple. Basically, you ask, what was it like before? You press on the pain, asking, so what was the frustration like? Then what was the change? And then what life is now? And this one is what would you say to someone who's on the fence about working with us? All of that is designed so that you have some very nice sound bites or video bites in that case of a client excitingly talking about your business. And then you can remix them, reconnect them, ask AI to make a series actually of shorts. There's a million things you can do with that. For now, the most important thing is that you start flexing this muscle of reaching out to people. And who else to start with than people who you've already helped? Just a few extra info on how to handle the testimonials. Before the call, you want to let the person know a few things. You'll have access to this exact document that I'm showing you here, so don't stress. Just tell them things that make them feel good. Hey man, don't worry, you'll get the space to promote your business if they have a business. Or it's okay to mess up. If you mess up, we'll edit it or we'll do it again. No problem. You want the person in front of you in this testimonial to feel relaxed. And of course, you want to give them space to say or ask anything because sometimes they have questions on their mind and that's bothering them. So give them space before. So that's before the recording. And one of the most important things is what happened after the recording, which is you check in with them. Hey, thank you so much for recording this testimonial with me. How do you feel? Oh, I feel great. It was really great working with you. Wow, me too, man. That's awesome. And then you can ask, it was so great to work together. I'm just curious, like, what else can I help you with? Well, I'm growing my business right now and I'm not sure about this Facebook campaign. Okay, cool. I've helped people with Facebook campaign. Would you need my help? Yeah, boom. And then potentially you have this client who was great with you, who come back to you for something else. Or, you've just spent 10 minutes telling me your experience. Who do you know who can benefit from that? Notice that I don't ask, do you know somebody? Because if I ask, do you know somebody, the brain will scan and go for the easy answer, which is, I don't know, I'll think about that. When I ask, who do you know? People will really scan because they will assume that they know somebody, which they do. And that's it. That's your testimonials in a nutshell. You have your list of people. You've already circled 3 people that you're going to reach out to. You tell them that you're starting this new thing and you'd love to hear about their experience of working with you. You bring them on a Zoom call and then I give you the questions that will give you the best marketing material that you can hope for, that will give you confidence and that will train the muscle of reaching out to people. And that might even get you your first referrals or your first clients with this new business. Let's go. Boom. I see you in the next video. What's up, Rockstar? So now that you have the confidence, now that you have the offer, it's time to reach out to people. So in this module, I'm going to show you a brief overview of all the ways you can actually reach out to people to sell your product, to sell your service, to have the impacts that you want. I'm going to recommend one of them and letting you know why I believe that's the best choice for most new entrepreneur dads and actually also for most entrepreneurs at all who are just started. A quick reminder, we have the 3 parts of a business: acquisition, vision, and operation. We are focused on acquisition, and so far we've been talking mainly about lead conversion. Now that we have a good offer, that we know who we sell it to, and that we have confidence gathered through testimonials, it's time to bring it to some people. So here I'm not reinventing the wheel. In his excellent book 100 Million Leads, Alex Hormozi talks about the 4 ways to advertise your stuff, and I'm just going to give you a brief summary of that, and I highly recommend you get the book because it's just amazing. If you want to get right into it though, I'm giving you the most relevant bit for entrepreneur dads right now. When it comes to lead generation, meaning the act of turning a stranger into a potential buyer, Alex simplifies that based on 2 criteria. The first criteria is whether you know the person or whether you don't know the person yet. And the second criteria is whether you connect with this person in a one-on-one fashion or in a one-to-many fashion. If you reach out one-on-one to people who you know, this is called warm outreach. And what that means is like you send a message to your sister, to your former boss, to your friends from childhood, to a friend that's part of a common group of friends that you have. And it's you sending one message, calling, showing up at their door, having a one-on-one conversation with somebody who already knows you. This is warm outreach. If you reach out one-on-one to somebody who you don't know yet, this is cold outreach. This means that you get a list of people who could be your ideal clients based on their criteria, their demographic, etc. And you reach out to them one-on-one with your offer directly. And you can use some tools, you should use some tools to do that so that AI or a team find them and reach out to them for you. But it's the idea that from their point of view, they receive a one-on-one message that's just for them. And it can be an email, can be a call, can be a DM in one of the social platforms. It doesn't matter. Or you can knock at their door, depending on your industry. If you reach out to many people who you don't know at once, this is what we call paid ads. You're interrupting their scrolling, you're interrupting their enjoyment of a magazine. If you're from the 90s, you're interrupting their scrolling on YouTube with your offer. Literally, they are watching that and then boom, here you are. And finally, if you reach out to many people who know you at once, this is called content. Content with an asterisk. The idea is that those people know you because they are your subscribers, your followers, because they know your name enough to go and see you when you do a public speaking, because content also includes public speaking. I put some asterisks there because if you take the Reels, for example, they don't know you yet. They are scrolling and then the platform, Instagram or TikTok, offers them your reel and they discover you through content. When they do a Google search and your article shows up thanks to SEO, they didn't know you yet, but they discover you through the content. So content, in my opinion, is really in between people who know you and people who don't know you. And that's it. That's really it, guys. Lead generation simplified. Those are the 4 things that you can do to turn some strangers into some potential leads. You can start with the strangers who are not so strangers because they already know you. This is warm outreach. You can reach out one-on-one to a lot of people who don't know you but match your criteria. This is cold outreach. You can create some content. You can use paid ads. In this course, we're going to cover each of these techniques with various degree of details. In the next video, I will share with you why I believe strongly that for most entrepreneurs who are starting, warm outreach is the key to fast success, especially when you start if you don't have like a massive budget to assign elsewhere. All right, I'll catch you in the next video. I see so many entrepreneurs make this one interesting mistake, and I've done it myself in the past when it comes to finding the first few clients. For some reason, we're experts in our fields, we have experience in our field, that's why we want to pass it on to other people, that's why we want to have an impact with it, monetize it. But we don't feel comfortable reaching out to people who already know that we're experts in our field. I had a client like 2 weeks ago who has 10 years of experience with his restaurant, and now he sold his restaurant, good job brother, and is transitioning into a new meal prep service. And he came to me and he talked about this elaborate Facebook campaign, 12 weeks content so that he can reach out to people. And I was like, but man, what about people who've been eating at your restaurants for the past 10 years? Like, what about your family? What about your friends who tasted the food before, who know you personally, who know that you're a great chef? And he was like, oh yeah, but I don't want to bother them. We're going to talk about that later in the sales mindset that will help you sell your service or product to people who you know. But you know where I'm going with that. We've just talked about all the ways how you can reach out to people and turn them into potential buyers. And the one that I really recommend first is warm outreach. And there's a couple of reasons for that, which is the topic of this video. Paid ads look cool because we understand them. I pay something to Facebook, I pay Zuck or Google something, and then it shows an ad. People click on the ad, they fall in love immediately with my product or service, and they buy it, and then I'm rich. And there's truth to that. At this stage of the journey, if you're looking for your first 5 to 10 clients, you are not sure what to sell yet. You might not have the expertise yet. You might have the expertise, but you might not have translated that into helping others reaching the same results. And you might not have the exact words that we want to use in our marketing campaign. You might have some of those words from the testimonials, but that's still a short sample. So my recommendation and the way I build all of my businesses and the way I help most of my clients initially is to start with warm outreach. People who you know. But I don't have a network. I know. What do I do if I don't have a network? I know nobody. Okay, first of all, if you know nobody, I'm sorry for you. Play Celine Dion all by myself, cry a good time, and then go and find some people. And then realize that it's total BS. You have some people. You have some people on your Facebook, on your Instagram. You have some people in your WhatsApp. You have some people in your freaking phone book. If you're old school, you might have some names in your Rolodex. Unless you're like 5 years old, in which case, have you asked your parents to watch this video? Because this might not be for you. Unless you're 5 years old, you have some people that you've met along the way. From school, from college, friends from your first work, from your second work, friends from the baseball team, from jiu-jitsu, colleagues, right? First thing you want to do is have a list of those people. In the next video, I'm going to show you a super simple way to do that. But the idea is to gather all those people into one list and then starting reaching out to them. And the reason you want to do that is that you already have something very important with those people, and that is trust. They know who you are, they like you, and they trust you to some extent. Now, if you are an ass to them, if you conned them, if you scammed them in the past, maybe don't reach out and maybe stop scamming people. Come on, what are you doing? Be a good person. But assuming that you're a good person who wants to have a positive impact on the world with this business as an entrepreneur dad, then the people who you've met along the way, they have your back. And they are going to be understanding if you make a mistake initially, or if the quality of your service is just at an 85% instead of 120%. Because they know you're like, well, okay, he's just starting. Oh yeah, okay, he made a mistake and he learned from his mistake. If I have to credit one thing to my current professional success today is that in 2020, during the pandemic, I made a list of all the people that I was scared to reach out to. All the people who in my mind were more successful than me in business, in their social life. And I reached out to all of these people and I asked them, hey, can I coach you? I'll coach you for free. I'm starting this coaching thing. Can I coach you? And a lot of them didn't respond. A few of them were like, what? No. And a few of them were like, well, why not? And then I coached them with everything that I had, all the resources that I had. Looking back, I didn't have that many resources. I wasn't even a certified coach back then. But what I had was passion and the ability to serve them. And they felt it. And so a few of them, after the 3 sessions that I gave for free, they were like, okay, I'll give you a shot. And some of them are still my clients today, 5 years later. It all starts with warm outreach, guys. I know that there are some limiting beliefs around that. I don't want to bother my friend. I don't want to sell stuff to my friend. And we'll come back to that later in the module on sales. But trust me that unless you have unlimited money that you can put into paid ads or into a cold outreach agency, this is the best way to start. What about content? Content will come later. And the reason of that is that your content works directly with your warm outreach and with you helping others. And that's this beautiful triangle. And in order to remove some of the fears around reaching out to your network, I'm going to share with you a step-by-step method in the next video. So I'll see you there. We've just covered why warm outreach is the best first step for you as an entrepreneur dad. One of the reasons I didn't mention is because it will put you in the field faster, talking with people faster. Same thought process as when you gather testimonials. Speaking with people, sharing your offer that you've built earlier, seeing the reaction to people who can give you a pass, and sometimes they will be genuinely confused. Like, you do what? When that happens, you have 2 choices. You can assume that it's their way of pushing you away, like, what the hell do you want? That's one interpretation. Or you can choose to interpret it as they really want to understand what I do and celebrate it and give more details. Oh, thank you so much for this question. Yeah, so what I do is actually this. And actually, can we get on a 5-minute phone call so I can tell you more about that? Because I'm still new at talking about it. I don't want to bother you, but are you okay with that? Yeah, sure. And now here you are speaking with somebody who could be your potential client or know your potential client. So this side note aside, let's look at exactly how to proceed when doing warm outreach so that we remove some of this icky feeling of I'm going to bother my friend. And you will see that if you follow this technique, that will bring you not just clients, but also a more beautiful life. You'll see what I mean in a second. This is the exact page that I currently use in order to do my warm outreach, because something that's very important for me is to practice what I preach. And I'm already using other ways to generate leads, but warm outreach is the only one that worked consistently during my whole career. And so I have a sentimental attachment to it and it's still working. So I'm still doing it. I have a list somewhere that I'll show you in a future module. But then I divide the messages that I send based on who am I sending them to. I could be sending them to a good friend or somebody that I speak every week with. I could send a message to somebody who I know, but maybe, it's been a while since we've communicated together. Maybe a few months, maybe even a few years. I could send a message to somebody who I'm connected with on Facebook, but truth be told, I don't know who that person is. Do you have those as well? Like some people on your LinkedIn, you're like, well, I connected with that person in 2016 and I think we talked, but I really don't know. And then messages to send to somebody who's currently your client, which we'll talk more about later when we talk about referrals. And you will see that what we use most here is not sales technique, it's just common sense and basic human connection skills. For example, if it's someone who I know, who I speak regularly with, who I maintain rapport and relationship and network with, then I will just go straight into the meat. Hey, what's up? I'm opening a few spaces for my group coaching program. Is it cool if I tell you who I'm looking for in case you know someone? Imagine that you and we spoke last week about the baseball game, or our children go to the same school and how they are looking forward to the trip next November. And then I send you this. Would you be shocked? Would that be icky? Would that feel salesy? No, of course not. You're like, well, yeah, sure, tell me. You might think, I don't know if I will know someone, but you'll be like, yeah, sure, I want to help. Here you see that I have a few variants just to keep things fresh. If the person that I reach out to is a little bit more driven by money, then I can mention that there's a commission for a nice introduction. And then I have it in different languages because I have friends who speak French or English or Czech. This is how you do warm outreach with somebody who you speak with regularly. If it's somebody who you see in person regularly, then you just ask them. You don't send a DM, you ask them next time you speak with them. Now, if it's someone that you know and that you haven't talked to in a while, again, get ready because it's massively complicated. Let's say that I haven't spoken with you in many years and I see that this is your birthday. I start there. I don't start with my offer because I like you and I'm legit curious, how is it going for you? If it's not their birthday, again, marvel at the complexity here. Hey, it's been a while. What's new with you? I know, genius. There's a few variants here. Hey, what's up? I see that your business grew well since let's check. Good for you. How are you? You can comment on what's happening on their social profile. But this is good enough. This is good enough because they already know you, like you, and trust you. They might have forgotten about you because you didn't speak for many months or years even. But if you've done your job correctly as being a human, they should remember you positively. And be like, oh yeah, remember this crazy, sexy French guy from what was his deal again? Yeah, sure, I'll answer to that. Interestingly, in a different language, I phrase it a bit differently. I was like, hey, it's been a million years. I thought I'd just come and say hello and that's for news. How are you? That works in English too. Then we have the case of someone who you're connected with on social, but you're not quite sure who they are. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like sometimes there are some trends of people connecting with each other and then we forget. It's fine. Okay, I hope you're ready because this next one, brace yourself. It's really 4D chess. Ready? This is for someone who I'm not sure how I'm connected with. I'm not sure how I know them. I would like to find out because maybe we can help each other. So brace yourself. My message is, hey, I'm not sure how we know each other, but I'd sure like to know. Smiley face. And then I talk a little bit about me so that I give a conversation starter. For me, I help entrepreneur dads make money online. And I'm also, let's say that I have a second business as a gardener, or I have a car wash, or, I coach for someone else. I would say, and I'm also a car wash owner. I would only mention that if there is something there to be gained, if I can help that person with X. So that's one. If I completely forgot, I would just comment on what's on their profile. Hey, name. your profile say X. What do you do exactly? And I'll give some context too. I'm reactivating my network at the moment, so I'm curious. There is this great book called Rejection Proof, in which the guy talks about how he consciously went out there and made crazy requests to people just so that he can hear no more often and get comfortable with rejection. That's a great book. I highly recommend it. One of the things that he talks about there is that if you give some context, even a little bit of context, the numbers of people who reject you diminish by a ton. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm like, hey, your profile say blah, 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 blah. I'm reactivating my network at the moment, so I'm curious. Am I the only person in the world who sometimes think about reactivating their network? No, that person that I've just reached out to, most probably they've thought about, I should reach out to more people as well for their own business, for their own career, for their own art project, whatever. I'm sharing that makes sense. And now I don't look like a psycho who wants to sell them something immediately. We've covered how to open a conversation for someone who you know and speak with regularly, for someone who you know and you don't speak with too regularly, and for someone who you're connected but you're not quite sure who they are. When somebody is already your client, we fall into the territory of recurring business and referrals, and there's a video in this course waiting for you later on that. In the next video, we're going to talk about what do we do once they start reacting, because this is just the conversation starter. So I'll see you there. Let's see how we can take this conversation further and ultimately turn it into sales calls or sales conversations. Let's start with somebody who knows you and you speak with you regularly, so you went straight into the meet and you're like, hey, is it cool if I tell you who I'm looking for at the moment? They say, yeah, sure. And then crazy stuff, you tell them who you're looking for. So when they say, yeah, sure, tell me, you pitch them what you think is the best service for them or their network. Again, if you have a car wash and a coaching service, then depending on what you know about them, you would pitch one or the other. So this is what I send for Entrepreneur Dad. Let me break it down. Thanks. I'm thanking them because they tell me, yeah, sure, pitch me your stuff. How cool is that, by the way, that people tell you, yeah, pitch me your stuff. Does that feel salesy? No, that feels like a nice conversation with a friend because it is what it is. First, I thank them for that. Oh, thanks. Well, no surprise here. I'm looking for 3 entrepreneur dads. So I'm mentioning my avatar, my ideal clients immediately, who want to make their first 100,000 online. Then I would send another message. They have kids, they have a day job, and they want to develop another source of income online with purpose. When I'm not lazy, I send it as separate messages just because it looks a little bit less templatey. With me, they make it in 6 months or they don't pay. So that's my pitch, basically. Thanks. I'm thanking them for giving me the authorization to pitch. I mentioned the avatar. I mentioned what the avatar wants. The entrepreneur dads, if you're watching that, you're probably an entrepreneur that wants to make their first 100,000 online. I'm telling them a little bit more about the avatar so that it fleshes out in their mind and it prepares that the person in their mind to scan, oh, who do I know who's like that? They have kids, they have a day job, and they want to develop another source of income. And then they might be like, oh my God, yeah, my cousin Pedro. With me, they make it in 6 months or they don't pay. 6 months or they don't pay, that's the irresistible offer. We'll come back to that. Now you have your basic offer. We'll make it more and more irresistible later, but that's what you propose here. You talk about a big claim, 100K in 6 months. You remove some of the risk, 6 months or they don't pay. And then the most important part, and the part that people mess up, who do you know who could benefit from it? Simple change in words, world of change in the experience and in your business. If I tell you, could you let me know if someday you find about somebody who would need that? Then what am I doing? I'm giving you a pass to be like, yeah, sure, I'm such a good friend. I'll definitely let you know. And then immediately after, your brain is like, this problem is solved. There is no open loop. Ciao. With this in mind, how likely is it that that person is going to go and scan their network to find somebody for you? Very unlikely. If I say, who do you know who could benefit from it? That's a real question. That's a real question that forces them unconsciously to scan their Rolodex. Be like, well, I think actually my cousin Pedro could use that. Or they will be like, well, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a dad. I have a day job. I want to start a business. So yeah, I'm interested, I guess. And then you can move it further. Very important, the words that you use here. What if it is someone who you know and haven't talked to in a while, right? So you've started, happy birthday or what's up. Then you get into a conversation. You don't jump into the pitch directly. They tell you stuff and you react to it like, oh, cool, wow, and tell me more. Oh, your child is in 5th grade. Great, that's awesome. How is it going? Because you're human and you care about other humans, no matter what you say. And those people, remember, they are your warm network. It means that at some point, talking with that person was very important to you. So just reactivate that and be curious. At some point, as you do the conversation, they will ask, hey, what about you? How are you doing? And here, this is what you do. First, you give some social proof that are real to increase your status. There is a million ways to answer the question, hey, how are you? If you ask me how I am and I tell you, well, not great, we just had a big fight with my wife. It's going to be a very different conversation moving forward than if you ask me how I am and I'm like, I'm so grateful. Like last month I was in Florida for a conference. Last week I was in Germany for another one. The business is great. I mean, sometimes I feel like I don't deserve it all. So I choose what I talk about in order to orient the conversation. If we were on a coaching call, I would ask you, does that make sense? But I realize that if I do that, you cannot answer. So let's move on. So when they ask you, oh, and what about you? How are you? You give some social proof. I'm doing fantastic, thanks. I was just at such and such. Then you let them respond. And then either you continue the conversation or you go to authorization to pitch. By the way, I'm opening a few space for my group. Is it cool with you if I tell you who I'm looking for? Because by this point, you reactivated the network as you said you would. You gave some social proof. You were curious about them. So it's fine to ask permission to pitch at this stage. Even if you haven't talked in 2 years. They might actually be curious about, well, you did what? You were in Florida? Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow. So your last message would be like the social proof one. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. My business is growing. Blah, blah, blah. You send that. Nothing. The next day. Oh, by the way, I'm opening a few space in my coaching group program. Is it cool if I share with you? Yeah. So here it's kind of deep psychology. We don't ask a question on purpose to give them space to answer and to ask their own question and get curious. That also gives us a pass because if they don't ask question, then it's our turn to ask a question. Now, what about when it's somebody who you've connected with on social, but you're not sure who it is? You've made your intro, you're activating your network, and then you do exactly the same. You have a back and forth conversation. At some point, they will ask, what about you? How are you doing? What do you do? And that's your cue for social proof and asking that. And that's it, you guys. I know it might be underwhelming because it's very much common sense. But in the age of AI-generated email, messages, video, fake, everything is fake. Having a good old common sense conversation with somebody, it's more and more valuable. And as a reminder, I'm talking about DM just because everyone can do it. If you have some people who you meet regularly in person, even better. If you are used to calling your friend, even better, doing over the phone. That's even better. Same structure. The templates for this message should be below this video, whether you're watching on YouTube or whether you're in the community of Entrepreneur Dads. If you want help to implement all of this stuff, there should be a link for you to book a call with one of my strategists to see how we can help you reach those first 100,000 in 6 months. And in the next video, we're going to talk about the very scary and very real scenario where warm outreach works and you actually have some people want to speak with you. That means that you're going to have to do sales. Now, some of you are very happy about that because you were already salespeople before, and awesome, good for you. Check the next video. Maybe it's going to give you a different perspective. If you're terrified of sales, if you think that you hate selling, the next video will be life-changing for you, and I see you there. What's up, guys? So we've just did a deep dive into warm outreach, and now it worked, and you're actually going to have a sales conversation with somebody. Now they know what you do and they're interested in seeing if that could help them. Or maybe they referred you to somebody and you're speaking with that person. I'm tackling this first because I want to get rid of a lot of misconception around sales. You're going to love sales by the end of this session. Just to recontextualize where we are. Acquisition, vision, operation. We're all zoomed in on acquisition because that's the most important when you get started. You want to be connected with the real world and real people, not just in in your head and reading review on Reddit and Amazon about what you or your people think. You want to speak with them directly. We know that our offer is evolving, so it will evolve the more we help people, the more we sell our program, and the more we have an impact. And we've did an overview of lead generation so that you know the various way how you can connect with people to let them know about your offer. And now we're back to lead conversion. You have this amazing offer and it's time to learn how to talk about your offer so that people want to buy it. Let's do it. We're going to talk about sales technique later on, but right now you don't need sales technique. You need a sales mindset shift. Because you don't want to bother your friend, but you don't understand, this is my cousin. I cannot sell in the family. I hear that all the time and I used to feel this way as well until I had this shift. Imagine that you are in an oasis looking at somebody who's in the desert and you have water. And that person doesn't have water and is about to die if you don't give them the water. What would you do? Well, if you're not a full psychopath, you would probably go and give them that water because they are at walking distance too. It's not like you need to take any risk. You just need to go there, give them the water. Now, what if that person has been burned, pun intended, in the past and somebody told them that they were going to give them water and they gave them kerosene or vodka or another thing that looked like water but really burned their throats even more. Most probably, that person might have some resistance toward you giving them their water. They'll be like, no, I know what it is. It's not water, you said. Yeah, for some reason that person speaks like Rick from Rick and Morty, but don't focus on that. Yeah, I know. No, I know what it is. You tell me it's water, but it's not water. What would you need to do then if you need to save the person? You need to convince the person that this is really water, that you're legit, and that if they drink the water, they are going to be saved. The water here is your product or service. What you sell to people, that should genuinely make their life better. That should bring them a transformation. Remember, we listed a transformation initially. If you don't do that, then maybe, find a different path to make your money, if that's what you're after. Water is the transformation that you offer. This is your service. If you let that person dying in the desert because you were too scared of offering your water and hearing them say no, then which kind of person are you? Right? This analogy does two important things for your mindset. That removes the villainous /salesy /manipulative part of selling because you know that the water that you have is good and they need it. And that gives you the moral obligation to be a better person by selling your product, by selling your service. Let's come back to warm outreach, cold outreach. If you're saying, I don't want to bother my friends with that, you're essentially saying, I'm okay to give the water to people who I don't know in the desert. But boy, if I see my cousin or my mom or my good friend here, I'm just going to let them die in the desert because I know them and that would be awkward, if I give them my water. That's absurd, right? Yet that's what we do. That's what I've done. And that's what I see so many of my clients do. And then we have this conversation and that shift their mind. So don't be greedy and give water to people in the desert who needs it. All right, my beautiful entrepreneur dad friends, time to make some sales and have an impact and change the world. You're already awesome as a dad. You're already awesome in your family. Let's have you be awesome in your business, shall we? And for that goes through sales. We talked about this first mindset shift where you go from, I don't want to sell because I don't want to be manipulative and salesy. You go from there to those people are out there in the desert dying without my water. And if you don't think that your water will save their life, then make a better water. Aim at a more important transformation. It doesn't take much to change life and have people experience a massive transformation. The confidence and joy that somebody can take by learning guitar or drums. How freaking happy am I to learn the drums at the moment? My drum teacher really transformed my life. I love it. Which leads me to the second mindset shift that needs to be done before we get into the structure of the sales call. You need to sell yourself first. You need to be convinced that your water is the best freaking water in the world. If it's not like that, make it better. Help people for free, ask them for feedback so that you're so pumped about your service that you cannot wait to sell it. I cannot wait for you guys to join my program because I know how solid it is. I know that you will make 100K in 6 months or you don't pay. That's why I have this crazy guarantee. And it's not because I'm delusional. It's because I've done it with so many people. I've done it with myself. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly how to guide you. Hell, I'm even giving you the full roadmap for free here. That's how confident I am. It's like, hey, here it is. Now pay me for the implementation, for the accountability, for the mindset, for the time management. Pay me for that stuff. But if you want the information, here it is for you, my friend. That's my gift. Yeah, so you need to be sold on what you sell. That's the second most important mindset shift that you need to have. Hey, what's up? And thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide a service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. Now let's get into some sales strategy. If you're a sales professional, keep watching because it might make your whole life easier. We're going to get into some more advanced sales technique later in the program, but for now, check this out. There's this concept that I call penetrating the sales forest. And this is directly for our community of entrepreneur dads as an illustration. When you get into sales for the first time, think about it as a forest that you want to go through. The first time you go through a forest, at night, it might be scary. It might be uncertain. You might not know where you need to go. You might hit your heads to some trees. The only thing that matters in the few first sales calls is that you make it through the whole sales forest. We don't care if they say yes or if they say no. I'm going to give you a magic sentence that guarantees that they're going to say yes. That happened to me as a client 2 days ago, actually. Somebody used it on me and I was like, well, yeah, okay. But even if they say no for some reason, it doesn't matter. So let's understand the path through the forest. Because understanding this path will turn you into the best salesperson in your surrounding. There are 3 parts in the path, and I see that there was a typo here, one is missing. The first one is the curiosity. In order to understand the path through the forest, remember the best fictional detective in the world, Sherlock Holmes. When you show up, the first part is you need to be curious like Sherlock Holmes. So you just need to ask questions. That's the first part of the path. Deceptively simple, because so many salespeople, they arrive, they have their presentation ready, and then they just bulldoze through their presentation without asking any questions. And then 2 things can happen. Either they're super lucky and their bulldozer presentation happens to be exactly what the client needs, and then they make a sale, or there is like a slight variation and it could have been what the client needed, but because they didn't ask questions, there's a slight variation at the beginning, and the more they talk, the more they grew apart compared to what the clients need. So start by being a detective just like Sherlock Holmes and ask a lot of questions. The questions that you ask are very similar to the coaching question. What do you want? What is preventing you from getting there? What happens if you don't get it? What have you tried? What can you do? What will you do? Like if you know your coaching framework, that's very similar. But you're just curious, and you're curious as a detective, as Sherlock. Sherlock doesn't go like, so where were you yesterday between 5 and 7 p.m.? And then the person is like, I was with my brother. And Sherlock is like, oh, okay, cool. Now Sherlock is like, okay, with your brother, which brother? Where were you? He digs deeper. You want to dig deeper as well. As part of discovering the sales forest, all you need to remember for part 1 is ask questions. That person that you're speaking to, can you really help them? Do they really have your problem? Or maybe they have a problem which is slightly different than what you thought that you would be doing, but you can still help them. Or maybe they have a problem which is completely different than what you thought you would be selling, and you can still help them. Or they have a problem that's way out there. You're selling fitness and they need tax advisor and you're not a tax advisor. So in that case, you celebrate that and you make a referral to somebody else who's a tax advisor and you get a commission in the process and you've helped that person. More on that later. First part is to be curious like Sherlock Holmes. The second part is to be confident like Dr. Watson. Yes, Dr. Watson has some questions as well, but then when he gives the diagnosis for his patient, he's not like, well, I think that what you have is tuberculosis. And he's like, no, okay, so what you have is tuberculosis. We see that because you said this, you showed me that, and you said that. And what we do about that is this, and that. Does that make sense? Dr. Watson is a good doctor. He checks in with his patient. He's not bulldozering through the diagnosis. He's not like, what you have is the tuberculosis, and for that you need to take such and such penicillin and blah, 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 and this is the way it is, ciao. He's like, okay, based on what you told me, what you have is tuberculosis. I'm telling you this because you said that you had this symptom, and that symptom. What we do about that is first we're going to do this for 3 weeks. And what that means for you is you're going to have this result. Does that make sense to you? Yes. Okay. Then after that, once you've done that, we're going to put you in this kind of diet that you're going to follow for the next 6 weeks. What it will do is it will solve such and such things in your metabolism. Do you see how that would help you? Yes. This is Dr. Watson. He's giving back the information that Sherlock gathered, he's giving it back in a structured fashion with confidence, and he checks in with the person to see if that makes sense. The third part of the sales forest is not like Moriarty. There are no villains in sales. We're all here to add value. The third part is like Lestrade. You reveal the price and you handle the objections like Lestrade is the constable, like the police officer who just comes once everything just needs to be executed and he just does it. Okay, so the price to work with me for 1 year is $45,000, and for that you get my team who implements everything that we talked about. You get your own ad campaign. You have your dedicated account manager who will check in with you weekly to make sure that you take the account. Does that make sense? Yes. How would you like to proceed from here? Lestrade is very direct. It's one analogy that I heard once, and I think it was from Jeremy Miner, but I might mixing it up, is Lestrade is like the door guy in front of the Taylor Swift concert. We know that you want to see Taylor Swift, so you have your ticket and then you get in. You don't have your ticket, you get out. There's no discussion. And that's the energy that you have at the end. It's like, well, you've just told me that this is what you wanted, right? Yes. And you told me that if you don't get it, then it's going to be tragic for your life for such and such reason, right? Yeah. And you told me that you've tried this and this before, right? Yeah. So what are you going to do now? Do you want a ticket or not? Boom, very directive. And that's it, you guys. First, you're Sherlock Holmes, you ask questions, you gather evidence. Then you're Dr. Watson, you give your diagnosis and you check with the person to make sure that the diagnosis resonates. The diagnosis is your offer, by the way. Then you're Lestrade. You just make it happen and take it to the sales. In the next video, I'm going to give you the magic sentence that will help you not even needing to be Lestrade. Later in the course, we'll go back to Lestrade, objection handling, how we can help them make the best decision for them. But for now, in the next video, I'll give you the magic formula to save you time, especially at the beginning. All right, see you there. You've penetrated the sales forest, you know the 3 parts of it, and you're a little bit nervous about this whole Lestrade thing, being directive, handling objection, all of that. I'm going to share with you this magic sentence that helps me and many of my clients get to 100% conversion rate. Yes, 100% conversion rate. My client Marianne, that was before I specialized on entrepreneur dads and I was helping entrepreneurs as a whole. My client Marianne, once she started implementing that, she had 100% conversion rate on 5 sales calls or 5 or 6 sales calls in a row. And before that, she had never sold. So it works extremely well. And as I was saying earlier, it worked on me 2 days ago. I was receiving a sales pitch and I was like, yeah, that could be nice, but I don't know. And then the person used that and it worked on me and I said yes. So you start as Sherlock Holmes. You want to understand, what does this person want? You ask a lot of questions. What do you want? Okay, but what do you really want? Why is that important for you? What is preventing you from getting there? Oh, okay. And in case you never get there, why does it matter at all? Oh, okay. So why do you need to act now? You ask all those questions and we'll come back to the questions later. For now, remember, understand the person deeply. What do they want and what do they want to avoid? And why is it important for them to act now? You're still Sherlock Holmes. Then the second part is you're Dr. Watson. It's like, okay, so based on what you told me, what we can do for you is this, and that will give you this result, this result, this result. Does that make sense? Okay. And again, there's a framework for that. I'll share everything with you guys. I'm not holding back. For now, we just want you to get over this fear of selling and starting having some sales conversations. And now we get to Lestrade, when it's time to announce the price and handle the objection. Here's the magic sentence. In order for us to help you achieve results X, the cost is $12,000 and it takes about 6 months. Pause. When you do this pause, the person is like, oh shit, 12,000, that's much more than what I thought, but I really want it. Maybe I can borrow money from my aunt, or maybe I could take... This is why you give them the pause, so that they get in their head and they're like, oh my God, that's more than I thought. And the magic sentence continues like that. But given that insert legitimate reason. I really want you to get the results. And for that, I'm going to ask you what would be a number that would still have you get skin in the game, but it would make sense for you financially. And I know this is controversial, but when you start, you probably kind of suck at sales and your product or service is probably not as great as it could be. And your marketing is probably not as tight as it could be. And what we want, again, is to get better and better at fulfillment, which creates raving fun, which makes our lead generation easier, which makes our lead conversation easier. So we want to be in the field helping people, not just thinking about it. So in my opinion, in my professional opinion, dare I say, it's better to sell for a little bit less, sell for 5,000 instead of 12,000, and work with people, bring them value, as opposed to, well, I said 12,000 and it was okay for 11,000, so that's a hard no. Yeah, that's just an excuse, brother. That's just an excuse. What about these key reasons? I've used all kinds of reasons. I've used because I really feel like you're here to take action, or because you're recommended by such and such person, or because you told me that you couldn't afford a sweater for your children last winter. I'm going to make an exception for you and let you define what's your financial investment going to be. It needs to be a number high enough so that you feel like you have skin in the game. Because I'm an amazing coach, the program is amazing, but if you don't show up, it's worth shit. Excuse my French. I'm French. So I need you to be fully engaged. I need you to show up to the calls. I need you to take the action. I need you to follow the program. I need you to ask questions when you're stuck. And you won't do that if you pay something that you don't care about. Can we agree on that? Yeah. So what would be a number that would help you to get skin in the game so that you can really show up and get the result that you want? And that, my friend, is the magic sentence that exploded my conversion rate. I went to 73% on 25 sales calls. Marianne went to 100% on 5 or 6 sales calls. This stuff works. And it works for a couple of reasons. It shows that you care about the person. It helps the person define for themselves what's this magic number. And because they define it by themselves, they cannot say that it's too expensive. Now, what happens if they set a price which is too low for you? Well, you challenge them a bit. You're like, is that really an amount that would have you have skin in the game? Like, if you pay this, will you show up to all the calls? Will you do the actions? Even when it means working late on a Sunday? And if they're like, yes, absolutely. This is the last money that I have, or I'm actually borrowing that and taking a loan for not to do that. If they are legit, then you need to check with yourself. I've done that a couple of times, not every time, but it's beautiful to help somebody who's really putting their money on the line for themselves. It's one thing to help rich people, and it's another thing to help somebody who's really in a tough spot and like, well, okay, this is my last 500. This is all I have. And then the rest I will pay you later. Because I'm a big softie, I tend to say yes, if they are legit. If they are not legit, I'm like, well, okay, unfortunately, that's below what I can afford to be paid in order to provide this service. So what I'm going to do is provide you with a free resource. Right? And now I have this course that I can give away for free and help that person. And then once you're ready to be able to at least put this amount, then come back to me and I'll help you. Sounds fair? Yeah. And because you'll push them back, some of them will be like, well, okay, I guess I can make like the 2,000. I guess I can make the 5,000. Or sometimes they'll be like, well, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And they come back the next year. So this sentence is really magical because you put them in control. You coach them all the way to them defining their price. So go use it and let me know how it goes. The next session is very, very short, and it's about a secret tool that you can use right now in order to explode, to get much better at sales much faster. See you there. I bet you don't feel the same way about sales anymore. And if you do, rewatch the videos before and really connect with the 2 mindset shifts. People in the desert that you give water to, and be sold on your offer. Believe that your offer is the best stuff in the world. And if you don't believe that, change your offer so that you're like, oh my God, this stuff is crazy. I was on a mastermind call with Ted Carr a few months ago, and he told me, you need to feel a little bit cheated when you sell your offer. And I like this phrasing, like, oh damn, I'm giving them all of that for this price? Man, well, okay. If you feel like this, then that greatly helps you with your mindset because you know that they are making an amazing deal. Now, I told you about a tool that will explode your sales skill sets so much faster. Super easy to implement, especially if you are in our community of entrepreneur dads. If not, there should be a link below or book a call. Get a sales role play partner. Here's why. Leads cost money. There are ways to create it for free, but those ways require time, and time is money. So leads cost you money, especially predictable leads. We'll come back to that later. Every time you have a call with a lead, you've paid something to be there. Do you want to practice on them, or do you want to be ready for them in terms of sales? That's where the sales role play partner comes into play. If you have somebody who you speak with once per week, you do 45 minutes one direction, 45 minutes the other way. If you don't have that amount of time, you do 30 minutes in one way, they're the closer, you're the client, and then 30 minutes the other way, you're the closer, they're the client. You do that every week, and you apply the things that you've learned here and the things that you're going to learn later in the program. You're training outside of the sales calls that you pay for, so that when you show up in a sales call, you're better. And you avoid what we call burn through leads. Burning through leads is like, let's say that you pay 10,000 to get a whole bunch of leads. It takes you like 15 leads to get good in this particular offer. You've burned through 15 leads. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a worthy investment, because that means that the next 15 or 20 or 30 leads, you're going to convert much higher, which makes your return on investment. But if there is an easy way for you to avoid burning through leads, wouldn't you want it? I thought so. Again, to find this sales roleplay partner, you can join our community, or you can find it in your own network, because that's another thing with warm outreach. Sometimes you don't find a client, but you can find a partner, somebody who can help you with something with your business. So get a sales roleplay partner, practice that, and thank you for watching this module on sales. If you're like former me watching this program now, you'll be like, this crazy guy, he's so good looking. He skipped something. How do I go between I'm sending some messages and then I'm on a sales call? What happened in between? I'm glad you asked. In the next module, we're going to talk about what happens between lead generation and lead conversion. And this is what I call playground talk. This is when you have a conversation with somebody which is not quite sales yet, because that person comes from your warm outreach. It's not quite a sales call yet, but it's definitively something else than just chit chat about the football game. So I'm going to show you exactly how to initiate those conversations, starting from DMs, how to guide those conversations, and how to make sure that 100% of these conversations are a success. Bear with me here. 100% of those conversations can be a success, fulfilling and life-changing for you and for the person who you speak with. Then you'll have the whole process, how to send DMs with people, how to have playground talk with them, and how to have sales call with them. I've started with the sales thing because I know from experience that many people are stuck in their heads with that. And they don't do the outreach because they're like, what if it works? Oh, what if it works and I actually have to sell some stuff? Now that you have some basic of sales in your back pocket and you can rewatch those videos and you have your sales roleplay partner, hopefully, or you join the community, now let's bridge that gap. And that's the next segment on playground talk. All right, let's talk about the bridge between lead generation and lead conversion when it comes to warm outreach. I've given you some templates that you can use to reach out to your warm network to get to know them. I'll tell you what to do once you get in conversation with them. We've also created an offer that is evolving, and that's going to keep getting more and more solid the more people you speak with. And now we need the bridge. How do I turn those beginning of conversations into inviting people into sales calls? And we do that through what I call playground talk. It's a conversation that's not yet a sales conversation, but that's no longer just a casual chit chat. The reason why I call it playground talk is, well, because everything I do is for entrepreneur dads. And it's because I've actually found several clients in playgrounds because I was just there hanging out with my kids and I sit next to another person. We start to talk, and eventually through this framework that I'm going to share with you, they turn out to become a client. There is a mindset shift here again that will help you to have 100% of your playground talk be a success. I didn't say that all of your playground talk will turn into sales call, which will turn into clients, but all of them will be a success. This mindset shift is to realize that there's a lot of possible outcomes to a playground talk that can be super positive for you. The obvious one is that this playground talk turned into a sales call or a sales conversation that turns into a client. That's great. But another possibility is that you become the client. Maybe that person has the perfect service for you or the perfect product for you. Another outcome is that you and that person become good friends and that you have somebody else to support you on your journey as an entrepreneur dad. Another great outcome is that this person might recommend a resource, a book that you read and that changes your life, or you recommend a resource to them that changed their life, which make the world a better place as a whole. Or that person might need a service that you don't provide, but you know somebody who can provide this service. And then again, you refer that person to this somebody and you take a cut in the process. Also very good. Or that person can refer you to somebody else and he or she takes the commission and you get the service. Or you just have a nice chat with another human being who you are never going to speak again with, but in this moment you feel good, and that's also valuable. Or something else. There is a million other positive things that can come out of a playground talk. And that's super important to start there, because former me used to go into playground talk. Back then I used to call them virtual coffee because that's how my coach shared that with me. And I was so result focused, so transactional. So I was like this. I was like, okay, all right, let me scan to see if that person is qualified, and then I can take them into a sales call with me. And that didn't help with me enjoying the process at all. Now I love playground talks because I know that we are going to be successful. That's the first thing to keep in mind. Playground talks are awesome and you want as many of them as you can. Then the second important learning is that I'm actually going to write it down. Everyone is a lead or knows a lead. So often people tell me that they don't have enough leads, and I give them the process that I shared with you and they're like, well, okay, cool, I can contact those people, but then I don't think that they can be my clients. But as I just described, Playground Talk will give you an awesome array of positivity out of this exchange. And if they are not your clients, they might know your clients. Concrete example. About 2 years ago, I was in a warm outreach session and I reached out to an acquaintance that I met in an event a few years prior, and we exchange. He's up to networking, so we have a little bit of fun back and forth. And I tell him who I look for, and he's like, well, I know such and such person in such and such organization. They are looking for speakers. If you want, you can go and do your speech there and sell from the stage. And I was like, okay, let's do it. And I gave 2 of the best speeches of my life over there, and people were awesome. And that led to many sales calls after that. He didn't become the client, but introduced me to somebody who introduced me to the client. So everyone is a lead or everyone knows a lead. That means that when you're on a bus, when you're in the subway, all places where I've started conversation with people and I realized that we could help each other, that person next to you might be $1 million client, really. What about if the person is a lead? You follow the same structures, like, yeah, so what about you? What do you do? And then you want to make that transition. The important thing is to stay common sense and natural. Hey, you mentioned such and such problem, right? Yeah. Well, I've actually helped like 5 other people who are in this exact same situation as you are, and this is the result that they actually got. If you'd like, I'm happy to get on a call with you and discuss to see if I can help. Would you be opposed to that? How natural did it feel when you just heard me say it? I know that you're screaming at your screen, oh yeah, so natural. I know you're so natural. Yeah, I'm so natural because I practice it. At the beginning, it sounded more like, so I think you're my ideal client, so maybe I can sell you stuff. It didn't feel natural at all. So what did I do? I relaxed. I remember all the positive outcome of the playground talk, which means that there's no pressure on me, and I'm just saying the truth. You have this problem. I've helped other people with this problem. If you want, I can give you some of my time because you seems like a good person and see if I can help. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, is an invitation to a sales call. And I'm saying the truth because in the sales call, I'm going to be curious and ask a lot of questions, figure out if my solution, my program can help that person. If yes, I'm going to diagnose and check in with the person that the diagnosis resonates. And if that resonates, I'm going to make an offer. Nothing salesy about that. Now, one sentence that I've used is, would you be opposed to? That's another formula that my coach taught me. People are not opposed to things. So the subconscious answer would be something like, I'm not opposed to it. And I guess if I'm not opposed to it, that must mean that I'm okay with it. Much easier for them to say yes. In the next video, we look at this concept of playground talk and we look how you can make that happen through DMs to continue with your warm outreach. I'll catch you in the next one. How to make the transition when we do warm outreach via DM from, okay, I think I could be interested, all the way to a sales call. Let's jump right in. It doesn't really matter if the person who gives you the leads is someone who you know, who you speak with regularly, or you haven't talked in a while, or if it's somebody who you don't know that much. At some point, there is a lead. And when there is a lead, we use the leads template. So they would say, for example, yes, my friend Joe actually could be interested. He's an entrepreneur dad. I think he could be interested. Or they would say something like, actually, I think I could be interested myself. So then we don't immediately jump like a desperate salesman. Oh yeah, really? Oh, okay, cool. Connect them with me fast. No, we stay curious. To some degree, we've already started the beginning of the sales here by being Sherlock Holmes. Remember? Curiosity. Oh, interesting. And tonality is important, so I'm just going to breathe and go about an octave down. Oh, interesting. Tell me more. Why do you think that could be interesting for you, or that could be interesting for your friend Joe? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, and just curious, like, what have you tried so far? Or what have they tried so far? So here I'm asking some of the question, but not too much. As soon as I've filtered through my curiosity, I want to get into an in-person exchange or a phone exchange or a Zoom exchange. I don't want to do the whole thing via DM. And then that's the same transition that I talked about in Playground Talk. Well, if you'd like, I've helped some people like you in the past. I'm happy to jump on a quick call with you just to see if I can help. Would you be opposed to that? And here there is a variation. If it is for their friend Joe and not for them, then you would say, well, if you'd like, I'm happy to jump on a quick call with Joe just to see if I could help him. I found that the best way is if you make a 3-way conversation in WhatsApp, and then I can take it from there. Would you be opposed to it? And that's it. That's your magical transition. And then you just answer the question. Oh, no, WhatsApp. Telegram is better. Okay, we can do Telegram. For me, the best would be an email. Okay, we do an email. I'm seeing next week. I'll tell him about that. Okay, perfect. So how are you going to present that with him so that he feels interested? This one is a little bit specific because they are probably not as good of a salesman for your offer than you are. So you want to thank them and be like, oh, yeah, that's fantastic that you see them next week. I want to make sure that I don't add burden on you. So what's the best way to make the transition so that I can talk with them soon? And then they will tell you, well, maybe I meet them, I ask permission, and then I give you their number. Perfect. And that's it, guys. That's really the transition. Again, since the beginning, you must tell yourself, man, this is so common sense. Yes, if you want to get the result fast, keep it simple. If you want to profit, then create a whole package of complicated thing around. So I'm keeping it simple so that you guys can take this information, apply it, make some money, and then come back and hire me so that I help you with the next step, the next level. Speaking of next level, in the next session, I'm going to give you the fastest way how you can explain what you do to stranger and have them immediately be interested. So I'll see you on the next session. Okay, Rockstar, so now you have your offer, you know how to find leads, you know to make transition between a casual conversation into a sales call, you have the basis of how to have sales calls, and you start to get to the main challenge that we entrepreneurs have, which is more leads, more leads, more leads. One thing that will help you turn everyone into a lead is a tool by Donald Miller called the one-liner. It comes from his excellent book, Building a Story Brand, and that's also in his online course. I highly recommend that you go to storybrand.ai. It's a tool that will help you create your whole brand script and get much more clarity about your own message. My clients love it. That's a free tool, and it will really help you to be clear on who is it that you're serving, what problem do you solve for them, why is that important, what's the transformation. Storybrand.ai, not sponsored. I'm going to give you the gist of it here. So here we focus on the one-liner, which is a short paragraph that you can use to describe what you do. I'm going to tell you the structure, and then I'm going to demonstrate it with a one-liner that we built for one of my clients last week. You start by calling out the avatar and their problem. Most entrepreneur dads who want to make money online are frustrated by all the conflicting information out there. Avatar, entrepreneur dad, problem. They are frustrated because they want to make money and they don't know what route to follow. My 100K Dad system provides them step-by-step system, accountability, and coaching. That's the solution. That's the name of my program, the 100K Dad system. And a brief overview of what's in the program, step-by-step map, accountability, coaching, and then you have the promise so that they can make their first 100K in 6 months and be the super dad their kids will always remember. So again, the structure is like avatar who has a problem, my solution or your solution, and then the end results, and then a call to action. Click the link below to book your strategy call. Let's look at it right now in an example, and I'll show you how to modify it depending on if you write it somewhere on your website or on your social profile versus if you say it to somebody. Here we go with a real one-liner that we built with a client last week. Because of the pressure of high-performance work, many successful men, that's the avatar, lose power in their sex life and in bed. The solution. During my exclusive 4 days transformation program in Switzerland, they reconnect with their sexual power. So that's the solution and a hint of promise. The solution is that, okay, you spend 4 days with that particular client in a beautiful location in Switzerland, and then the benefits or the promise, another way to call that is the dream outcome, so that they can be as performant in the bedroom as in the boardroom. Boom. And become master lover. That's a secondary dream outcome. Book your breakthrough session now. That's the call to action. Again, avatar with problem. Many successful men who lost their sexual power. Solution, 4 days transformational program in Switzerland. The dream outcome, be as performant in the bedroom as in the boardroom. Call to action, book your breakthrough session now. Now that's perfect. That's a really great one. But if you say that to somebody on a plane, that will feel a little bit rehearsed. So anyway, what do? Because of the pressure of high performance work, many successful men lose power in their sex life. During my exclusive 4 days, right? That just doesn't feel right. And that's why we have a second version of the same thing that's just a little bit more conversational. Here it is. You know how many successful men lose power in their sex life because of the pressure that they meet at work? Pause. Notice that's a real question. So what do? Well, you know how many powerful men lose their sex drive and their power because of the pressure that they feel in their work? And then I pause. The reason why I pause is because I want the person I'm speaking with to be like, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, it's true that if they are a woman, it's true that my husband is like that, or it's true that my cousin Pedro is like that, or damn, yeah, I actually lost my sexual power because I put so much energy in my job. I want them to go through this kind of reflection. That's what the pause is for. And they would answer, yeah, actually, I know, yeah. And you're like, right? Well, what I do is I guide them through an exclusive 4 days transformation in a beautiful place in Switzerland to reconnect them with their sexual power. And then I pause again. I pause because I want the person to ask some questions. Because if they ask some question, they are engaged. If they are engaged, they will remember what I'm telling them and they will ask for more information. It could even turn into a sales conversation right there in the plane or in the bus or in the metro. If there is no continuation, I finish with the benefit. And I like to say that then they are as performant in the bedroom as in the boardroom. And the best part is they become master lover and some of them even become multi-orgasmic. Now, if you're sitting next to someone in a plane that tells you that this is what he or she is doing, is that an interesting conversation? Does that raise some question? Can you think of your cousin Pedro, of your husband, or of yourself? Most probably yes. Much more than if he or she says, I am a sex therapist coach. So the call to action for you is to build your own one-liner to describe your offer as it is right now. Because remember that your offer is evolving. So whatever offer you have in this stage, build a one-liner with that. Here's the structure again. Your avatar with their problem, your solution, and the benefit or dream outcome that it brings to their life, and a call to action. Right after this video, take 5 to 10 minutes and come up with the first version of your one-liner. And your mission is to share it with at least 5 people today. That can be people who you know, your spouse, your partner, your neighbor. That can be somebody who at first sight doesn't look like they are a lead. But guess what? Everyone is a lead or knows a lead, so you might be surprised. But train yourself to share that with 5 people and start to answer their questions. If everybody asks you the same question, it means that there are some tweaking to be done. But if everybody asks you a question and then they want to buy from you, then don't change it, right? Because it means that your one-liner creates intrigue and pulls them into your story, which is what we want. You now have everything that you need. So get out there, do some warm outreach, and the more outreach you do, the faster you're going to get your clients. The faster you get your clients, the sooner you get to enter this beautiful cycle of new clients, get better at selling, you get better at fulfilling, and then that helps you to generate more leads, etc., etc. Later, we'll give you some other strategies. But for now, at this stage, if you want your first 5 paid clients, you just need to rinse and repeat that. You have kids, you have a partner potentially, you have your day job, and you have your business. So each moment that you can dedicate to building your business is precious. In the next module, we're going to talk about time management, how you can create time in your week, how you can be consistent to follow the steps that I've just talked about. But first, let's address something that a lot of my entrepreneur dads clients, and actually other entrepreneurs too, keep asking me about, which is the website. You might have realized that since the beginning of this course, we haven't talked at all about the website, and that's for a good reason. I made my first 100K without a website. If I had a website, it was so bad that it was actually preventing people to buy from me. New entrepreneurs love to have the website because it feels good, it feels productive. It's like, yes, I'm doing something, and that gives us a great excuse not to go and talk with the market. This very short video is just to tell you, don't get in your head regarding the website. Go get the clients, because your website will be better if we have testimonials on it, and if you've talked with clients already who gave you their words, that we can include in the website. Later on in this course, we have a full video on how to create a website that communicates effectively your message, but you need to have data in order to complete the website. And by data, I mean testimonials and clients who've actually experienced what you have to give. If you're really terrified about going out there without any backup, then pick one social media profile and make it nice. I didn't say perfect, I said nice. Just write your offer there, write what you do, and that's it. And a nice picture of you if you have one. Don't overthink it. Skip the website for now. I know that's controversial, but I don't give a fuck. Okay, now that I have your attention, let's talk about time management. You know what to do, you know where to find your leads, you know how to reach out to them, you know how to transition that into a sales call. Now it's all about taking action. Obviously, if you've joined the community by now, you have the support. If you've joined the group coaching, you have the support. If you decided to do it by yourself, that's fine, but you really need to have some good time management skills there, and that's what I'm giving you right now. The first tool that we're going to talk about here is to have some focus time block. That sounds obvious, but I cannot tell you how many of my entrepreneur dads clients don't have it before they start working with me. What that means is that you need two different numbers. You need your fail safe, your minimal amount of time that you're going to work on your business no matter what, and you need to have your optimal time. Because if you have just your optimal time, then something comes in the way, the kid is sick, the wife is on a business trip, so you're taking care of your kids by yourself. You are on a business trip, so you cannot work on what you want. And then the whole thing falls. So decide right now what's the minimum amount of time that you're going to dedicate to your business no matter what. Even if the kids are sick, even if your partner is on a business trip and you take care of all your kids by yourself, even if you're on a business trip and it's a completely different mindset. Is that like 30 minutes a day? Is that an hour a day? Is that 2 hours a day? Pick a number that's realistic for you, but pick it right now, or pick it on a weekly basis. No matter what happens, I do 3 hours per week, for example. Pick this number right now and commit to make it happen, okay? So that's your fail safe. Then you want your optimal time. Let's say that the kids are not sick, which is most of the time, hopefully. Your partner is here to help you. Your day job is in a normal time. You want to invest as much time as you can in accelerating your business growth. If you can have 5 hours a day, then invest 5 hours a day. So look at your optimal time, something that's still realistic. Because, if you spend 8 hours on your day job and then another 3 hours with your kids, that's already 11 hours. You need 8 hours to sleep and there's some transition time. So set something that's realistic for you to keep consistently. That can be 3 hours per day. That can be, I put this because I was cold, but no, I'm pretty hot. I'm just going to remove it. Pick a number that feels good to you and that you can keep long term. That's step number one. Focus blocks. In the next module, I'm going to tell you about a technique that I call $1 Million Baby that will help you respect those blocks and actually work when you said you want to work. See you there. We continue in the time management portion of this part of the course. For now, all you need to do is to have some dedicated blocks during your week where you're going to focus on your business. But here's the thing, as an entrepreneur dad, it feels tough to dedicate time to your business when you could be with your kids, when you could be with your partner, when you could be doing something for your day job. In the previous video, we talked about having your minimal fail-safe time that will be there no matter what, and your optimal amount of time that you dedicate to your business. Now we're going to talk about the $1 Million Baby techniques that will help you to really execute on that. And again, that's fairly simple and common sense. You want to consider time with your business even if it's early on, as time with your most important client. And you want to consider time with your kids as time with your most important client. And you want to consider time with yourself as time with your most important client, and same thing with your spouse. Here's how it works. Let me show you in my calendar. You put time in your calendar in advance that you're going to dedicate to your family. Here you can see time with family, time with family. Then you block the weekend as well for the family. You put time in advance for your couple, and then you treat it as the most important client of all. Because if you don't do that, then you're going to miss out on your kids, and that sucks. I don't care how successful you get in your day job. I don't care how successful you become in this new business that you started. If you miss out on your kids growing up, you missed out on a unique experience. You cannot buy that back. There will only be this age once in their life. Same thing with your couple. If you don't invest regular time to maintain your couple, then you're leaving it to luck for the couple to last. And if the couple doesn't last, then the children are impacted, you're impacted, your energy is impacted, your business is impacted. So put it in advance. When are you going to spend time with your kids? When are you going to spend time with your spouse? And when are you going to spend time with your business? And that's a tricky one, because for now, at this stage of your business, that might feel very much in the air. But put the time in the calendar and don't call it work on my business. Call it one-on-one appointment with my $1 million client. Then treat it as such. Meaning, your spouse wants you to do a particular errand and it falls right into this time that you set. Like, sorry, honey, I already have something there. When else can I do it? Is that okay if I do it in the afternoon? Your boss wants you to do something and that falls right into this one-on-one with your $1 million client. Well, unfortunately, I'm already taken for that, so I'm going to do that this afternoon. Does that work for you? I can even do it the day before if that's better. But you treat it for yourself and for the world around you, you treat it as this appointment with the most important client of all, which is you. And that's what I call $1 million baby. You put your baby in the calendar and you treat them as such. You put your baby, your kids, your baby, your partner, and your baby, your business. That's the $1 million baby. And then once you put that in the calendar, you communicate it in advance with your spouse and with your kids. Hey, I'm building this thing. This is important for me. And once I build it, this is what it's going to bring to our life. We're going to be able to afford the car. We're going to be able to afford the vacation. I'm going to be able to have the impact that I want. We're going to be able to save lives. You communicate it in a way that matters, in a way that resonates with them. And what it means is that every Tuesday at 4 p.m., I won't be coming right from work. I will be spending some time with a very important client of mine. Is that okay with you? Yes, sure. Go, daddy. Or, sorry, but I need you to pick me up at football on Tuesday. Okay, cool. So in that case, I'll move my clients for every Tuesday at 3 p.m. Okay, perfect. Communicate it in advance so that then everyone is counting on it. And you're going to save yourself so much trouble, so much headache, so much pain in the flank, because it's agreed in advance. That's the $1 million baby technique. Put in your calendar time with yourself, time with your wife, time with your clients, time with your children, time with your $1 million client, which is you, and then communicate it with people and treat it as a $1 million baby. Speaking of communication, this lesson is all about communicating with your spouse or partner or wife or husband. So if you don't currently have a partner, you can skip this lesson and move on to the next one. If you have a partner at the moment, it's critical that you have some conversation with that person. Because if you don't, they might think that you're cheating, because investing your time, your energy, your money into building a business takes a lot of time. And if you do this secretly in your basement and don't tell them, they might think, what the hell is going on here? Another reason why it's so important to communicate with your partner is that entrepreneurship, and again, that's a controversial take, but entrepreneurship is hard. If we look at the number, just 9% of the US population is an entrepreneur, and the stats are like 96% of business fail within their first 10 years. It's brutal out there, man. You want to have all the support that you can have. And I don't mean just the support of a VA, of a salesperson, of a CMO. The support of when you sit down for dinner, you know that everybody in your family has your back. I've done it without this support. I've done it because I didn't want to share that, because that was my baby, my business, and that's not a good thing to do. So again, sharing my mistakes so you don't have to do the same. What do you need to talk about with your partner when it comes to the business? Well, Remember when we talk about acquisition, vision, and operation, that's really the vision here that you want to share with your partner. Why are you doing that? Why is that important for you? And more importantly, why is that important for them? This is a sales like, hey honey, hey honeypot, hey little rabbit, however you address your partner. I don't want to know. Don't put it in the comments or in the community. Hey bubbly bear, I'm doing this because I need to realize myself as an entrepreneur. I'm doing that because I feel trapped in my day job. I'm doing that because we can have the extra income that will allow us to finish the house, to buy the secondary home. I'm doing that because I want to put some money aside for our children's education. I'm doing that because I want to give to this charity. And you're sharing that in a heartfelt way. And if your partner is a good one, which I'm sure it is, they will support you in that. And remember, one of the rules of influence is that we want to ask questions. So don't jump into a long monologue as I'm doing now because this is a video format. Interrupt your monologue with, does that make sense? What do you think about it? What are your thoughts on that? Involve the person you're speaking with, involve your partner into the expression of this vision. And then ask them, dramatic camera change. Ask them, do you want to be involved? Do you want to help me? Can I count on your support for that? And then just have a conversation with your partner. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. Just answer their question. And if you don't know the answer, tell, okay, I don't know the answer to this question. I'll come back to you on that. Let me make the research and come back to you on that. And while you're having the conversation, discuss the $1 million baby thing that we talked about earlier. Tell your partner, I believe I need about 5 hours per week. Look, this is the calendar. I'm going to put it here while you're at work, here while you're at the yoga, here when and I have those 2 hours that I will need to dedicate that every Saturday. I know that you're home and it's important for me that I can make progress on that. How can we make that work? Not, I'm going to do this and it's going to be like that. Don't do that. It's like, how can we make that work? Honeypot. And that's it. Really, we don't need to make it more complicated than that. Express the vision clearly, ask regular questions, and ask them if they will support you in that. And if they say no, then continue the conversation. Oh, wow, that's surprising. Why not? Because their no might just be, I'm scared, I don't quite understand it. Is it going to cost a lot of money? Are you going to prioritize that over me? And underneath all of that, are you going to change and become a different person and not love me anymore? Oh, so with this kind of story in mind, no wonder they say no. In my experience coaching entrepreneur dads, that happens very rarely. Because if you're at the stage where you're with a partner and you had kids together, or even if the kids are not from this marriage or from this partnership, by this stage where you talk to me, most of the time you have a supporting partner. And if you don't, let me know in the community and I'll help you with that. Same thing if they are skeptics, like, well, no, I don't think it's going to work. Okay, why not? What do you think I should do instead? If you involve them in the conversation, their skepticism will prove to be irrelevant because they might be talking about something that they don't know about, or very helpful because maybe they give you a perspective that you didn't have. And then if that's the case, tell them, my God, this perspective is awesome. Thank you. Do you want to help me more in the business? Oh yeah, why not? And now it's you and that partner together toward the goal, as opposed to you trying to do your thing and the partner trying to pull you away from it. In the next video, we're going to talk about metrics and what to track and what goal to set on a weekly basis. See you there. There's a saying that you've probably heard 1,000 times before, so let me be like Sherazad and give it to you the 1,001st time, which is what gets measured gets managed. So as an entrepreneur dad, you're starting this business on the side, you need to measure so you can manage the progress on your business. I gave you my take on that based on my personal experience and the experience of all the entrepreneurs that I shared. Your primary focus should be acquisition. And in acquisition, after you've defined a good offer, your primary focus should be lead generation. The more people you speak with, the faster you're going to find some amazing clients that you're going to convert, some amazing prospects that you're going to convert into clients that are going to bring you money, help you validate your offer, have an impact in the world, and bring more clients. In my opinion, especially at the beginning, warm outreach is the way to go. So what do you measure? It's important to differentiate input versus output. If you measure only output, you're in for frustration because you can be like, I want to make 5 sales a week. I want to make 5 sales a day. That's partially out of your control because you cannot control the answer that people are going to give you. But it's good to have this number because then you can reverse engineer. Okay, 5 sales a day means that I need to, if I convert one every 10%, means that I need to talk to 50% a day. Okay, it seems like a lot. In order to talk with 50% a day, if I have 10% of show up rate, I need to reach out to 500 people. And then you realize that your initial outcome might be a little bit too big. It might not be, but it's good to reverse engineer it so that you arrive to your input. So I give you a shortcut. The more people you reach out to via phone call, via networking events, anywhere where you can connect with people directly, the more people you reach out to, the higher the chance you have to connect with somebody at the right timing. Because that's really what we're after. The latest purchase that I've done for my business, I wasn't planning on making this purchase, but the timing was so perfect. I woke up, and as part of a mastermind that I'm a part of, I got some exercise. So I've done the exercise and I identified, okay, I need to find somebody to help me automate more of my social media posts. And the same day, I speak with somebody, and everybody is a lead or knows a lead, and I was a lead for that person. I speak with that somebody who's like, yeah, I'm here to help people automate how much they post on socials. And I'm like, let's talk. I initiated that. And that will happen to you as well. If you have an offer that's easy to understand, people will reach out to you and be like, can we get on a call and talk more about that? Because I think that could help me. That will really happen. So the more people you contact, the higher the chance you have of falling right into the right timing for that person. If you contact one person a day, you will have different results than if you contact 10 people a day, that if you contact 100 people a day. So again, our Lord and Savior Hormozi, authors of 100 Million Leads, tell us to follow the rule of 100. So every day you reach out to 100 new people. You wake up at 4 in the morning and you contact people until you have 100% every day. And guess what? That gives results because you do that a lot and you get better and better. Now, moment of truth. I've never managed to hit the 100. I've worked on it religiously, and the highest that I could go was 40 people per day consistently. And that brought me great results. The story that I told earlier about me getting into speaking engagement, that came from that. The idea is for you to start with a number that's realistic for your situation and then increase it a little bit every day. Maybe you start with 5 new people per day, and then the next day you do 6, and then the next day you do 7, the next day you do 8, because every day you get a little bit more efficient. You get some of the templates that I showed you. Copy paste, you just add the first name, and it gets faster and faster. So maybe at some point you reach 10 per day, and then 11, and then 12. And then later in the program, I'll show you some tools that you can use to automate that even more. But what matters is that you track your input. How many people do I reach out to every day? I know it's not sexy, but if you reach out to 20 or 30 or 50 or 60 people every day, you will succeed faster. And you need to measure it. So let me show you the crazy, complicated and advanced and elaborate process that I have to measure it. Poof, that's it. When I do my outreach, I wake up and I just tick or untick it. And my goal is usually 10 a day. Actually, I increased that. Now I'm at 13 or 14 per day. And that's not much, but that's a hell of a lot more than 0. And I don't need to do it that much because I have referrals. I have some other sources that we'll talk about later. But for you, have a simple way to measure. And every day I tick that or I untick it, and then I get to pat myself on the back because I've grown my business. In fact, maybe you're watching that because you received a message from me and you gave me a boost of dopamine by having me ticking this box. When during the day are you more primed in order to do this outreach? Maybe it's right in the morning. I actually wake up at 5:15 every day now so that I can take care of my existing clients and then do the outreach with new people every day. Maybe that's the same for you. Maybe it's later during the day. Experiment and then use the focus block time that we talked about. Use the $1 million baby technique to make sure that you execute on that. That's really the secret of early success. In the next video, I'm going to give you a tool that one of my coaches called the silver bullet of leaders that will help you to keep an eagle eye from your business, stay motivated, and enjoy the whole process of outreach and building your business as an entrepreneur dad. So I'll see you in the next video. What's up, entrepreneur dads? You're in the midst of it now. You've started your business. You're reaching out to people. That's awesome. This tool that my coach called the silver bullet of leadership will help you stay in the game. Remember what all the greats tell us. The only way to lose the game of entrepreneurship is to give up. And sometimes that's very tempting. Regularly, I have some offers from some of my clients who are very successful in their own business and wants to hire me. And there are some big numbers thrown out there. And I'm like, I'm biting my lips. But I believe in my business. I know that if I stay focused, I will have a bigger impact on the planet. I will save more kids from malaria. I will help more entrepreneur dads. And I can look myself in the mirror and be like, yes, you didn't give up. You won. Everybody has their own motivation. In fact, if you're watching on YouTube, you can put your own motivation in the comments. I'm curious to read them. And if you're watching the community, send me a DM or post it. That will be a good topic for other entrepreneurs to react to. So this silver bullet is called the weekly review. That's a moment that you set every week to, you guessed it, review your week. And I'm going to give you some questions that you ask yourself there. Before we jump into the actual question, here's why it's important. It's so easy to get captured by your business and just being in the business like that. You're too close to it. The weekly review is one of the tools that can help you to take a step back and really look at your business from a higher point and see your own progress. That's what we do in question 1. What worked this week? You want to look at your progress and give yourself a pat on the back and celebrate the win. If you remember input, output, you might give yourself a pat in the back if at the beginning of the week you were contacting 0% every day and now you're contacting 5% every day and you've been consistent for 3 days. Good job, brother. Good job. And then we improve on that. The win might be that you had your first playground talk. It's not a sales call yet, but it's the first playground talk. So that's a win. Good job. The win might be that you had your first playground talk, you turn it into a sales call, you were curious as Sherlock Holmes, and then you gave a diagnosis like Watson. The sales didn't get made, but you made it this far. Great job. So don't wait until you have cash in the bank to celebrate yourself. The only way to lose in entrepreneurship is to give up. At some point, you might be your only cheerleader because your children, your spouse, your colleagues might not understand what you do, which is why we invite you to join our community because there we support each other. But if you choose not to, you might be your only cheerleader, which makes it more difficult. So the weekly review helps you to be your own cheerleader and celebrate your win. And then when you have an external win, celebrate it big time. Treat yourself with something that you want. Invest in a standing desk, a new hat, a new watch, or something that will help you, a new camera, whatever, something that excites you to reward yourself. So that's the first question. What worked this week? Second question is what didn't work? What can I do better next week? And here we want to be careful not to focus just on this question because it's easy for a lot of us entrepreneurs that we love to implement system and optimize, improve all the time. Don't overdo it is my call to action for you guys. What's one thing that I can do a little bit better next week? Last week I skipped Wednesday outreach because I woke up too late. Well, okay, this week I'm going to wake up half an hour earlier and I won't skip outreach. This way I get to pat myself on the back. As simple as that. Then the question is, what are the 3 top priorities for next week? And this you can blend personal and professional. What are the 3 things that if I do them this week, even if these are the only 3 things that I do, I can pat myself on the back next week on the weekly review. Maybe it's, okay, don't forget my spouse's birthday. Be there to support my kid for his football game. Contact 15 people total during the week for my business. Okay, this is the top 3 and write them down and look at them every day to remember. This way, by the end of the week, you look at that and you look at your goals and you're like, wow, I made some progress this week. Good job, me. And you feel good about the whole process, which helps you not give up, which helps you win at entrepreneurship. Because I don't know if I've mentioned it, but the only way to lose in entrepreneurship is to give up. And we don't want you to give up. The 2 following questions, truth be told, I think AI added those 2 questions. I don't remember them. But it's a good example that you can add some questions that are important for you. So here it says, are you maintaining family boundaries? If that's a sensitive subject for you, if you've started to implement $1 million baby and you're like, I'm not really using that, then ask yourself this question automatically. You have 2 slots for questions, for coaching questions that help you stay on track. How many quality conversations did you have? Same thing. Okay, you choose what the last 2 questions are. And if there's no specific question, you just focus on the top 3. And after that, the next step is to put the improvement in your calendar. Because maybe you realize that, when I do my outreach in the afternoon, it feels like a drag. I don't have energy. Let me try and put it in the evening after the kids go to bed. And then you modify your $1 million baby plan to fit your own energy level. All right, that concludes that module on time management. The next module is about what to do once you get your first client. It's going to be a fun module. We're going to celebrate together and we're going to see how this will become the accelerator for your whole business. So I look forward very much to see you there. Don't watch it until you have your first client. And in order to have your first client, apply the time management tools that we talked about, the outreach tools that we talked about, the sales technique that we talked about. And if you need help implementing, you can book a call with one of my strategies below. You can join the community and I see you in the next module where we're going to celebrate your first clients. Woo! I wanna, yeah, baby, you made it, first client, let's go, woo! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba, ba-da. This course is on YouTube, so I cannot use copyrighted music, but I think I can sing it, hopefully. And who cares, congratulations, you have your first client. Oh, yes, those are high fives. Yes, baby, awesome freaking job. Proud of you. Let me just show you what you've done. You've done something critical in your business. You've went from being an entrepreneur with an idea to an entrepreneur that you have your first client. You've made it to the oasis of the first client. Congratulations, my friend. It's not an easy thing to do. Give yourself a pat on the back. Yes. Good job, me. Good job, you. Hey, what's up, and thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide the service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. In this video, we're going to talk about how you can use this amazing win in order to accelerate your progress. The first technique we're going to use is called surf the wave. You should feel pretty happy right now. You've landed your first client. It's no longer a hope, it's no longer a maybe. This client said yes and paid you, and that's the reality of your life now. How does that feel? That should feel pretty good. In that state, once you feel happy like that, this is when you surf the wave. And here's how you do it. You take a complex piece of technology, also known as your phone, and you fire up a few video messages or audio messages. To who? To your warm network, of course, because we're still in the warm desert of new venture. And what do you tell them? You tell them that you're happy because you just landed a new client. Something like that. Hey John, I've just started with this amazing entrepreneur and he reminds me so much of you, and I just wanted to know how you're doing and how has it been going on with your own business. All right, talk to you soon. That's it. Notice that there is no pitch. It's short, it's not scripted. What we're really communicating here is I'm winning, I'm happy. If you want to win and be happy, join the tribe, connect with me. I call this surf the wave because I can really feel it. When I have a big win and I use this technique, I send one message, I'm feeling awesome. I send a second message, I'm feeling awesome. I send a third message, I'm feeling right. I send a fourth message, and the moment I start not feeling amazing, I stop. Sometimes it happened that I'm midway through a message and I just cancel it because it became forced. So guys, when you win like that, celebrate it and surf the wave and tell it to whoever comes into your mind. That's an important point. It's not a carefully thought mental, okay, let me just check my CRM to make sure that I've crossed all the T and that, oh, that person hasn't been contacted in. That's not like that at all. It's like, woohoo, I'm feeling so happy. Who do I want to let know of? Who in the world needs to know this right now? And boom, send the messages. So that's the first technique, surf the wave. In the next video, we talk about two other things you can do to accelerate your path toward the green pasture of side hustle. See you in the next video. And congratulations! You know what's funny is that I don't know you personally, or maybe I do, but I don't know that I know you yet. But I still have that smile on my face for you because you've landed your first client and I'm proud of you. We've just went over how surfing the wave will probably get you your next clients very soon. Now, just a couple of things to share with you. Update your rockstar list. You remember the rockstar list? We talked about it before. Update it. This is a big milestone, right? I've landed my first client for X amount of dollars, euro, yen, whatever. Update it and feel it for a moment so that you don't gloss over it. That's the first thing. Second thing, commit to provide an amazing service for that person who trusted you enough to pay you so that you help them with their transformation. Number 3, take notes of that person, screenshot messages, ask questions along the way so that you have a clear before after that you're going to be able to show to others with that person's permission, of course. Number 4, use the magic sentence, one of my clients. If you watch this course up until now, you've heard me saying that several times. Yeah, my client Richard made 50K. My client David made 50K. Now you can do it too. The more you provide results to that person, the more you can say, yeah, my client Josie here lost 10 kilos in 3 months and never regained them. Boom, mic drop. The ultimate social proof, more important than a nice website, is the transformation that you brought to others. So start documenting it and get into the habit of talking about your clients' results. Of course, you respect their confidentiality and privacy. You don't say their full name, you don't say their full story, you don't say what they don't want you to say, but you can always mention first name, or you can even change the first name. It doesn't matter as long as the results are real. I want to take a moment to talk about a part of the process that's very oftentimes overlooked when we get our first client, and that will guarantee that your client will stay with you longer and bring you more referrals, and that is the onboarding. So here you remember the 3 parts of acquisition with the lead generation, the lead conversion. Congratulations, again, you've just made the first conversion and now you start the fulfillment. There is one part here that's so important, client onboarding. Why is it so important? Well, because it happens at the very beginning of your relationship with the client. Yes, you had a talk with that person. They might know you already if you tapped into your warm network, but this is the beginning of this business relationship. And you want to make sure that this is a great beginning because that will reassure them, that will prevent any chances that they change their mind and, oh, you know what, actually, I don't want to do it anymore. All of that is gone. So let's look into the element of a great onboarding. The first element of a great onboarding is speed. It needs to happen as soon as possible. When you finish the sales calls, you collected the cash, and don't get in your head regarding the details of the sales call, how to collect payment, all of that. We talk about that later in the course. You've completed the call, you collected the payments, immediately put the next call in the calendar. Don't let that person go back into the void, because in the void there will be a lot of doubt. So they say yes, they pay immediately. Okay, what about next Tuesday for your onboarding call? Very reassuring to have an onboarding call because now they jumped into the unknown. They want to be reassured. And the first way you reassure them is through speed. The second way you reassure them is with a plan. Because yes, you gave them the plan during the sales call, but most probably they need to hear it again. And now they might need to hear it more in details. So here's the plan. Usually for the first months, we focus on that. Then after the first months, you get this, and this, and we focus on that, which usually brings this kind of result. Do you have any questions, dear client? Because as usual, we want to ask questions to keep the person engaged. And after 5 months, then we're ready to start this phase, and that's where you're going to get result XYZ. Does that make sense? Yes. Awesome. Then the next thing you want to do in the onboarding is the split of responsibility. Like, okay, so this is what I do. I told you that I would do this, and that. Oh, by the way, I also do this and that because I over-deliver. But you, my friend, you committed to do this, and that. Do we still have an agreement on that? Yes. Because if we don't, I cannot provide you the result if you don't do this and that. And that's the great time to talk about some of your specific conditions. For example, if you have like a more than 24-hour policy on canceling a call, let them know. As part of your package, you have 12 sessions. If you don't show up for a session and you don't let me know more than 24 hours before, the session is lost. Do we have an understanding? Yes. I'm doing that because I have a lot of clients and I cannot afford to block time for you if you don't show up, because that's the time that could have helped somebody else. Make sense? Yes. Okay. Then when we have our session, you need to come prepared. And, I'm starting to insert my own conditions here, but put your condition. What does this prospect need to do so that you can provide them their results, their success, so that you can fulfill your promise? That's what I call the split of responsibility. Together, we're going there. I do this and you do that. Deal? Awesome. Another very important part of the onboarding is to manage expectations. Manage expectations of results and manage expectation in terms of access to you. You can write me every day. I will reply within 24 hours, Tuesday to Saturday. This way, if they write you on Saturday afternoon, then they don't expect a message on Sunday. And if they do, you point back at the management of expectation. Brother, I told you in session 1 that you can write me anytime you want, but that I will reply within 24 hours between Tuesday and Saturday. So if you write me on Saturday afternoon, yes, you usually have to wait until the next Tuesday. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. Is that okay with you? Well, you know what? That's actually a big thing for me. So yeah, let's solve that. And now, my dear entrepreneur dad, you can celebrate because you've identified a new problem that makes your whole service even better. So manage the expectation of communications and of results. Then another thing that you can do if you want or if the clients want is the contract. Like have a formal contract. I don't provide templates of contract because the law is different everywhere. And now it's so easy to go to ChatGPT and ask for a contract or gentleman agreement that you give to the person. Then you use something like DocHub to have that person sign it, and that's it. For me, I provide contract just when the client needs it because I believe in trust. That might change in the future, but as of this recording, that's how I proceed. But there is something more important than that needs to happen during the onboarding. It's something that people don't talk about enough and that gets forgotten, which results into an increased churn. And that thing is adding value immediately. Provide them with an experience, give them a breakthrough, give them a homework that they need to do now that will change their life, give them like an insight or like, oh my God, I've never thought of that. They should feel, let me go full screen to tell you that, they should feel like they make back their investment on session 1 during the onboarding. They should be like, damn, okay, that was a great decision. For me, what I usually do, spoiler alert, I put you in state, I put you so that you feel amazing, and then we make a plan together. And we reveal a ton of stuff when we do that in terms of your limiting beliefs and things like that. And we make a plan and you finish with some super clear action steps. We do that at every session, but session 1, I really push hard to have this moment because I want you to be convinced that you made the right investment, that you did. So to recap, the client onboarding needs to happen fast after the purchase is done. You need to show them that you have a plan and ask them a lot of questions to make sure if they understand the plan. You need to clarify the split of responsibility so that they don't expect that you're going to do all the work, because you do take a lot of the responsibility, but they still have to do something and they need to know about it. You need to manage their expectations in terms of the results and in terms of the communication speed. If you want, you can have them sign the contract during the onboarding call. And the most important thing, you want to add value. If you do all of this, your onboarding calls are going to be amazing, which will diminish the churn and make for an overall better experience for your clients. In the next video, we talk more about fulfillment. How can you provide this amazing experience over and over again? And I see you there. We continue on the celebration of the previous module. You have your first clients or your first few clients. You've made it to the oasis. That's freaking awesome. And now you have an interesting question to ask yourself. But now, the time that I had for my business, part of it goes into helping and into serving my clients and fulfilling. So how do I keep getting more clients while also helping the clients that I have? That's what this module is all about. Fulfillment first. I know this is confusing because I've seen that in my clients. They're like, well, I cannot get more clients. I'm busy with my current client. And I'm like, yes, and we need to do something about that. And that is when it's time to come back to our loop, the famous loop that doesn't look like a loop. You finally made it to fulfillment and now it's time to have the loop. If I could draw it 3D, I would draw it as an upward spiral because when you focus on fulfillment, you create a raving fan who will bring more clients to you. So the goal is to be amazing and to exceed their expectation. Very concretely, what that means is that initially you want to consider fulfillment as your main marketing method. Even more concretely, that means that when you start your day, just like your good friend Arnaud here, current client should be at the top of your list. And that's what I do 5 or 6 days per week. I wake up and then the first thing I do is I answer my clients. I answer to my clients just once per day because I don't want to impact the rest of my business and the rest of my clients by going back and forth. So I check in the morning, I answer to everyone if they have a question. and then I move on. I answer clients directly, then I answer clients in the community, and then I grow my business by doing the follow-up. Then I take care of my internal clients. I'll talk about that in a future module. And then, and only then, do I answer the follow-up of the previous day. And look, it's not set in stone. If it's better for you to first answer the follow-up and then do the new follow-up, give it a try. If it works for you, it works for you. For me, when I do that, I end up skipping the new outreach. And I don't want to skip the new outreach because that's the expansion of my business. And because of the way I structure my business, every time a new person comes in, my existing client benefits because the community becomes even more valuable. And then and only then do I empty my messages /inbox zero. And then to celebrate that, I have my, morning routine breathing exercise. No, I know it sounds, but I do breathe during the day as well as I'm doing that. I breathe when I wake up, I breathe. What I mean here is like breathing exercise, doing the visualization, the priming, all of that. So notice, in terms of fulfillment first, I wake up and then immediately I take care of my clients. And sometimes they don't need anything from me. Sometimes it's just that I check their name, I'm like, okay, nothing needed from my part, and I just send them energy. It takes like less than 2 seconds and I feel good about it. I feel connected with them and they feel it as well. If you do this, if you start with your existing clients, how much more likely are they to renew with you, aka recurring business? How much more likely are they to refer you to their friends, aka free leads? As I told you that all the leads are paid. Well, one of the exceptions is referrals because you pay very minimally with your time. You just pay to connect. And if you have a closer, your closer does that for you. This session is really to tell you one thing. Over-delivering to your client is your number one marketing tools. Invest the time there, put it first. You will have a better day. You will feel more confident in your sales calls because you know that you over-deliver. Your clients will be happy. They will renew. In the next video, I'm going to talk about the 3 levers, the 3 ways how you can accelerate the growth of your business. Talk to you there. We're going to talk about the 3 levers that you can use in order to grow your business, even at this early stage of its development. Another reason why you really want to start with over-delivering for your current client is that it reduces churn. And in theory, a business that never loses customer doesn't need to add a lot of customers to become profitable. If you have like 5 happy clients, and the next half year you had another 5 happy clients, now you have 10 happy clients, and then you had another 5, and then another 5, and then just one of them stop. Well, you have a ton of clients who are continuing with your recurring business, and you can become profitable very, very fast. So over-deliver to destroy the churn. And what it means is you also want to check regularly with your clients how happy they are with the process. And you don't want to ask them, are you happy with the program? You want to ask them, what can I make better in the program? Because then even if they are happy, they will find something that you can make even better. And if you execute on that, you've made it a better experience for them because they feel heard. And you make it easier to sell because then you can talk to the next person and be like, well, recently we've upgraded this and that in the program. And again, you use the magic sentence, because one of my clients told me that they wanted X. For example, one of my clients told me that it would be great to have a community of other entrepreneur dads, which is why I've created one and gathered some great people there. Okay, the 3 levers on how to grow your business. That comes from Jay Abraham. Everyone talks about that, but let's make sure that you're aware of it. The number one way is to get more clients. That's what we've been talking about in this whole course. And that's obvious. And that's the one most people focus on. The second is to increase your price. Same amount of clients, you increase your price, your business becomes more profitable. And the third way is to increase how often people buy. If you have a 1-year-long package to sell to your clients, maybe they won't buy during the year, but they might refer more. So the increased frequency might mean more referral. I'm planting the seeds here just to underline the importance of fulfillment. Because if your clients are happy with the service that you provide, then when there is this increase of 5 or 10% at the end of the year, they will continue with you. They'll be like, I was probably underpaying, and the value is so great that it's fine. I had one client telling me, I'm ready to pay whatever you want because the value is so great. And I'm like, thanks. In that case, that's 5,000 a day. No, that's not what I said. But it's nice to hear that because that's good feedback that tells me that this particular client and client avatar gets a lot of value from what we deliver. And again, coming back to everyone's favorite loop here, the more you fulfill, the more you have clients, the more it justifies increasing the price. And then you can get away from the less strategy that I shared with you earlier where you're like, Okay, so what would be a price that would work for you? And you can get into some fixed price and you can progressively increase this fixed price. And that's all beautiful, and all of that we're going to talk about later in the course. I just wanted to plant the seed for now. Welcome to this module on troubleshooting. You're following the steps in this course and somehow it doesn't work. I take some of the most common questions that I receive from my clients and I answer it for you. Let's start with the first one, which is I've done 50 plus outreach messages and I got 0 responses. Oh boy, what the hell have you done, my friend? 50 and no one answered you? That's interesting. All right, let's explore that. This person is either writing to dead people or exaggerating a little, because 50 outreach messages with 0 response, never seen that in my career. What if it happens to you though? The first thing I would like to see is the messages that you send. Maybe they are too salesy. Maybe they are not salesy enough. Maybe they are not directed to the right person. Maybe you're actually not sending them. Maybe what you call a message is just a connection request on LinkedIn. And if you send 50 connection requests on LinkedIn and nobody answers, there's something seriously wrong with your profile, my friend. Remember what we talked about in the module regarding outreach. You start with your warm network. If you send a message to 50 friends, will one of them answer? No, I hope that much more than one will answer, because they are your friends, your colleagues, your friends from college, from high school, from whatever, from your previous job. So there is a social contract there. So if you really send 50 messages and nobody answered, that tells me that maybe you skipped the warm part and you started to send messages to people who really don't know you. If you send messages to your warm network and they haven't replied, maybe you forgot some of the things we talked about and you were too salesy, like, hey, I've got this stuff, buy my stuff. First of all, if you haven't spoken with them, talk with them with a human. Hey, name, it's been a while since we've talked. What's new with you? Then react to what they tell you. And when they ask you, what about you? Then tell them something great that happened in your life. And then say, and also I've started this new activity and I'm looking for my first few clients. Is it okay if I share with you who I'm looking for? I still use that all the time. And people say yes. And the people who don't say yes, that tells me something about their character or their life situation, and it's fine. I don't need to write to them anymore. I had once recently, we start chatting like that, and he's like, I'm looking for a new job. I ask him more about what he's looking for. Then I connect him with one person who has job opportunities, with a second person who has opportunity for business. He barely say thanks. And then when I'm like, oh, by the way, I'm also growing my business. Is it okay if I tell you who I'm looking for? The guy doesn't even reply. I mean, come on, man. I have a smile on my face on that because I don't know what's going on in his life. But as a general sign of character, not great. So it's fine. I don't know if I will follow up with this person anymore. And that's good, because then I have more energy for some more helpful people. So the short answer is, you've sent 50 messages and got no answer. Keep sending messages and follow the structure that I shared earlier. Don't be too salesy. Ask for authorization to pitch and then ask if they know somebody, not if they want to work with you directly. In the next video, we move on to the next question, which is, I've had 10 sales calls, 0 close. We continue with the troubleshooting with the question, I've had 10 sales calls and 0 closes. Okay, so that's possible. First of all, unlike the 50 outreach messages, where I would be very surprised if you send 50 messages and nobody answer, it's possible to go on 10 sales calls and make 0 close. First of all, have you respected the structure of Sherlock, Watson, Lestrade? If you have no idea what it means, please rewatch the module on sales that's earlier in this course. If you did respect this structure, have you asked enough questions in the Sherlock part? Because that's one of the most common mistakes that people do. They're like, okay, all right, so what's your goal? Okay, what's preventing you? Okay, so my solution is blah, blah, blah. No, it's like, okay, what's your goal? Why is that important for you? What happened when you reach it? Okay, and so far, what has been preventing you from getting there? Oh, okay. and what's the rationale behind looking for external help as opposed to keep doing what you're doing. And if you never reach this goal that you told me about, what's the cost of that for you? So ask a lot of questions in the Sherlock's part of the sales call. The more questions you ask, the better it is, because the person who speaks the most feels the best at the end of the interaction. In general, not just in sales. So the more questions you ask, the better they feel, and the more information you have that you can use in Watson and Lestrade. Then another thing to troubleshoot here. If you're new to sales, did you jump into some elaborate pitch structure, or did you just use the 100% conversion formula that I gave you earlier, where you have that person pick your price? Because this one is called a 100% conversion rate because it works almost every time, assuming that you've asked enough questions in Sherlock, of course. And if you did both of those things and you still have 0 close, then keep going. Do another 10 calls. If after 20 calls you had 0 close, then and only then it's time to reconsider your offer. But now you're 20 sales calls wiser. And that's a lot of wisdom, 20 sales calls. Especially if you've recorded them as I ask you to do. Because now you can plug all of this video into an AI and ask the AI, what am I missing? What's their real pain? Which offer shall I build for them? And you will be surprised by what you find. You can do that manually as well. But I find that, it's 2025, the AI is so good at doing that. So let's save time and ask Skynet to give us the answers. So in summary, 10 sales calls, 0 close, no worry. Deep breath in, deep breath out, relax. Just check the basics. Did you follow the 3 phases of Sherlock, Watson, Lestrade? Did you ask enough questions in Sherlock? Did you use the 100% conversion formula in Lestrade? Did you record your calls? And if the answer is yes to all of that, keep going for another 10 calls. And in case you have some specific questions, you can post them in the community. Okay, in the next video, we talk about the question, I've posted content for months, 0 clients. All right, see you there, an interesting one. We continue with the troubleshooting. Next question is, I've posted content for months, 0 clients. Okay, so if you've been posting content for months, it means that you haven't followed what we talk about in this course. Because yes, I do recommend you post content, but for most people, it comes later in the game. So one of the reasons why maybe your content isn't resonating is because it's not based on truth. It's not based on reality. It's not based on real situation that your clients have, but it's based on what you think clients needs or what ChatGPT or Claude think your client needs. And as such, it's less powerful. I obviously don't know which content you're posting unless you're part of the community. As a general rule, I would say stop posting content and get back to your warm network. Because one thing that you've done, and I'm absolutely sure that it happened, is that if you've really been posting content for several months, your warm network grew because people just started following you. It happens automatically. You post regularly on a platform, people follow you. That doesn't mean that they are all great clients, but they might know a great client. If it's a lot of investment of time, of energy, if you're paying somebody to post this content and you don't get clients, stop, get into the field, talk with people, use warm DMs, and get your few clients now, because then later, and this is described in this course, by the way, later when we come back into content, you'll have a structure, you'll have a system that works, and that's based on reality. So I don't want to spend too much time on this question because we'll come back to content later. For now, don't worry about it. Deep breath in, deep breath out, and get back into finding clients and making money. Next up, we have a very ouch question, which is, my first client wants a refund. We continue with this module on troubleshooting with a very painful one. When this happens, my first client wants a refund. And it actually happened to a client of mine. First, we want some clarity because obviously it wasn't my first client, but I had a client who asked for a refund once. And it was clear as hell that it had nothing to do with me, my performance as a coach, as a service provider, the onboarding. I had really respected everything, and everything was backed up. And I think I mentioned it somewhere else in this course, so I won't tell the story again, but it was clear as day that it was just something going on with his life and potentially his mental health. So first of all, let's clarify what's really going on here. And let's clarify internally, but also with the person. Hey, name, so I read your message, you want a refund. That's totally fair. I'd love to get on a call and understand better what's going on there. And if you still want the refund, I'm happy to give it to you. What am I doing here? I'm removing the pressure from the other person. I'm basically saying, yeah, man, brother, I'll give you the refund. I don't care about money that much because I never want to need a client. I always want to want a client. So I'm like, yeah, no problem. I'll send you the money back. But let's talk about it. Then you get on a call with the person. You're like, okay, so I read your message. And I must say I was quite surprised because in the past 2 or 3 sessions, you told me that, and then you give them back the results that they say that they were getting. You don't convince them with your words, you convince them with their words. Like, well, you told me that you have a better relationship with your wife. You told me that you are losing some weight. You told me that you made your first sales. So what's really going on there? And then they're going to, it has nothing to do with you, man. Or, well, actually, I didn't like when you did that, and I'm angry. And if they're angry, perfect. That's an opportunity for you to turn a problem into an opportunity. The bottom line, you want to understand what's really going on. And then you want to match that with, if you remember what we talked about in the onboarding video, you want to match that with the split of responsibility. And also the time that you've invested in that. Because if after 6 months of them, not really showing up to the calls, not answering your messages, they're like, I want a refund because your stuff doesn't work, then the answer is, you don't know if my stuff doesn't work because you haven't applied it. So I'm not going to give you a refund now. Show up for the calls for the next 2-3 months, do the actions, and if you still don't have the results, then I'll refund you. But right now, you bring your ass up there and let's win together. And some people might like it, some people might not like it. I'm not saying that's the exact script that you should use, but stay in integrity with yourself, which is why the split of responsibility that I talked about in onboarding is so freaking important. Because in the past, it was always my fault in my mind. I was like, oh, yeah, I know that he never replied to my messages and he didn't show to the call, but that's probably my fault if he didn't make like $1 million in 10 minutes. No, it's not my fault. I was here, I was following up, I was providing the space, I was providing the tools, the accountability, the system, and the person didn't use it. So at the end of the day, it's not my fault. Now, what in the particular situation where it happened in the first client, it means something very specific and very important. It means that it doesn't mean anything. It's just luck or bad luck. It's the first client, could have been the 5th, could have been the 20th. Who cares? Get clarity on what happened. Why do they ask for a refund? And I tell you the truth, once I've asked for a refund and it really wasn't that person's fault. I actually needed the cash, many years ago. Once upon a time, I needed the cash and the program was good, but not amazing. And I was like, I wonder if I can get a refund. And so I asked, and the guy, to his credit, was like, yeah, sure. There you go. Here's your money. I was like, wow, thanks. Really appreciate it. So sometimes you do give the refund. You don't give the refund without asking more about it. And you keep asking questions. So what's best for you? Is it that I give you back whatever, the 2,000 deposit that you put, or we keep working together and you make 20,000 in the next 3 months? If you commit, what's best for you, 2,000 or 20,000? That's an important question to answer. It doesn't mean anything if it's the first client, it's just bad luck. It happened to one of my clients, as I said earlier, and actually it's for quite a good reason. The guy paid for 12 session or 6 session, and after the 4th one, the client felt like my client had providing enough value and reached the goal. So you ask, okay, cool, so I'd like a refund of the remaining ones. Not great, because if the guy had continued, he would have gotten even more value. But, everybody makes their decisions, and we're here to support them. So it doesn't mean anything if the first client asks for a refund, but figure out why, ask questions, and help your clients make the best decision for themselves, which is to continue working with you to get bigger results. Next question in the troubleshooting: when to pivot and when to persist. This one is a tricky one. I'll see you there. When to pivot versus when to persist. First thing to clarify, what are we talking about here? Pivot as in, do I really want to be an entrepreneur, or do I want to stay in my day job? Or pivot as in, do I stay on this offer or do I shift my offer? Let's start with the first one. If after you follow this course, you take actions to your credits, maybe you join the community, you get the support there, and after a few months you're like, damn, that's a lot of work, and I just had 2 clients. Well, first of all, congrats on the 2 clients. Well, oh, that's a lot of work, but I just made 10,000. Well, congrats on the 10,000. Okay, that's a lot of work. I wonder if I really want to do that. Maybe you don't. Brother, maybe you don't have to. Not everyone needs to become an entrepreneur. And that's completely fine. What matters to me is that you have a fulfilled life. If you having a fulfilled life means that you become an entrepreneur, then I'm providing all of that so that you can do that. If it puts you in a state of constant stress and misery and unfulfillment, then don't do it. Don't do it. A few things to keep in mind, however. First of all, clarify the goal behind the goal behind the goal. I want to be an entrepreneur. Great. Why? Because that's so freaking cool. Okay, why is it cool? Well, because then I make a lot of money. Yeah, like how much money? I make $1 million a month. Okay, cool. And why is that important for you? Because then I can finally feel happy and love myself. Aha! So maybe we skip all of that and we focus on you training the muscle of loving yourself, which is just another skill. No, I really want to make 1 million because then I get to support such and such cause. Okay, that's different. So the first thing is that we clarify your why. Why do you really want to become an entrepreneur? And what happens if you never become an entrepreneur, but you make the same amount of money? What happens if you invest? What happens if you do real estate? What happens if you do trading? What happens if you work for somebody else, but you make the same amount of money? Are you satisfied? So think about these things, because entrepreneurship, and again, that's a controversial take, entrepreneurship is not the easiest path. By definition, it's fun because it's hard. So if you like hard, then entrepreneurship is for you. Maybe you don't, and that's completely fine. That's kind of a big thing, and that's why I put that relatively early in the course. Maybe now that you have the clarity on what it takes, you're like, whoa, fuck that. I don't want to do it. And that's fine. Let's assume that you still want to be an entrepreneur, and the question of pivot is regarding an offer or another offer. This one is much simpler to answer. You just do like 10, 20 sales calls, and if you sell nothing, if nobody cares, then maybe there's something to be changed here. If you follow the steps in this course so far, your offer should be in good standing, because it could be connected in one of the 4.5 magic niches. It should be based on real transformation that you've experienced, that your past client experienced, or that your beta clients are experiencing. So it's based on truth. And you're sharing that with people who are going to give you a pass because they are your warm network. So if you put all of that together and nobody wants it, okay, then pivot, but I'd be surprised if that really happens. If nobody wants it, it just means that you haven't contacted enough people in general. Let's say that you've contacted enough people and you have 20 sales calls and nobody bought. As we talked about earlier, you've recorded that, plug that into an AI, ask it, okay, why doesn't anybody buy? And the AI will be like, because you didn't use the 100% conversion rate technique, because you didn't ask enough questions, or because your offer sucks. It's not connected with a transformation. You're promising them mindset change and ultimate abundance. What the hell is that? That's too vague. Or you haven't niched down enough. Most often, The right pivot is a pivot toward a clearer transformation or a clearer niche. One of my clients' transformation is confidence and clarity. That's a bit vague, but it's confidence and clarity for newly appointed leaders. That reduces the scope. It's very tempting to pivot too early. Don't do it. Get on the sales call, speak with enough people, at least 20 sales calls. Not 20 outreach, mind you, 20 sales calls. Because you might sell something else in the 20 sales call. You might start with an offer and they tell you, but wait, actually I need that and you can provide that. Boom, you make a sales and the pivot happens automatically. What you don't want to do is get on 2 sales calls and be like, oh my God, my offer sucks. I'm going to do something completely different now. Don't do that. At least 20 sales calls. And that's the simple answer to when to pivot versus when to persist when it comes to your offer. Congratulations, you've made it through part 1 of this course. Great job, brother. Let's check the progress that you've done so far. A few days or weeks ago, you were here in the green pasture of day job and you had just an idea. You were just a entrepreneur, which is great in itself. But then you took action and you went through the warm desert of new venture. And maybe your past looks more like this for a long time, but then you landed your first client. Yes, becoming an entrepreneur dad with 1 client. And then you continued in this new venture and you've rinsed and repeat and got better at what you do. And you made it to the green pasture of the side hustle. And now you are an in-demand entrepreneur dad. Congratulations. Very few people make it this far. High five. Let's go. Now, in the next part of the course, you'll enter the magic house of refinement. That means that I'm going to show you advanced sales technique that allow you to sell your services for a higher price and provide even more value. Advanced referral techniques, advanced time management technique for entrepreneur dads, which is super important, so that you can be an in-demand entrepreneur dad and make it to the 100K. I know some of my clients did it, so it's possible. I really want to congratulate you on making this progress. You are an in-demand entrepreneur dad now. Give yourself a pat on the back. Yes, celebrate that properly. Go have a nice meal with your kids and spouse, and I'll see you in part 2. Peace. Welcome to this module on the most amazingly sexy thing of all. I'm talking about taxes, admin, HR, IT. You guessed it, guys. This is time for operations. Yes, now that you have your first few clients, it's not a bad idea to talk a little bit about operation. I want to keep it as minimal as possible because I still want you to focus on acquisition. We've already talked briefly about the contracts in the video regarding onboarding. Nobody reads the contracts. It's really for you if you want to give a more professional side of what you do or if the client asks for it. I used to provide contract for all my clients when I started, and just a very few of them actually cared about that. That was a lot of extra work for me because I was alone back then. I had no assistants. That was a typical case of the chair and the lasagna. Oh, you don't know the chair and the lasagna yet. It's in the next module. All right. So that was a case of me doing something that took a lot of work, but that wasn't very valuable for the client. So contract, don't sweat it. Create one in ChatGPT, reread it once, make it as simple to understand as you can, and keep it in the same thread. All right, I'll show you. This is not ChatGPT, this is Copilot, because Copilot is free and unlimited. I will just tell about my situation. Hey, I'm an entrepreneur and I need a basic contract template that I can use. I'm in Czechia and I need it to be compliant. Language of the template will be English. Please write it as if a 10 years old was supposed to understand it. My company business number is blah, 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 blah. My business address is blah, 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 blah. It went a little bit too far in the 10 years old thing, so I'm going to tell it to make it a bit more formal without adding complexity. Boom, there you go. That's it, you guys. That's your contract. No need to complicate that. And then in the same thread, I'll just ask him to create the concrete contract for me. Okay, I have this new client, Bruno. He pays 5K for 6 months. His address is blah, blah, blah. His business number is blah, blah, blah. Please use the template to create a contract that I can share with Bruno to sign. And that's it. The point is, don't complicate it. Then you use a tool such as DocHub that allows you to having documents being signed. You upload that, you send a link, and that's it. Only if the client asks for it. In the next video, we talk about legal status, LLC, and all of that. See you there. Let's talk about legal status of your business. I'm going to tell you something crazy and controversial. Initially, nobody gives a crap. Very few people want you to make invoice for them. When I say initially, I'm talking the first 2, 3, 5 clients, which is why I'm talking about this now, because you should already have those 2, 3, 5 clients. Some of them might want some invoice. And for that, you need to have a legal structure. So I'm not going to go too much into details because that's heavily country dependent. I'll just share the mistake that I've done, which was to create an LLC too early. Because here in the Czech Republic, we have like sole trader versus LLC. And sole trader is amazing. And LLC was a mega pain in my flank. That's a mistake that I've done that I don't want you to do. But then again, if you're in the US, I've had several clients who've created an LLC like that. The system is different. It just works well. The point is, create the legal structure that requires the least admin, the least tax declaration. Ideally, if they have a system into place where you tell them how much you make overall and they calculate all the rest for you, that's great. Don't try to have this perfectly built straight from the start. Focus on acquisition. One thing that's important though, a muscle that you should develop very early on, is your bookkeeping skills. Because even if you're not going to share all the details, it's important for you as an entrepreneur dad to know how much money you make exactly, where does it come from, and how much you spend. And again, here you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can use a spreadsheet to get started. You just put one line every time there is an income or expense. You can be a little bit more fancy and use a Notion template. You can be a little bit more fancy and use a bookkeeping tool like QuickBook. We went too fancy. You see how many mistakes I made for you guys so that you can save time? That's how you make 100K in 6 months. You avoid all my mistakes that I've made that took me 3 years to go through, or 4 or 5. We use a software called Xero, and it was synchronized with 3 accounts and mega pain. One thing that I do use now, it's called PocketSmith. I'm not sponsored, I should be. It's called PocketSmith, and that's very good for personal expense. It does take quite a lot of setup initially to set the categories, but then that tells you very cleanly, okay, you made this amount of money from this client, this amount from this client, this amount from this affiliate, you spend this amount of money there, and then you have like the whole picture, and that's really great. Don't worry about that for now. A spreadsheet will do. You need to have clean number that you can give to your tax person at the end of the year, and also for you to monitor the progress of your business. On the topic of taxes, I'm not going to share anything with you because I'm not a tax nor a financial advisor. Find somebody who's good for the legislation that you are in and make them your best friend. Send them chocolates, invite them to the restaurant. They need to be on your side. You cannot be just another number on their book. You want to be a client that they respect. If you have to pick between a smaller company that will really care about you and understand your situation versus a big machine that will just swallow you all, take the small one, because the more you progress, the more you will have specific questions, and it's so important to have somebody in your corner to handle the taxes. For the legal and admin basics, that's it, you guys. We covered the contract, or you can make it in Copilot or ChatGPT, taxes, LLC versus sole trader, bookkeeping, and the summary of all of that is don't spend too much time on it. But what about the website, Arno? I know you want to talk about the website. This next video is about the website. Talk to you there. In part 1 of this course, I told you that the website was something that you could completely skip. You can still skip it now. In fact, have you seen my website? Well, I don't know which year you're watching that, but as of 2025, my website is just a Notion page with all my testimonials. And yeah, I have some people pressuring me to do a new one, so I'm doing a new one. In 6 years of building this business, I've never really needed a website. So you still don't need one. If you want to create one, I'm going to give you some guideline. But because this is a hot topic, I need to remove that first. This is a hot topic because people are obsessed with website. But think about it, like, why is this website so important to you? Nobody's going to see it anyway unless you send traffic to it. Most probably people will find you in some of the content that you create, or you're going to reach out to them through some of the techniques that we talked about. So why is the website such a big thing? Why do people still pay tens of thousands of euros or dollars to get a website done when you can get one done for free by an AI? The answer is because it's reassuring and because it helps you organize your thoughts. Oh, this is who I am. This is what I do. This is how I sell myself. And then because it works as a business card. So just like the basic of admin, don't spend too much time on your website, please. In the next video, I show you what needs to be in the website exactly. I'm going to share some example, but please don't spend too much time on that, please. All right, folks, you still want to do a website? Fine, I'll help you. Here's what we want to avoid at all costs on the website. Confusion. When somebody sees your website, they should immediately be able to pass what Donald Miller calls the grant test. What is it on this website? How does it make my life better? What do I need to do to get it? If you go on a pastry shop, okay, this is a pastry. It makes my life better because pastry, yum yum. And what do I need to do to get it? Order from home or visit one of our shops. A clear call to action. Let's look, first of all, at an example of bad website. Now, I should say, I have nothing against this person. I don't know this person that I'm going to share the website of. I just Googled a random name and coaching, and I found her website. Okay? And you'll see that it's a tricky example because at first glance, the website looks nice, but it's not serving her. I'm just talking from the point of view of clarity. Let's jump right in. Okay, one more time. I don't know Shanid Kennedy. I just typed Shanid coaching, and this is what came. All right, let's think about the three things that I told you about. What is it? It's Shanid Kennedy, and it's about coaching. But no, it's about travel. No, it's about wellness. Oh no, she's a speaker. Oh wait, I can follow her on. Already I'm confused. And this is, visually, it's a nice website. It's a beautiful website. Her website looks better than my website, which is, again, just a Notion page. But I'm confused on her because I don't think that this website is for me. And I don't just mean because I'm a male and she's a female. No, the website is called Shanid Kennedy, and the call to action is about me. So it's about her. You want your website to be about your client, not about yourself. And immediately you want to catch their attention with something that can be of help to them. Let's look at another example that does it right. And again, same thing. I don't know this guy. I just know that he does a good job with his website. Notice, Michael Madhouse, that's his name. Clarity in complexity. I don't like this. Well, first of all, you cannot read it, but clarity in complexity doesn't work. But immediately I see life coaching for physicians. And he looks like a physician who has a good life. So this is fine. Immediately I know what it is. It's life coaching for physicians. And it gives me a clear promise. Turn an overwhelmed life into a fulfilled life. Simple, stupid, perfect. Exactly what we want. Now, what I don't like is that there's too many things here as well, just like with Shanid. Coaching, speaking, about, contact, newsletter, book a call. But the one that stands out is book a call. And he repeats it here, schedule a discovery call. So I arrive on this page, and I apologize for the zoom. It's a bit better like that. I arrive on this page, and immediately I know that this is live coaching for physicians. I know that it will make my life better by turning the overwhelm into some fulfillment. And I know what I need to do in order to get it. I need to schedule a discovery call. And then when I scroll, I have more benefit. I could finally feel seen and understood. I can focus on what matters most, and I can find true peace of mind and fulfillment. Those are a little bit general to my taste, but at least those are great things to have. So compare this to Shanid. What am I getting out of it? Nothing. Because humans are self-centered, when they land on your website, they really want to know, well, why should I care? How can that help me? Up until recently, I was telling the first picture that somebody should see on your website is a picture of themselves. If you help black women, they should see black women. If you help family, they should see family. If you help college dudes, they should see college dudes. But one of my coaches helped me realize that if you are your avatar, if you are your ideal client, then it's okay to have your own face. Case in point, Michael nails it. He looks like a physician for some reason. And so he features himself. So it's like one bird, two stones. The next thing you want to do in a successful website is to touch the pain of your avatar. Have you stopped to examine your life as closely as you examine your work? And look at that. The pain of this guy is represented by the picture. And now Michael is pressing on the pain, building frustration with the little things, feeling like something is missing, sense of loneliness. If this is you, if you're a life physician and you're experiencing all this crap, if you're experiencing a sense of loneliness and isolation, if you feel like you lost the real you, what's your experience reading this website? You're like, damn, this guy knows me. And there's a quote that I heard last week in a mastermind, which is, if you can articulate their problem better than they can, they will assume that you have the solution. So that's why we start with the problem. Meanwhile, in Shanid world, what are we talking about after the VIP inner circle? First to hear of new trips, event, and offer. Okay, maybe she's already famous, I don't know, but. And then she talked about my best-selling autobiography. It's all about her. It's all about her. Now, I don't want to throw rocks at Shanid. Maybe she has a different website that's more targeted toward the client. But based on this website that I've seen, it's all about her. Now she talks about the offer. Okay, finally, if you're feeling lost in life or lonely, finally, she's touching the pain. But I had to scroll a lot to see that. With Michael, it's immediate. And then once we touch the pain, we want to tell them that this is not a necessity, that there is something else. And that is the other side of the pain, which is the solution. You deserve to live a fulfilling life. And look, it's not Michael, it's one of his potential clients, a woman. Who cares? Because it says life coaching for physician. It doesn't say for male physician. So he made a great thing and he put a woman out there and look how happy she is. And boom, we have again scheduled a discovery call. If I get on this website, I know immediately that it is for me. I know, oh my God, this guy understands my problem and I know what I need to do. I know how great it's going to be once I work with him. And then I know what to do to get it. Meanwhile, in Shanid lands, yes, okay, coaching, one line that if I feel lost and lonely, what's there? And now she just starts to list all the different things that she can do. So she can do coaching, she can do travel, she can do wellness. At least it's consistent with what's at the top. But I'm completely confused. I have no idea why I should hire you for. And now, yeah, about Shanid, because we haven't heard enough about her. So I don't know, maybe she's like already a star. She's a celebrity that's, I don't know. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. But even then, let's compare to another celebrity, the biggest coach on the planet in terms of impact, in terms of size as well, Tony Robbins. It doesn't say Tony Robbins, blah, blah, blah. It says life is extraordinary, unleash yours. So this is very, so let me zoom out. Yeah, life is extraordinary, unleash yours. This is very vague and broad. It's because the guy has been there forever and he does actually help people in all aspects of their life. You probably don't because you're just starting. You should absolutely focus on one part of their life. But the point is that it talks about you and what it does to you. It doesn't talk about him. And then boom, he gets into all the different ways so he can help you with different kind of events. And then boom, who is that? Is that Tony? No. Is that Tony? No. Is that Tony? No. Is that Tony? No. Those are all happy clients. So this website is focused on the clients. So even if Shanid is a celebrity, I would recommend her if she watches. Shanid, I hope you don't mind me picking out your website like that, but I would recommend that she focuses more on the client that she aims at. Hey, what's up, and thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide the service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. Let's take that as the template for your website. When they reach out to your website, make them feel at home, make them feel like they understand what it is, they know how that can make their life better and what they need to do to get it. Then here, I wouldn't be against a line of social proof. Like if you've worked with some prestigious companies or if you've been featured, I would put it here to increase the authority. Not the deal breaker at all. The next big part is the pain. What's the pain that your client is experiencing that you can solve? By the way, it works in every industry, whether you sell coaching or you sell cars or you sell some software. It's the same structure. It's not coaching specific. So then we have the pain, and then we have the promise on the other side of the pain. Then he talks about himself, but look how he talks about himself. Damn, I love this guy. He talks about himself as the success story. Hey, you want to do this transformation? I've done this transformation. I'm the guide. Trust me, I've been there. Boom, testimonial. Okay, this part confuses me a little bit. He talks about how he makes that happen, but it's fine. The beginning is so good that it's fine. And then the plan. This is something that you need to do. You give them a 3-step plan. And look at that. The first step of the plan is to schedule a discovery call. The same thing that he asked us to do since the very freaking beginning. I love this website. And the third part of the plan is what he promised us at the beginning, into a fulfilled life. So the plan really is speak with me, we talk, you're happy. And that's always the plan. 3-step plan. Okay? And then success stories. That's really the only thing that you need on your website. Answer the grand test. What's in there? How does that make my life better? What do I need to do to get it? You talk about their problem. You talk about your solution. You talk a little bit about yourself and why they should trust you. You give them a plan. And then you plaster all the rest with testimonials and proof that you can do what you say you can do. If you really want to do a website, then you do this. And one final thing, I like this website. You know, there are women, half-naked women. I like it. And more seriously, it looks like a Pinterest page or a nice Instagram. It's nice to look at. I'm just saying that this is confusing and that's not leading to sales because there are too many choices. Nothing against Shanid. I wish Shanid all the best in the world and all the success. I just randomly typed first name and coaching in Google and I found this website. All right, folks, hopefully now you're ready to do your websites. In order to create the website, please don't pay 20,000 euro. Either you pick a template and you just change it. You look for story brand template. That's the framework that I just showed you from Donald Miller. Or you go into one of those AI websites generator. Gamma is one as of this recording, but the best thing is that you go into whatever AI you use on a daily basis, ChatGPT, Copilot, Claude, and you ask it what's the latest and best AI website generator, and you pick this one. Because by the time you see that, the technology will have changed. You shouldn't spend a lot of money on your website at this stage of your business, at least. Okay? And as a reminder, if you're overwhelmed by all of that, remember that you can just not have a website. Update one of your social media profile, as I told you before, and then keep on doing the warm outreach and you will never need a website. As simple. Case in point. But if it makes you feel better to create a website, at least now you know how. All right, guys, have a great rest of your day and I'll talk to you soon. In this module, we're going to harness the power of having already your first few clients from part 1 of this course in order to make it easier to acquire more clients. We've already talked about surfing the wave just right after you acquire a new client. I should say that surf the wave works in anything that makes you happy, even if it has nothing to do with your business. Every time you feel happy, you can fire up the phone and record a voice message or record a video message and sending to the few people that pops into your head, because that will create a great start for this conversation. Anyway, that's a side note. So we've already talked about surf the wave. Now we're going to talk about a few things that you want to do regularly as you become a full-time entrepreneur. The whole point of doing that is to make sure that you improve your service or product in a way that matters. And for that, let me give you an analogy. It's called the Italian restaurant. And yes, this is me, a French guy making an Italian accent in English. I'm aware of the irony here. Imagine an Italian restaurant that you love to go to. And the reason why you love to go to is because they have the best freaking lasagna in the world. And you've been to Italy, you've been to the Italian part of your town. In this very restaurant, they have the best freaking lasagna in the world. This is where you put the value. This is what keeps you coming back. This is what turns you into a raving fan. This is why your friends are fed up with you talking about this restaurant because the lasagna. This is where the value is in the products for you as the customer. Now, same Italian restaurant, but this time from the point of view of the owner. The owner sees numbers. Okay, I have this amount of clients every day, every week. I have this margin. And the owner wants to find how can I make it better so that I increase my margin. But this owner makes a mistake that I want you to avoid. You see, this owner's son is a great carpenter who makes beautiful chair out of woods that cost a lot, that takes a long of time to create. And the owner thinks, well, it's so freaking high quality, this chair, that surely that must be the reason why people come, right? Wrong. And you know that because you go to this restaurant because of the lasagna. Yes, exactly. So we have a disconnection between what you as the customer find valuable and what the owner finds valuable. And that's a problem because the owner is investing time, energy, wood, resources to create this chair. And you really don't care. It could be plastic chair. As long as the lasagnas are as good as before. The question for you, my dear entrepreneur dad friend, is like, what's your lasagna? What's your chair? What is the part that you over focus on that really your customer doesn't care that much? And now that you have those few clients working with you already, we can get out of the I think, maybe, and we can just ask them. And that's what I call the client review process. Now that you have a big enough sample, like 3 to 5 clients who've worked with you for 3 months, let's say, you can see what do they value and you can see what takes time from you. So ask yourself, what did they say that they love the most while working with you? What did they compliment you the most? Oh, this presentation that you did for me. Oh, this call that we had. Oh, the fact that you check in with me between our sessions. Oh, this PDF. Oh, this software. What did they compliment the most? And what didn't they talk about at all? That gives you 2 indicators, what you should probably do more of and what maybe you can experiment with doing less of. You want to use common sense. Maybe they say nothing about you being always on time for the calls or for the service delivery. Don't experiment, hey, I wonder what happened if I come half an hour late to all our calls. Don't do that. Maybe you spend a lot of time to writing some sessions review or session notes. For some mysterious reason in 2025, you're not using AI to do that, and you spend like half an hour for each session to send that. And the truth is that they don't really read it. I'm not telling you that's what's happening. I'm telling you now that you have those 3 to 5 clients, you want to hear what they say in order to know what is their lasagna and what is the chair. Another part of the client process review is, who do you love to help the most? Because, we tapped into the warm network, so we had people who are broadly in the same category, but maybe a bit different. What have you realized? Who do you help serving the most out of those people? Wow, I actually prefer working with women than with men. Wow, it's interesting. When I work with some 30 years old, I get more energized than when I work with some 50 years old. It's weird, but I love working with football fans. Don't make drastic changes yet to your whole business, but be aware of that. And maybe orient the next wave of outreach based on the ideal people that you work with. Before in your outreach, you could have said something like, yeah, I'm looking for, 3 entrepreneurs who wants to make 100K in 6 months. And now after working with entrepreneurs, you realize that, the entrepreneur dads are the best because we have the same jokes, we understand each other, just more fun, and we understand each other. So now the next round of warm outreach, you would say, hey, I'm actually looking for 3 entrepreneur dads who wants to make their 100K in the next 6 months. And that makes a world of difference for the people who you're asking to. Because in their mind, it's much easier to see, who do I know who's an entrepreneur? Dads, I know a few dads. Entrepreneur dads. Yeah, this guy is an entrepreneur. Yeah, I know somebody. So you're making it easier for others to recommend you people. We touched on that in a previous video, but make sure that you provide amazing transformation with your current clients and ask them regularly how satisfied they are on the service and what you could do to improve it, because they might not say anything until you ask. That's the client review process. We're going to do that every time you have 5 new clients or every 3 months, whichever comes first. In the next video, we're going to talk about how you can refine your offer based on experience to make it even more compelling. I see you there. In part 1 of this course, we talked about your offers, and I told you don't worry about it too much because once you'll be in the field talking with people, we're going to review it and make it better. Well, now you're in the field talking with people, you landed your first few clients, so it's time to get a little bit more specific on your offer. For that, we're going to use a concept by our Lord and Savior Alex Hormozi, which is called the value equation. The value equation is a mathematical equation that helps increase the value of what you offer. And if the value of your offer increases, you can charge more for it, which is important for us as we want to reach this 100,000. But what does it mean for something to be valuable? Well, Alex done an excellent job at simplifying it, so I'm just not going to reinvent the wheel and share that with you. It all starts with the dream outcome, aka the result of the transformation. If you remember in part 1, I told you to list the best transformation that you brought to your clients or friends back then. Well, that's the dream outcome. The more specific the dream outcome is, the better it is. So, for example, if you say lose some weight, it's like, okay, I guess. If it's lose 20 pounds of fat and drop 3% in my body fat percentage, it's like, okay, that's specific. That's the first element of the value equation, the dream outcome. Then the dream outcome is multiplied by, and you're going to like it, it's multiplied by the perceived likelihood of achievement. What the hell do these complicated words mean? I tell you, hey, they want to lose 20 pounds in the next 3 hours. You're going to be like, yes, but I don't want you to cut my leg, first of all, and it doesn't sound possible. It doesn't sound like it could work. And a lot of people do that. It's like, hey, do you want to make 100K in the next 6 months? Well, yeah, but it doesn't sound possible, or it doesn't sound possible for me. They don't perceive that it's likely to happen. And that's why it's awesome where you are at in your business now, because you have 3 to 5 other people who you can point to and be like, no, but look, they got it. They got the 100K. They lost 20 pounds. They saved their marriage. They have a crazy good sex life now. They learned to play the guitar. You point at the transformation and it's no longer I'm awesome. It's look how awesome those people are and the great results that they received. And those people look just like you. Interesting. So if it works for them, is it crazy to think that it could work for you? That's what perceived likelihood of achievement means. You help the person understand that, yes, this great promise, this great dream outcome that you talk about, it could be theirs. Testimonials are the best way to do that, but also being structured in your methods helps. First, we're going to do this, then we're going to do that, then we're going to do this. With me, that would be first, we're going to work on your mindset so that you believe that it's possible to make the 100K. Then we're going to work on your offer. And then I'm going to send you in the field talking with people who are in your warm outreach. And that's where we'll get the thing started. Mindset, offer, get out there and talk about it. This plan is simple and people can go, yeah, okay, well, it's true that I haven't really talked about my offer, and actually I don't really have an offer. Maybe because I'm not confident in my offer, and I'm not confident in my offer because I don't know if I'm really worth it. Boom, mindset. Yes, I'm worth it. I can create some transformation. Offer. Yes, this is how we package it, and then get out there. When I explain that to people, they go, oh yeah, okay, I see how that can work for me. That's the perceived likelihood of achievement. Moving on. Now, this part here, what's above the line, we want to increase it. We want the dream outcome to be exciting. We want the perceived likelihood of achievement to be high. So the more testimonials, the clearer the method is, the better it is. Now, what's below the line, we want to reduce. We want it to be less. Because this is what your client doesn't want. And that is to put a lot of effort and sacrifice. If you're like, yeah, you could have peace of mind forever. Do you want it? Yeah. And look, here are like 500 million people who are already experiencing that. So, and they look like you, so that could work, right? Right? Yeah. But the way to do that is to meditate half an hour a day for the next 10 years. And now you don't want to do it because there's a lot of effort and sacrifice involved. So what we want to do is diminish effort and sacrifice. And if we combine that with the next elements, which is we want to diminish the time to results, then we have a very valuable product. Xanax versus meditation. Same dream outcome. I want to feel peaceful and relaxed. Perceived likelihood of achievement for Xanax, super high. Well, I know that it works. Perceived likelihood of achievement for meditation, reasonably high. Yeah, I know that it works. But effort and sacrifice for meditation, you need to control your thoughts. You need to breathe a certain way. You need to hang out with hippie that smells bad. It's terrible, a lot of sacrifice. Time to results, you know that there are some people who meditate 20 years and they still feel cranky. So it might take a lot of time and you're not even sure, which diminishes the perceived likelihood of achievement. Xanax, yes, I'm very capable of taking a pill. Zero effort and sacrifice. Time to results. I mean, I've never taken Xanax in my life, but I think it's like 2 to 5 minutes. You start to feel it. So it's great. And that's why Xanax is a multi-billion-dollar industry and meditation is just a multi-million-dollar industry. So now think about it through the lens of your offer. Because now you are in the real world helping real people who give you real high five or virtual high five. And they tell you how great it is to work with you. And they talk about their lasagna, not your chair. What's the real dream outcome that they're after? Maybe there's a dream outcome that you brought to some of them that's even higher to what you thought was initially possible. That's awesome. So we can increase that. The perceived likelihood of achievement. Are you capturing your testimonials as I showed you in part 1? Are you making screenshot of excited messages that your client sent you? If not, do it because that helps a lot for the perceived likelihood of achievement. Now that you've helped 3 to 5 people, can you explain in a simpler way how you help those people? Because again, that increases the perceived likelihood of achievement. What is something that you can diminish the amount of effort and sacrifice for your client? Book the call for them instead of having them book it, whatever. And very important, time to results. Have you found a way to bring them a big win very early on? Yes, you promise them a certain result after 3 or 6 months, that's great. But have you found a way to bring them a big result in their first week or in their first day even? So that they're like, oh boy, that's amazing. Think about all of that through the lens of those first few clients that you have. Because now it's okay to go deeper because it's not just here, it's out there based in your real clientele and their real feedback. make a new version of your offer and post it if you're a community member. And if you're curious about the community, there must be a link below, so click on it. Now that you're in this groove, you want to do this review that we talked about every 3 months or every time you have like 5 new clients. Don't do it for every new client because otherwise you're spending too much time in vision as opposed to where your focus should still be, which is acquisition. But once every 5 clients or every 3 to 6 months is a good frequency. And let's just recap what you want to do when you do this review. Think about the Italian restaurants. What's their lasagna versus your chair? What is it that they value as opposed to what you think they value? And correct for that. Look at your best clients. Who are they and why do you like working with them so much? And which kind of transformation did you bring them? What did they tell you exactly that they want more of, less of? Have you asked regularly how you can make it better? Refine your ideal clients based on the previous thing and use that for the next round of warm outreach. I've went from coaching people to creatives, then I pivoted to professional who are also creative than just professional. Then I realized that among professionals, I had much more fun and brought much more result to entrepreneurs as opposed to employees who want to stay employee. So I focused on entrepreneur. And then after a while, I realized that among entrepreneur, I was most qualified to help entrepreneur dads because I'm an entrepreneur dad myself. So, people, professional, entrepreneur dads, and who knows, maybe next year I'll be a entrepreneur dads in the service industry. And once you've done all of that, increase the value of your offer, make it more specific, reduce the time that it takes for clients to get results, reduce the effort, and increase the price at the same time. 3 to 6 months or every new 5 clients. All right, I'll see you in the next video. All the ways how you can bring your reviewed offer to a lot of people. We've talked about that in part 1. We're going to review what we've saw and expand on it. And after that, we're going to talk about our recommended path. You remember from Alex, we can reach out to people one-on-one, or we can reach out to people one-to-many. And we can reach out to people who know us, or we can reach out to people who don't know us yet. And that gives us 4 categories. If you reach out one-on-one to people who know us already, this is warm outreach. One-on-one to people who don't know us yet, this is cold outreach. One-to-many to people who know us, this is content. And there's an asterisk because with reels being showed to people who don't know us, it's a little bit on the borderline. But the idea is that you show your content to your subscribers and your followers so they know you. And finally, one-to-many for people who don't know you yet. This is paid ads. So we focused most of part 1 of this course on warm outreach, and we're going to go back to warm outreach later with some advanced technique. There are 4 more categories that we haven't talked about. Let's review them immediately and then make a choice. Referrals means that your clients are so happy that they bring you more clients. Very important. We'll talk about that later in this part of the course. Affiliate can mean 2 things. Either that you are an affiliate for somebody, let's say that you have a productivity channel with millions of viewers and a productivity app reaches out to you and they want you to sell their product. You put an affiliate link below your YouTube video, people click on this link, you get a little bit of money, and that's great for them because they get clients. That's great for you because you get money. That's great for your viewers because you provide them a tool that hopefully you believe in. That's the first kind of affiliate. The one that interests us more is when somebody, maybe they are not your clients, they are not really your friend, but they believe in the quality of the service that you offer. They bring you clients and they take a cut in the process. Then employee, fairly self-explanatory. Hopefully you pay somebody to do one of the other 4 that we talked about. You pay somebody to do your warm outreach, your cold outreach, your content, or your paid ads. And agency, you also pay, but outside of your organization. Typically, you want to hire agency who are better than you, better than what you can do, so that you learn from their expertise as well. Employees and SOPs are part of a different course geared more towards CEOs and people with established team. I might drop a few information about that, but that's not going to be the focus in this course. The next video, I show you exactly how those different elements work together. In this video, we talk about how to combine the various lead generation tools that I talked about in the previous video and how to multiply their effect. You already know the power of warm outreach. What if there was a way for your warm outreach to touch more people, for those people to trust you in advance, and when you do the outreach, for those people to know what you're going to talk about? Well, there is a way, and this way is content. Let's say that you do your warm outreach on Facebook because you're a dad. Potentially, you reach out to people who haven't spoken with you in many years. And when you reach out, what do you think they're going to do? That's right, they might check your profile before. So if on your profile they see a bunch of political posts, picture of your kids, you doing jet ski and whatnot, they might not really associate you with, oh my God, I want to hire this guy. Or I know somebody who needs what this guy has. They will associate you as, well, okay, that's an old friend from high school, I guess. It's cool that he reaches out. Now, if they check your profile and they see 5 posts in a row about how you can lose weight using the power of vegan nutrition, or 5 posts on how at 20% leads in their business, they will associate you with this. And that's what content does. Content is your main tool if you want to build let me write it down, personal brand. You might say, but I don't want a personal brand, I just want clients. Yeah, and your clients will do their due diligence at various degree of intensity, but they will check you out. Who's this guy? Who's this dad who wants to sell me something? Or who's asking me if I know somebody who, and they will check your profiles. And they will check the content that you've posted. Remember the niches that we talked about initially. Money niche, relationship niche, chronic pain, beauty niche, and hobby. People expect to see this kind of content on your profile. And I know that's simplistic, but so many people don't do that. So if it was for this reason alone, content helps you with your personal brand and make better warm outreach. But it does something even better. Because if you repurpose your content properly, it will bring you new people. It will work as a lead magnet for you, literally. And so that gives you more people to do warm outreach to. And that's why I recommend content. Alex recommends content. Everybody recommends content. Even the people who are in the cold desert of abundance, they recommend content because content makes all the other lead generation tool better. With good content, your warm outreach works better. We've talked about that. But with good content, it makes your cold outreach better because that person who you reach out to cold, they will check you out and see good content. It makes your ads better because, again, that person who's never heard of you in their life, what are they going to do after you pitch them something through an ad? They're going to be like, who's this guy? And they are going to check your content, check your socials. So I would argue that once you have this basis of first clients who pay you so that you're connected with the real market, content is the most logical next step. And I know that there are some hardcore ads people there and cold outreach people who will tell me that I'm wrong. Whatever works for them is great. Me, from my experience, what I've seen with myself, with my clients, content is a fantastic next step to accelerate your warm outreach. And another tool is referral. So we have a whole module that talks about referral, how you can not just hope that your current clients will refer you others, but how you can develop a technique for that so that you get referrals regularly and predictably. Now remember, the reason why we focus on these 3 in particular and not all of them is because as an entrepreneur dad, you have very little time available. So already splitting that into those 3 can be challenging because you still have the same time available to do your lead generation. That's why I don't recommend going through paid ad and cold outreach at this point. In this next video, we're going to talk about referrals and how to turn that into a predictable lead generation tool. See you there. What if there was a way for you to add between 30 and 50% more clients every year without adding any additional marketing cost? Sounds good? All right. That's what referral is all about. And I know what you're going to tell me. Oh no, but I already do referral. Clients send me referrals, every 2 or 3 months, and that's great. Yes, you're right. That's great. Happens to me too. What I'm talking about is a referral system where you proactively take control of how you interact with your current clients to make the amount of new leads that they're going to send you predictable. First of all, why are referrals so much better than the rest? Well, because according to statistics, they convert 5 times more than cold outreach. 5 times more. So you don't need to be a magic salesperson in order to make a great living and reach your 100,000 as long as you take care of this referral system. Another great thing about referral is that they pre-qualify themselves through the referrer. And you'll see based on the question that we ask, and I'm going to share the questions in a moment, people won't send you somebody that they would be ashamed of. It's a little bit like when you bring a colleague to work with you. You wouldn't bring somebody who's going to embarrass you by the low quality of their work, because then that falls back on you. Well, your clients are the same. They don't want to bring someone in to work with you if that someone is horrible. And good people know good people. So your clients who are good people, because you've selected them, they will bring you good people as well. Hopefully I made the case for referrals. Now let's talk about one thing you absolutely need to do if you want referrals to be possible at all. And that is to take care of your clients. If you remember, in part 1, I talked about the structure of the day. We want to keep this structure. We want to start the day by serving our clients. Maybe they need extra resources. Maybe they need a check-in. Maybe you told them that you would do something for them. Walk the talk and take care of them so that they are happy. This is the precondition. They are not going to refer you to anyone if they are not happy. So as a reminder, fulfillment is your first marketing tool. Do great work and your business will grow. If there's just one thing that I've done marketing-wise these past 5 years, it's doing great work. And I don't mean that I'm the best in the world and stuff like that, but doing serious work where I always ask myself, what do they need? What's their lasagna? What's my chair? And focused on their lasagna and walk the talk. As part of that, as I was mentioning in one of the previous videos, you want to ask regularly for your current clients what you can do to make it better. Because that also opens the door to them telling you, well, actually, you know what, you did that and I didn't think that was quite right. I would have preferred if you do that. And then you take the feedback, you say thank you, and you act on it. All right, so let's jump into the referral system, which is very simple as ABC, one would say. We're going to divide your clients into 4 categories. A, B, C, and D. Hope you guys follow so far. Your A clients, those are your rock stars. And you ask them for referrals every month. That might look like a lot, but don't worry. If you start your day by serving them, they will be happy to refer you over and over again. Why? Because they feel more and more associated to you, to your tribe, and they know that they can trust you. And so they are excited to bring new people to you. Just like you're so excited to bring new people to your Italian restaurant because of the lasagna. Boom, that's the same. You'll be there satisfied, which means that you will ask for referral once a quarter. You'll see there the question mark. We're going to talk about them in a second. And your D, that comes from don't bother asking. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Ds, they are not satisfied with your work. It's just that it's not in their nature or they are not used to recommend Italian restaurants or service provider. So don't bother. It might happen that they change over time, that you provide so much value that one day they're like, you know, I have my cousin and I think that you could help them. Boom, that's awesome. And that's actually very powerful because they are not used to make referral. When they do, it's usually more powerful for the people who receive that. And once they start referring, then you can move them into category B, for example. Now, what about the C and why do we have a question mark here? Well, it's because the C, we don't know where they are yet. They could be either a B or a D. Consider that they are B and based on their reaction, see whether they are A, B, or D. That's it for the classification. And in the next video, we're going to talk about how exactly to ask for referral. See you there. All right, so you're convinced that referral is an amazing source of leads that you might have underutilized until now, and you want to do something about it. You know your 4 categories of clients so that you know how frequently you should ask, and now you want to know, what the hell do I ask? There are a few moments which are key for when to ask for referral. Number 1 is when your clients come to you with a big win. They've lost the 5 kilo. They broke through a level that they thought they wouldn't go below. They made their first sales. They managed to diminish their infrastructure cost. Whatever it is that they come to you happy about, you're like, great, awesome, amazing. Hey, who else do you know who needs to benefit from this kind of results? What do you mean? Well, I know that good people know good people, and I know that you're getting results, right? Yes, I am. Right. So I'm asking you, who do you know who would need to get the same kind of results than you do? The whole point is you catch them when they're in a peak state, when they're excited, when they're like, oh my God, this is amazing, this work together that we do. And you're like, yes. So who else? That's one way. If they didn't have a big win in their result, first of all, ask yourself, why? What's going on? And then you ask them from 1 to 10, how satisfied are you with the service so far? And if they tell you 9 or 10, you're like, oh, great. Why? They give you something, and then you ask one more level of, and which part specifically do you find the most value in? And then let's say that they say accountability, or they say support, or they say the clarity in the steps that you have me go through. Then you ask, fantastic. Who else do you know who could benefit from this kind of clarity and accountability? And then they will pause and think about it. And at the end of the session, so can I ask you next time to come back with 3 or 4 names of people who could also benefit from what we do here? And because they've told you that they are at a 9 or 10, it wouldn't make sense for them to tell you this and then not look into their Rolodex to bring you some more people. Now, if they tell you anything less than 9, then you'll want to be, fantastic, thank you so much for the feedback. What do I need to do so that next time I ask you, it's a 10? And that comes back to what we talked about earlier, providing amazing value to your clients, providing amazing lasagna to our clients is the number 1 marketing tool. Because if they get massive value with you, given that you make them a good offer to continue, why wouldn't they continue with you? Doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't they refer somebody else? Doesn't make sense. Then another time where you can ask for referrals is when you record a testimonial. And we talked about that in part 1, because they've just spent 20 minutes telling you how great you are, how much your service helped, and then like, fantastic, who else do you know who could benefit from that? And another one that I use less, I'm not saying that you shouldn't use it, it's just I realize as I'm recording this that I could use that more, is when everything is normal, going through the flow, saying something like, you know that I'm always looking for entrepreneur dads who want to make their 100K, right? Yeah. So could you come up with like 3 or 4 names of people who could benefit from that? It's less powerful because it's not connected with the emotional high, but it's still a good thing to ask regularly, especially for your A-lister. I tried to do an A, but does it look like an A? Okay, with some imagination, it looks like an A. With your A-listers who love to recommend you people. Because you need to learn to ask in different ways too. The next part is you want to make it easy for them to give you referrals. So you ask for names, first of all. Then once they give you a name, you go, fantastic. Why do you think this person could benefit from it? And if you can, you ask an extra question after, which is, okay, have they tried anything to solve this issue in the past? And you let the person convince you that this is a great referee. And then you ask, well, I really appreciate you thinking of that person. Could you make a 3-way conversation on WhatsApp or on Telegram so that we're connected? Here's why the 3-way communication is so much better. Because otherwise, here's what needs to happen. They need to contact the person they want to refer. Hey, is it okay if I connect you with this 3rd person that you don't know? I don't know why. Well, because, he wants to sell something. Oh, no, it's okay. I don't want to speak with anyone. Now, if they make a connection and it's your clients, your A-lister, or your clients who refers, it's you from a place of high value and strength because you're referred by your A-lister. And that's the 3rd person who knows that he can trust because of this triangle. How much easier is that than to transition that into a sales call? Answer, much easier. If it's not possible, then ask for a 3-way intro via email. Me personally, I prefer direct message over email just because it's more casual. But if email is the only way, if the pain is big enough for the other person, then do it. And here, because of the strength of the referral, you can skip the virtual coffee and invite them directly into a strategy session / sales calls. So you want to make it super easy for the person who refer you to refer you. You don't want them to turn into a salesperson for you yet. Later, you might bring them into your organization, but that's a different story. For now, you just want to tell them exactly what to do. Hey, who do you know who could benefit from X? Oh, Bob could. Great. Why do you think Bob could benefit? Oh, because blah, blah, blah. And is it important for Bob? Has he even tried to do something about that? Well, actually, yeah, he hired a coach 2 years ago, but it didn't work. Great. Could you do a 3-way conversation for us just to see if I can help? Boom. And now you have a very, very hot referral. You want to follow up both with the person who referred you. Hey, I just sent a message to John. Thanks so much for making the connection. And then you want to follow up with John directly until he gets on the call. And which is really cool is that John and your clients, they know each other. So your clients will put some pressure on John to get on a call with you. So that's like the nice cherry on the cake. Referrals, guys, it's the bomb. Use it, overuse it, follow this system so that you ask regularly and have a great time increasing your sales by 30 to 50%. In part 1 of this course, we've talked about sales. I walked you through a few mindset shifts that could help you sell without having almost any techniques. I told you about the concept of the sales forest. The first time you go through the forest, you might hit your face somewhere because you go through this forest at night. And I've also divided the path through this forest into 3 different parts. Sherlock, where you ask a lot of questions. Dr. Watson, where you reveal the diagnosis with confidence and check in with the person that you got it correctly. And then Lestrade, where you help the person make the decision to move forward. In this module, we're going to go deeper into sales, which will ultimately allow you to increase your price and be looking forward for your sales calls. Would you like that? Awesome. Before we do that, there is a ritual that we want to do before each sales calls that we call the pre-call reset or pre-game ritual. This is important because this is 100% under your control and that will help you with a ton of things that you would have to control manually otherwise. Here's what I mean. Imagine that you make a sale with somebody and then it just so happened to be that you have a next sales call coming up. How would you feel coming into this sales call? Pretty good, right? Now imagine that you have a sales call and right before you've just learned that your dog died. I'm sorry, I hope it doesn't hit too close to home. My dog died a few years ago and that was really hurtful. But let's imagine that you go to this sales call and you just got bad news. Which state would you be in? Or you get into these sales calls and you've just lost the last 3 sales calls before. Which kind of state would you be in? Would that have an influence on your performance as a salesperson? Of course it would. That's why we talk about the pre-call ritual. Mine is fairly simple. I gather the information that I have on the person. What do I know about them, about their business? What information did they send me in their form? Or what information can I find on their social? Just so that I have a mental image of who this person could be and maybe make a reference, if appropriate, in order to build rapport. When the time allows it, make your basic research so that you're prepared. Then review your script. Review the different parts. Sherlock, Watson, Lestrade, everything that we're going to talk about. Go through that and remind yourself of one thing you can do better than in your last sales calls. Maybe you didn't ask enough questions in your last sales call. So now in this call, make it your mission to ask more questions and deeper questions in the Sherlock phase. And I'm going to give you more questions to ask in the next video. And then the most important thing, even if you skip 1 and 2, don't skip this third part of the pre-call ritual. Change your state. Stand up, drink some water, jump up and down, listen to Beyonce, listen to whatever pumps you up. Make yourself in a great mood and see yourself crushing this call. See yourself celebrating because you've just closed the sales. And it's a big one too, 5K, 45K, 250K, I don't know what you sell. It's a big one and you've just made it. Yes! And get into this state before you start the call. Because the state in which you are when you enter the call will influence the other person. And that's it. Review the info that you have on the person, if time permits. Review the script and find something that you can do better than last time, if time permits. But even if time doesn't permit, change your state before every call and you will close more sales and you will thank me later. In the next video, we get deeper into Sherlock. See you there. In this video, we go deeper into the first part of your sales calls, the first part of the sales forest, which is Sherlock, the part where you ask some questions. This is the Entrepreneur Dads community where I put all the online resources. If you're interested in joining the community and having help implementing everything that we talk about, there is a link below. Now let's jump into Sherlock. So what I told you earlier is that Sherlock is a detective who asks questions. Which kind of questions do we want to ask? What do you want to achieve? What has been preventing you from achieving so far? What's the situation now? What happens if you never reach this goal? What have you tried in the past? There are all some questions that you can ask roughly in that order. But the most important thing is that you are present with the person that you're talking to, because they are going to give you the keys to the castle in the form of some certain words. And that's what this part is about. As a detective, you don't want to stay surface level. You want to go deep. So the moment they say something like hard or stressed or irritated or frustrated, you want to do what I call catch the pain. The moment they say one of these words, you want to start this sequence. Hold on, what do you mean by frustrated? Oh, frustrated because blah, 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 blah. And how long has it been going on? Oh, 3 years. 3 years? Wow. And does it have an impact on you personally? Oh, yes, you bet it has because blah, 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 blah. And let's say that if we were to work together and we solve this problem that's making you frustrated, what else would prevent you from achieving your goal? Well, I guess there would be this and that, and that, and that. And then you can just repeat this sequence. What have I done? The person gives us a pain words or a pain situation, like angry, frustrated, losing sales, low retention, or nobody buy my course. Hold on. What do you mean by nobody buys your course? Hold on, what do you mean by frustrated? And notice the way I ask it too. It's not, hold on, what do you mean by frustrated? This comes from one of the best salesperson in the world, by the way, Jeremy Miner, who's all about tonality. When the prospect gives you the keys to the castle like that, you really want to be, hold on, what do you mean by you'd never see your children? Well, blah, 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 blah. And how long has it been going on? Because you want to press on the pain. You want to have them tell them that this sucks in their life and then it's been going on for freaking 6 years. When they tell you the length, you want to express whatever you feel. Well, it's been like that for 2 months. Oh, okay. So I guess it's not that bad that you haven't seen your children for 2 months. No, what do you mean it's not that bad? Of course it's bad. Oh, okay. Or, well, it's been like that for 3 years. For 3 years? Wait, it's been 3 years that you haven't seen your children. Yeah. Does it have an impact on you, like personally? No. Again, notice my tonality. I'm not like, does it have an impact on you personally? I'm just reading that from a script. You're slowing down. You might stutter. And does it have like an impact on you personally? Because when you slow down like that, you put them in their feeling. You have them experience it even more. You caught the pain words or pain situation. You ask how long it lasted, and now you're pressing even more by asking, but yeah, does it have an impact on you? 4 is optional. Me personally, I don't really use it anymore. And 5 is important because you do 2 things. You plant in their head that if they work with you, this horrible, horrible feeling that they just experienced will go away. So yeah, say we work together and we help you to grow your business and you could spend time with your family. What else would prevent you from making those 100,000? Say we work together and finally you don't have this pain in your knee. What else could prevent you from running this marathon or from being the inspiring leaders that you want to be. And here you use the goals that you captured when you were asking questions. And now you understand why it's so important to ask questions as Sherlock. It's not just to tick box, it's to have material that you can use later in the conversation. And very important here, use their exact words. If their goal is, I want to be an inspiring leader for my community, even if for you it doesn't resonate, when you mention the goal, you say, being an inspiring leader for your community. And that's it. From there, you plant the seed that you're going to help them with that, and you naturally go into their next issue. Well, there's also the thing that, with my wife, it's so difficult to communicate. And then you start again the sequence. Hold on. Oh, what do you mean by it's so difficult to communicate? You told me that you have a great couple. Well, yeah, but she gets angry and then that makes me angry. Oh, okay. And how long has it been going on? And you go through the same cycles. And at some point, if you continue with these cycles, then they're going to say, no, I think that's, if we take care of everything, then there's nothing that prevents me from reaching my goal. And then internally, you're like, boop, champagne, woo! Because you've effectively gathered everything that you need in order to present your offer in the best possible way. Or you've realized, well, you know what that person needs, I cannot help them with that. But maybe I know somebody who can. But most of the time, if you've done your marketing correctly, the kind of people who comes to you, you will be able to help them. So right now you can celebrate and move on to the next video where we're going to talk about what's on and how to present your offer like a doctor with confidence and just checking in. See you there. Congratulations, Sherlock. You've asked questions to the person in front of you and you've captured a clear goal, what's preventing them from getting there, and more importantly, you captured a few pains. So before we get into Dr. Watson, who's going to provide the diagnosis, in other words, present your offer, let's talk about what if the person has too many problems. Oh, my wife, and my time, and my health, and the economy, and the war, and Bitcoin, no. Okay. You want them to tell you what are the three most important. So what would you say are the top 2 or 3 that once we work through them, will help you to get to your goal? Or, definitively the wife and my health. Okay, great. So then once you're at this point, you want to get permission from them to hear your offer, to hear the diagnosis. Because if you go to a doctor and they look at you and they're like, you have cancer, then you're like, oh, that's a shock. So you want to ask permission. And the way you ask permission is something along the line of what we do can definitively work for you because we help entrepreneur dads make their first 100,000 in the first 6 months. If you'd like, I can tell you a little bit more about how we would make that happen for you. Would you like that? Yes. Awesome. And then you follow a structure that's very simple. Remember when you said problem and it made you feel a little bit frustrated? Then you pause to let them answer. Oh yeah, I do. Well, what we do is, and then you give your solution. And what it means for you is their improved life. Does that make sense? Here's an example. And again, you feed them back what they gave you in the Sherlock part of the course. So remember when you said that you have like sales calls, but they don't turn into clients and it make you feel, I think you mentioned a little bit frustrated? Yeah. Well, what we do is we have a proven sales script that's easy to apply and we pair you with a practice partner. That's the solution. A sales script that's easy to apply and a sales pairing partner. And what it means for you is you can confidently add a good 20 to 50% to your conversion rate without feeling awkward on the sales call. That's the promised land. That's a mini sales on this particular point. Does that make sense? At this point, if you've done Sherlock right, they should be like, oh, wow, yeah, oh, great. And maybe they will have questions like, I've tried sales script in the past, like, how is this one better? And then you just answer that question. Well, it's been tested on more than 150 people just like you, and they have killer results, just like Richard, who made 50K in his first 2 months. Again, you're the doctor here. You don't need to be like, oh, yeah, I'm not sure. No, it's like, well, we've done this before. So it kind of is what it is. But most of the time, they'll just be like, okay, all right, that makes sense. And then you do the exact same structure one more time for the next problem. Remember when you said problem? and it made you feel. This one is optional. Sometimes I skip this one. Maybe I shouldn't, but this one I skip. Remember when you said problem? Well, what we do is solution, and what it means for you is improve life. Does that make sense? Here, instead of does that make sense, you could also ask, do you see how that would really help you make 100K in 6 months? Oh yeah, I can. In the past, I used to stress because I wanted to take all the 5 problems that they told me and use this sequence. But what it did was put me under a lot of stress because I'm like, shit, what's the number 4 problem? And also it made it super heavy and long, which might be good in certain situations. Am I right? I just love working with entrepreneurs. That's because I know you get the joke. Anyway, what I do now is I just capture 2 problems. I mean, I write all of them, but then I choose the top 2. And I use the third part of my Dr. Watson diagnosis to talk about the mechanic of the program. I say something like, and then the third pillar is really how we make that happen. Here's how it works. You get one-on-one coaching with me or with some member of my team twice per month. You get group coaching every week so that you have the accountability that you need. You get access to the full 100K DAD system program so that you know exactly what to do. And you talk about all the elements. This is important because in the back of their mind at this stage, they're like, well, that sounds too good to be true. How does that work? What do I get for my money? They don't know how much they are going to pay yet, but a part of their mind wants to know, well, okay, but what am I buying really? Am I just buying an online course? Yeah, there's an online course so that you can follow at your own pace. But there is also the group coaching so that you are sitting next to other entrepreneurs who are going through the same thing as you. And there is also the one-on-one with me or one of my coach directly so that you have this customization that you need in order to reach your 100,000. Do you see how that would help you make your first 100,000 in 6 months? And that's it. That's your Dr. Watson diagnosis. You ask for permission. I didn't write it here, but you ask for permission. Then you present problem 1 and your solution to it and you check in. Does that make sense? Do you see how that would help you? And then you move to presenting problem number 2. Remember when you were saying X? Well, what we do is Y. And what it means for you is Z. Does that make sense? Yes. And then you present the logistic of your program in the third pillar. And then the third pillar is really how it all comes down together. You get this, you get that, you get it. Do you see how that would help you? Boom. And then you just transition to Let's Try. I like to give them some space here. I don't have much more to share with you at this stage. I'd love to answer any questions that you might have. Because I want them to word vomit whatever is on their mind until they say how much does it cost. And when they ask how much does it cost, that's where we move to the last phase, which is Let's Try. And I see you on the next video for that. You've just learned how Sherlock asks questions and investigates the pain to give Watson some serious material to use when we present the offer. Now it's time to take it all the way to the sales with our good old Let's Try. I picked the name Let's Try because Let's Try is not that bright, and you don't need to be that bright in this part. Actually, that's, some people have made some mistakes here to try to make it too clever. At this stage, you just want to check in that everything's all right, and then it's just, yep, that's how it is. That's the price. Yep. Move along. Let's get into what it means exactly. I'm a careful guy, so I like to make a last check. Well, clients, we covered all the basics on my end. Before we get into the investment needed, do you feel like this could be the answer for you? Then we have 2 scenarios. First one is an excited yes. Oh, yeah. Then you push back. Like, oh, hold on. Why do you think so? Oh, because reason. Yeah, but why does reason matter to you? Oh, because reason. But why does it even matter for you? Oh, because emotional reason. What are we doing here? We are pushing so that they tell us in their language, from their heart, how much they need what we have. As opposed to bulldozer sales technique. You need to buy this because it's absolutely fantastic, and you get also a free broom if you buy this. And if you buy within the next 5 seconds, you get 2 pre-recorded video. Give me a break, man. Give me a break. You ask questions and they tell you why it's so important for them. That's the first case. If they give you an excited yes, you celebrate and you ask this. If they don't give you an excited yes, you go into this part here. Hold on, you seem to be a little bit in the middle here. What's going on? Because what I really want to do is I want to check their motivation. And they might already have an objection on the top of their mind before I even share the price. So I want to get rid of this objection ahead of time. You seem to be in a little bit in the middle, like what's going on? Oh, I'm sure it's going to take a lot of time for me to implement that. We'll have a separate video on objection handling, but you can handle these objections here and there. Just as I write here. I didn't call it objection here, I write in concern because words are important. Okay, now that we've covered this concern, do you feel like this could be the answer for you? And you go back to this. And then they give you an excited yes, and you follow the same sequence. Okay? So this is the last check-in before the price reveal. In the next video, I'm going to share with you the price reveal and objection handling. That's still in Lestrade, but I wanted to do a separate video for that because, well, you'll see in the next video. I'll see you there. Hey, what's up, and thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide the service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. I hope you're excited for the price reveal. The reason why I wanted to make a separate video is because as you do the price reveal, I want you to expect objections or concerns or a discussion. Choose whatever words that is free of fears for you. For me, I love to have a good chat, so I can call that a good chat. Yeah, I'm going to tell them the price and then we're going to have a good chat and then I'm going to win no matter what. Maybe they will buy, maybe they won't, but I'm going to win no matter what. That's my approach when I have a sales call. Here's how we do the price reveal. Well, Bob, the investment needed for us to get you to 100,000 within 6 months is 6 payments of 1,000. Over the years, the way I do the price reveal has become simpler and simpler. I realized that I simplified it a lot since I shared that. So here's how I say it. Well, Bob, the investment needed for us to get you to 100,000 in 6 months is 6 payments of $1,000. How would you like to proceed from here? And that's it. No fluff, no blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I might say, well, Bob, the investment needed for us to get you to your first 100,000 in 6 months is 6 payments of $1,000. And for that, as I mentioned earlier, you get access to the community so that you can be alongside other people doing the same. You get 2 one-on-one calls per month with me or with one of my coaches. You get access to the whole 100K DAD system. And you also get this, and that. And then either I make a pause like I just did, or I ask, how would you like to proceed from here? When I ask, how would you like to proceed from here? Internally, I'm like, this is the objection party. This is time to have a chat. I like to have a chat. And I'm like, okay, bring it on. What do you have? And sometimes they disappoint me and they are just like, yes. And I'm like, oh, I want to do a chat. And when they say yes, like, okay, great, awesome. So from there, we just need to put our next call in the calendar. And go ahead with card number, take the card number, make the sale, boom. There's a few different things to unpack here. Why did I started with the payment plan and not with the price in full? First of all, I should say you can do whatever you prefer. You should do what you can deliver with the most confidence. For me, I prefer to do it this way. 6 payments of 1,000. And then once they say yes, and we have the cards, I can like, oh, well, I forgot to mention it, but you could save $1,000. Would you like to know how? I forgot to mention it, but there is actually a way how you can save 1,000. Would that be interesting for you? Like, well, yeah, tell me. Well, if you pay in full, then it's 5,000 for the 6 months, and then you save a whole 1,000. Would you like to do that? And that's very no pressure, as you can see. I'm not like, oh my God, offer of the century. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. And sometimes I really forget. Would you like to do that? And sometimes they're like, yeah, okay, cool, boom. And now I just made a pay in full instead of a payment plan. And if they don't, then that's fine. I like this idea of them paying regularly. We stay in the same team. That pushes me to stay on the top of my game. So that's a win-win. What about the objections, you ask? Okay, you know what? I will do a separate video for the objections. This way we can go a little bit deeper. As a teaser, I'll tell you that there are just 3 objections. And I look forward to the next video to show you which they are and what to do with it. Objection handling. Sales trainer favorite topic because that gives you likes, that gives you views, and people want to solve that. Why? Because it's infuriating to spend like 35 minutes or 45 minutes in a client and then get stuck at, I need to think about it, I need to talk about it with my wife, I don't know if I can afford it, but I'll call you back next month. And all those wonderful creative answers that our dear prospects give us. So let's jump into objection handling and let's make it as plain and boring and predictable as possible. This is based on the work of Matt Ryder and Jeremy Miner from the 7th level. This is our sales call structure, right? Here we have like the parts that we already talked about, the sales call, the Sherlock part, then the price reveal, and then here I wrote real sales call. This is how I like to think about objection handling or objection party, as I sometimes call it. It's like it's the real sales call. The beginning, it's all fun and games, like, yeah, I want to change my life. Yeah, I want to do this. Yeah, you can help me. And then the moment the price is on the table, then they need to make the real decision. And some of them put everything that they just spent 45 minutes away and they get into a brand new story. And us, we are excited because we know it's coming and we are ready. The first thing that they will tell you most of the time is, I need to think about it. We always handle objections the same way. We agree with it and we inquire more. So, I need to think about it. I agree with it. Absolutely, that makes sense. And I inquire more. What do you need to think about exactly? And then they will give you the real objection, because it's not like they need to think about it. They say that because they are afraid of making a decision, but they are not going to, sit and really like, oh, do I do it? Don't do it? Oh, I don't know. Most people don't do that. I do it, but I'm a weirdo. What they need to think about is money, time, or partner, or value. And as I just told you, we handle each of those the same way. I need to think about it. I agree with them. Absolutely, that makes sense. What do you need to think about? Well, it's kind of a lot of money. I agree with them. Yeah. And what do you mean by that exactly? I agree and I inquire. Because I want to know, what do they mean by that? Because if they tell me it's a lot of money, maybe that means that it's all of money all at once. But if we can split that, then we're good. Or that can mean that they don't really think that the money that we're asking for is worth the value. Very different things. Or fear kicked in and they are using money as an exit strategy. For me, it doesn't change anything. Let's say that they share something like, well, yeah, I want to do it, but I don't know if now is the right time. It's like, oh, okay, I understand that. Tell me more. What do you mean by that exactly? I agree with them, and then I inquire further. Let's say that they said that they need to talk about it with their partner. And this happened to me 2 weeks ago. Absolutely, I completely respect that. Which part of it exactly do you need to talk about with your partner? And here, pay attention to the body language. So, I actually recommend that when you answer this, you don't take this pose that I just took now, which is a little bit severe. Initially, at least, you want to lay back. Maybe not quite like that. So tell me about it. But, lay back. And yeah, I understand. That makes total sense. So what do you need to speak about with your partner exactly? Because the body language sends a message to your own mind that puts you in a state that helps you to stay calm and present for the other person, as opposed to, I'm going to shove this offer down your throat, which wouldn't be a good way to think about objection party. We agree with them, then we inquire. Then they give us an answer. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this objection aside. Okay, all right, so it's a lot of money as a whole. So money aside though, would you do it? Time is the same. If you had the time though, would you do it? Okay, I understand. You need to speak with your partner first. Let's say that she's on board then. Would you do it? I agree with the objection. I inquire the objection. And then I gently put the objection on the side because I want to know if the value is there. The only case where it sucks is when they don't see the value. And even then, it doesn't suck. It just means that we didn't ask enough questions during Sherlock. Let's take the money one because that's the most important one. So yeah, money aside, would you do it? Yeah. Why would you do it? Oh, because it's, I need the accountability and it would really help me to reach my goal. Okay. And this accountability and this clarity to reach your goal, why is that important for you? Oh, because I've been on doing that for 6 months and I'm not getting the result that I want, and I feel like I'm losing time and I'm not spending time with my kid. Okay, and let's say that we do that. Like, why is that important for you to make progress and actually spend time with your kids? Well, because I feel like a loser if I don't do it. Oh, okay, wow. And do you want to feel like a loser in front of your kids? No. So what do you need to do so that tonight when you go to bed, you have the certainty that you're not going to be a loser for your kids? Well, I need to go into this program. But why though? Okay. So what have I done? I asked the first time why. I asked the second time why. I asked the third time why. Here it says which results, because sometimes I need to formulate it a little bit differently. And then after that, I just go back to ask them, so what do you need to do in order to avoid this painful thing that you just shared with me? Well, I need to do that, but that's still a lot of money. Okay, great. So how do you want to proceed from here? Well, I need to talk about it with my wife first. And then we come back to this and we start again. So let's say that your wife is on board. Would you do it? Yeah. Why? Well, I told you because blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but what if your wife says no? Then would you do it? Yeah, we'll do it anyway. Why? Well, because it's really important for me. Okay. And here that's already 5 why, so probably I would skip the third one. But the idea is like, okay, so what do you need to do so you can look your wife in the eyes and tell her, honeypot, I've signed up for this program. I want to change our financial situation and actually do it. And you can see that she's proud of you. Notice that I've changed my tone because it's the second time that I ask, so what do you need to do so that tonight when you go to bed? The first time is like, yeah, okay, so and what do you need to do so that tonight? The second time is a little bit more in your face, like, okay, so what, brother, what do you need to do? It's an escalation in intensity and in the words that I choose. So what do you need to do so that you actually change your financial situation as you said you want to? Well, I need to do it, but I just don't have the time. And then we come back to time. And you know what's next? Then we go, why? And at some point, they are going to come to the realization that, yes, okay, I need to do it, but I just don't have the money right now. And then you come as Christ and you're like, okay, so if we were able to split that, would that be interesting for you? Yeah, man. No problem. A lot of our clients do that. It's understandable. You have a family, you have some expenses, you have a mortgage, so it's understandable. So how would you like us to split that? Can I do a 25 payment? Well, no, we can offer you like a 6 payment of 1,000 instead of the 5,000. Would that make it a little bit easier on you? Oh yeah, okay. And then the magic question. So how do you want to proceed from here? Very open. I like the objection party. I want him to give me all the objections. Oh, but I need to borrow money from my mom and things like that. I don't know with the economy. I want to hear it all. I have time. I'm enjoying it. It feels like I'm not trying to sell him something. I want to help him solve his situation. Which is true. Once he signs up, I really put my ass and all my assets out there so that he succeeds. And at some point, it's just going to be like, okay, all right, I do the first 1,000 now, and we make it as a goal that by next month, when I need to do the next 1,000, then we'll have generated at least that. And then in the end, it's just go like, yeah, okay. And that's it for objection handling. Of course, there are ways to complicate. But if you follow just this simple structure that I told you about, agree with what they tell you, inquire what they tell you. Sure, you need to think about it. What do you need to think about? Then that directs you between one of those 3 things, and then you do the same. You agree, it's a lot of money. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you mean by that? Oh, I cannot pay all at once. Okay. Money aside, would you do it? Time aside, would you do it? If your partner was on board, would you do it? Yes. Why? And that's it, you guys. This will add a good 20 to 30% conversion rate into your sales call. And again, as I told you in part one of this course, find a sales call partner role play so you can train that. You can get it under your skin. You can get it easily as if it's your phone number. With that in your back pocket, you're going to be able to easily increase your price and not feel stressed when people say no. Feel excited when people say, I need to think about it, because now you know what to do. Hey, it's me, Accountant Arno again, ready to talk about numbers, because now that you're a beast at sales, it's time to increase your prices. Who doesn't love that? You have several clients now who are recurring. They are telling you with their money and with their results that they are getting a lot of value from the work with you. I know you love these techniques, but it's time to let go of the sentence, well, normally I charge this, but given this situation, what would be a price that would be appropriate for you? And it's important to let go of it for a few reasons. The first one is that it's a crutch. And at some points, I want you to believe in yourself and be like, I'm an entrepreneur, that I'm bringing the results. I'm worth the money that these people are investing. Second of all, now that you're building this community of clients, you want it to be more or less the same, because if somebody pays way more than somebody else, that's not completely fair. Third of all, that helps you to benchmark yourself in the industry. The fourth reason is that now you have the techniques from Sherlock, Watson, Lestrade, so you can confidently announce prices and have a nice chat with your prospects when they're having concerns about the price. Shifting this alone from the fluctuating price to a stable price might add another 20, 30, 50% to your bottom line and get you to the 100K much faster. If you're having some doubts regarding that, do a few things. Revisit the part about people in the desert to remind yourself that they need you. Update and check your rockstar list to see that you're really a badass entrepreneur dad and you're bringing value. And look at the results that you brought to your clients and the testimonials that you got. Good job, you. Look at the real result that you brought to real people and look of the financial impact that it has on their life. When I think about Richard, David, when I think about Dave, when I think about Emmanuel and so many of those other clients, I'm like, damn, okay, yeah, they are making a good deal. Maybe it's time that I raise my price too. In the next video, we're going to talk about how to know when to raise the price. See you there. In this video, we talk about when is it the right time to increase your price. Number one, when you get too many yeses. We needed those 100% conversion rate, those 73% conversion rates initially to get us started, to get cash in the bank, to get impact in the world, to reinforce that what we're doing is validated by the market. Now, and that's counterintuitive, it's time to get the conversion rate down, but make more per sales, because that gives you higher quality clients who will follow up more with all the actions, get bigger results, bring you better referrals. Mamma mia, great all around. So if you have an amazingly high conversion rate, well, good job, and it's time to increase your price. That's the first one. Then, if it's a specific time of the year, maybe it's January, great opportunity to increase your price for your recurring customers if you're already at that stage. Because that's when most companies do it. And so that goes with the flow. That feels part of the zeitgeist. And they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess, Netflix increased, so I get, okay, coaching increased as well. Oh, okay, so this service increased as well. Well, all right. Then, at the renewal point, hey, we're getting close to the end of our initial agreement. I'd love to know how you're satisfied with it so far. Oh, that's amazing, thank you. Great. So in that case, would you like to keep getting these results? Oh, yes. All right, so let's talk about some possibilities to continue working together. Okay, yeah, that's fair. And that brings us to the important topic of initial offer versus continuity. When people reach out to you, this is most probably because their pain is very high and they are ready to pay an important amount of money to solve this first pain. And that's what you do in your offer. But once this initial pain is solved, They might still have some other pains, and they might like the community that you've built. They might like having you in their corner. That's when a continuity offer becomes so important for you and your business and them, because it's an offer that's typically less expensive than the first one, but that is recurring. And look at that. That's your catch-all offer is a great candidate for that. So for me, I have the top tier offer for when people want to do the done for you thing. If they don't do the done with you, I have this one. And then here I have the community. And the community, mind you, is highly valuable because hanging out with other entrepreneur dads adds a lot of value. And that's super affordable. In fact, that's not even 2,000 as I'm recording that. That's 1,400. So I really need to increase those prices, man. And so after somebody just paid 5,000 for 6 months and they got great results, and they're like, hey, would love to continue working with you. If you want to join the community, that's 1.4. Again, remember, price anchoring. Because they come from 5,000, 1.4 all of a sudden is like, wait a second, I used to pay 1K a month and now I pay 1.4K a year. That's a great deal. Yes. And for my business, that's fantastic because I have people who are action taker that I've worked with personally, that have gone through my program, who stay in the community and who help others and who are getting helped by others. And that makes a positive upward spiral. So now it's time to come back and redo those prices that we talked about. The first time I told you about those prices, I was like, yeah, don't worry about it, it's going to evolve. But now that we are more advanced when it comes to our strategy, it's time to nail them a little bit more. So take a moment to really write down the numbers that are exciting. And if you've been selling for 3K and you have like a 75% conversion rate, then, make the jump, sell for 5K. If you were selling for 5K at 75%, then go for 7. Do a jump that's a little bit scary, but you want to be able to announce it with confidence. And think about what's going to be your new catch-all offer, which we will now rename to catch-all versus / recurring offer. Do that, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to this second module on time management. In part 1 of this course, we talked about a few techniques like the weekly review and the $1 Million Baby. I hope that you guys are saving a great amount of time by using them. Now we're going to build upon them and talk about a few more productivity techniques that are especially helpful for entrepreneur dads. The first of which is called energy zoning. Very simple in principle, but so few people are doing it. Have you noticed that you have different energies through the day? Like maybe when you wake up, you are feeling a certain way that's different than right after lunch. Well, I know that's common sense. Yeah, that's common sense. And yet, how many times have you tried to have a task that requires focus after lunch? How many times have you tried to have a creative task that requires you to be fully awakened right when you wake up? I know that in the past, I've made this mistake of going against my natural flow of energy. Energy zoning is simply the act of being aware of how your energy fluctuates through the day and just going with the flow of that. How do you become aware of that? Well, I'm glad you asked. That's a perfect segue to the second productivity techniques that will really help you as an entrepreneur dad. And this technique is no joke. It helps one of my clients add $75,000 in 75 minutes. That's probably the most financial value I gave to somebody in the shortest amount of time, where like one 75 minutes session during which we talked about this technique that I'm going to reveal to you. And then the guy went on and saved 75K every year, by the way. That's a recurring thing. So good job, mate. The technique is what I call the captain time log. Just like the captain on his ship in the middle of the ocean who writes, day 1, I saw Cthulhu. Day 3, Cthulhu winked at me. Day 4, I sent Cthulhu a box of chocolates. Day 15, Cthulhu and I are going through a rough patch. I'm going to drop him to go and date the Kraken instead. Just like the captain who's keeping a tight log of everything that's going on, you want to keep a tight log of everything that's going on for you as the captain of your business. And for that, there are 2 ways how you can proceed. The first one I recommend if you just want awareness and you want to have a global picture. That's very easy to implement. The second one is much more details and requires a little bit more logistics. So let's start with the first one. Use a Pomodoro timer to time 25 minutes and 5-minute rest. So Pomodoro timer, you can find it on your phone, you can buy a physical thing, you can program an alarm. And for 25 minutes, you just focus on this one thing that brings your business forward. And then for 5 minutes, you relax, you stretch, and you write in your calendar what you just spent your time on. Here's what that looked like. I don't currently use this technique, so this is a screenshot from the last time that I used it. You can see like every 25 minutes or so, more or less, I pause and I write what I've just done. Why are there some which are longer than 25 minutes, you might ask? Well, my friend, that's the advantage of putting it in your calendar as opposed to a separate app. Your calendar already contains a big portion of your day. So if you have a call with one of your clients, if you have a sales calls, that's already in your calendar. So you don't need to manually enter it again in the time log because the time log is in the calendar. Make sense? And so what you're really focused on is the time in between the calls. Let's say that you have one call at 10, one call at 13. What have you done in between those calls? That's why you use this version of the time log. So you can see here, pause and take my dog out, clean emails, prepare for, I don't even know what it is, validate Binance, check in, study the situation with blah, 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 inbox scanning, pitch to Diego, go to the gym. Very simple. Your calendar already has half of what you want to log in. For the empty time in between, you put a Pomodoro timer, 25-5. And once the Pomodoro timer rings, you use the 5 minutes to stretch and to write what you've just done. The second option on how you can keep your time log, I'll show you in the next video. See you there. Hey, Daddy. Let's continue with the Captain Time Log. As a reminder, if you want to take your time mastery to the next level so that you can reach those 100,000 and way beyond, you need to be aware of what's going on in your life. I showed you a first way on how to do that using your calendar. Very simple. For those of you who want to be more precise and are not afraid of a little bit more upfront logistical setup, I want to show you the technique that I'm currently using. Now, this technique comes from someone who I met a couple of times in the mastermind. And this guy I admire, I won't reveal his name, but he blew everyone away in the mastermind because he was like, yes, so I spent 1.2 million in ads in December and I made 2 million out of it. And everybody was like, oh my God. Because those are big numbers. And we'll talk more about that in the Cold Desert of Abundance, on why it's a perfectly rational choice that he made and how you can replicate some of that, even if you don't want to invest 1.2 million in ads. I'm telling you this because this guy was like, yeah, I've done that, but what really took my business up is this time tracking technique that I'm going to share with you right now. The hype is real. This technique simply requires that you track your work to the minute, using a tool called Clockify. Let me show you, because that feels overwhelming at first, but it's really pleasant and easy to implement once you set it up. Oh, look at that. I'm just randomly on my testimonial page here. So Clockify is this app here that you can see. And what it does is it tracks what you're working on to the minute. So here you can see I'm working on this YouTube course, and I've been doing that for 3.25 minutes. And that's really it. You can use Clockify on your phone, whether you're Android or iPhone. You can use it as a desktop app. You can use it as a Chrome extension, probably some other browser extension as well. Me personally, I really like the Chrome extension things that works the best. I'm not sponsored, by the way. I don't have an affiliate link for that. Maybe I should ask for one, but I'm not sponsored and I'm using the free version. And this app is amazing because it's so easy to switch. So let's say that all of a sudden I remember this super important email that if I don't send it, the world will stop spinning and we're all going to die. I could just directly click here to one of the things that I've done earlier, which is serving clients. I click here, boom, and it shifts automatically. How cool is that, right? So I don't have this super important email to send. I just remember I need to send it. Okay. So let me come back to the YouTube course. And actually, I realized that I forgot a few minutes on the YouTube course earlier because I was so excited to record it. I forgot to put the timer on. No problem. I just click here and I can just change. So I didn't start at 10:28. I actually started at 10:10. Boom. And automatically it changes the amount of time that I spend. Here's the crazy thing. I've been doing that for more than a month now, and I haven't done a proper time analysis yet, and I'm already getting so much value. Why do you think that is? Well, because of the awareness. That's why we do time logging. Because now, when I need to click on inbox 0 or in solving tech, I'm like, oh my God, am I doing it again? Yeah, you guessed it. I just caught myself spending too much time on operation when really most probably I should work on acquisition. So the awareness alone is worth the tracking. And then you can get some really, really cool stuff, but careful not to fall too much into positive procrastination, but that can really tell you how much you spend on each of these activities. What I like to do is to connect each of the entry to one project. And the project is really one of the big things that matters in my life. For example, here you can see creating raving fan. Because I don't want to have a to-do. I want to create raving fan. So when I answer to one of my clients, in my mind, I'm not, oh my God, answering to another message. I'm like, no, I'm creating raving fan. The energy is different. When I create the YouTube course, I'm like, this is important. I want to master marketing to keep growing my business and have amazing things to share with my clients. When I empty the inbox, I want to empty my allostatic load. I'll talk about that in a few videos when we talk about another great technique called the 1 month day. But basically the allostatic load is all the shit, excuse my French, I'm French, all the shit that you have in mind that takes your resources. Oh, I forgot to pay this bill. I need to pick up the dry cleaning. I need to pay for the insurance of the car. Blah, blah. I have an answer to these clients today. But all this stuff that are I don't know if it does like a dubstep from the 2010s drop in your mind, but this is taking resources. So when I empty inbox 0, at least I'm like, okay, I'm emptying allostatic load and I keep that under control. Clockify guy. You just install it, try it on your phone, try it on your computer, see what works best with your workflow, and then get the awareness that you need to have an amazing Captain time log. This will give you a big reality check. This will tell you that you spend way too much choosing the CRM, or that you spend way too much after each of your sessions with clients to write the coaching notes, or that you spend way too much time managing your virtual assistant. This will give you a big reality check and you'll be thankful for that. If you're part of the community, you can post. People will keep you accountable. If you're in a coaching relationship with me or with one of my coaches, tell us and we'll help you to calibrate that. In the next video, we talk about another time-saving technique for Entrepreneur Dad. I'll see you there. What's up, Entrepreneur Dad? This next technique to save you time is actually not going to save you time directly, but hold on, you're going to love it. Remember when we talk about the $1 million baby technique? That you put the time with your spouse and the time with your babies in the calendar and then you really treat them as the $1 million client? Well, I briefly mentioned another person that needs to be in your calendar, and that's yourself. That's time with yourself. Not for work, not for business, but time with yourself. And that's what this technique is all about. It's going to be a short one. I call that the hedonistic calendar. The hedonistic calendar is simply you putting in advance in your calendar time that recharge your battery. That can be the time with your friends. That can be a massage. That can be a sport activity that you love, not something that you force yourself to do. That can be going with the movie. That can be jumping from a plane if that's your thing, whatever. But that's a time that's just for you and that you do something that you love. And when you finish it, you're like, life is worth living. I love that. There is no business agenda behind that. There is an energy agenda behind that. Because which version of you has the most probability of crushing it in a sales call or crushing it in a team meeting? The version of you who's like stressed out and anxious and like who's been working 16 hours per day for the last 3 months. Or the version of you who, yes, maybe this version has been working 13, 15 hours a day for the past 3 months, but also there were some breaks. There were some meditation retreat. There were some nice time in nature, whatever works for you. The second one, of course, because when we pause, when we do something for us, we recharge our battery and we create the space to get breakthrough. I will always remember that one time that I forced myself to go to the sauna. I forced myself and I was like, but I'm going to be without my phone for an hour and a half. Wow, that's crazy. And then I just sat there. I went sauna, cold exposure, and then laying on one of these comfortable chair. And I had so much insight flowing at me. Like if you open an inbox that was closed for a long time. Ooh, that's good. I should write that down. Our subconscious is so powerful and capture millions of data. All of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I know, I understand. So we need to organize that with the masculine energy, the feminine energy, and the child energy. And we need to combine all of them to be like a full person. And it was like crazy, just like if I was on drugs. I wasn't on drugs. And I didn't use all of this insight that I got. But the flow of insight was crazy. Imagine if you have a magical consultant who knows everything about your business and who's just wishing to tap on your shoulder and gives you a lot of insight. That's what the hedonistic calendar allows you to do. And as I said, there's no business agenda, it's an energy agenda. So do it for yourself so that you feel great. Also, what do you think it's going to do for your love life, for your parental life, if you're in a good mood and relaxed? I know that's crazy weird. Like if I feel good, I'll be a better dad, I'll be a better entrepreneur, I'll be a better partner. Crazy. So put it in your calendar and consider that as well as your $1 million client. This technique is super easy to implement. The next technique is a bit more complex to implement, but if you do, you're going to be able to achieve in one day what most people achieve in 1 month. So I'll see you in the next video for the 1 month day. This next technique will help you achieve more in one day than most people in 1 month. It doesn't come from me, it comes from a fellow named Ryan Doris. And this was for a long time the most popular video on my own YouTube channel, the video where I talk about how I experienced with that and how amazing it was. Before we get into how to do it, how is that even possible to achieve a month's worth of work in just one day? Well, this is going to be a special day where you're going to work 11 hours. Not 11 hours in a row, and I'll get to that in a second, but 3, 3, 2, and 3. But you're going to work in a state of flow, which will 3 times to 4 times your output. And if we multiply 11 times 4, we have 44 hours. This is crazy, but the average corporate worker works 44 hours of productive work over the course of a month. So when you pay people to work for you, think about that if you want to feel great. During this one day, you achieve more than that statistically existing person. Your next question might be, well, does it work? It sounds too good to be true. I would love to have one day where I do a month's worth of work. And the answer is yes, it does. But as an entrepreneur dad, I know that you work with more efficiency than the average corporate worker. So will it be a month's worth of work for you? Maybe not. Will it be a great progress in your productivity, in your to-do list, in some of this deep work that you want? Absolutely, 100% guaranteed if you follow the steps. And your next question might be, what can I do? What kind of work can I do during this 1 month stay? Typically, it's solo work because you really want to be in your bubble and focused on something. So if you have a lot of content to record, if you have a book to write, if you have like a whole marketing strategy to define, if you have a whole new website to create, if you want to set up your AI system, for example, this kind of solo work is perfect for the 1 month stay. Another way how I've used that is to empty this to-do list and these old tasks that you keep seeing for months, and then you're just like, oh, okay, enough is enough. And by the end of the day, all of that is clean and you have space for what really matters. I wouldn't recommend it for communication intensives activity like, team meeting, sales calls, clients calls. That's not what the 1 month day is about. It's about making huge progress in what you do by yourself. I know I'm teasing you, but that's on purpose because I want you to really listen to the instruction, apply that, and get a ton of time back, my dear entrepreneur dad. In the next video, I'm going to reveal the exact steps on how to perform a 1 month day. But right now, I want to tell you about the day before, because arguably the day before is even more important than a 1 month day because it prepares it. So the day before or the night before, you want to do a few things. You want to empty your allostatic load. I know that's a fancy word. I mentioned it a few videos ago. Your allostatic load is just the bunch of stuff that you have in mind that you need to do. So if you need to empty a few inboxes, if you need to answer, if you need to pay some bills, if you need to do some quick phone calls, do it the day before so that you have clean mind when it's time to do your 1 month day. The state that we're going to access in the 1 month day is one of Ryan Doris's favorite subjects, flow. And flow requires that you have an empty allostatic mode so that you can fully immerse yourself into a task. Another thing that you want to do the day before is let your surrounding know that you're not going to be available. Let them know that if they call you, they will be filtered out. That if they send you a message, then you won't reply until later in the evening or the day after. If you can, don't have delivery come on that very day. And also prepare your space, because if you sit at your desk and you see some reminders of other stuff that you need to do, that might dilute your attention and your focus and break the state of flow. And the last preparation, you want to have your desk ready so that immediately when you wake up, you can just sit at your desk and start working as you're still half asleep. When I do that with my clients, they come to Prague, we set everything the day before, and then boom, in the morning, they get at their desk, I get at mine, and we work in parallel, straight from the start. We barely say hi, it's like, hey man, good morning, no coffee, you jump and you start your task immediately. So make sure that your desk is ready, that your computer is ready, that you just need to press on, that your paper is there, start, and you go. A few things that can make the experience easier and even more enjoyable. Number one, have a timer. Yes, you can use your phone, but if you have a physical timer, that will make it way easier. Number two, know in advance what you're going to eat the next day. And ideally, have some healthy snacks, not just some sneakers and stuff like that. And number three, ideally, know in advance what you're going to work on in this 1 month day. Is it going to be one of these big days where you make progress on this big topic, big project, like a website marketing strategy, a new offering? Or is it going to be more about destroying that to-do list so that you have peace of mind for the rest of the month? And obviously, number four, have the full day booked with no meetings, because you need the full day to work a full day. And I see you in the next video to walk you through exactly what happened on this magical 1 month day. Okay, I've teased you enough. It's time to talk about the 1 month day. So you're going to work in 4 blocks that maximize you getting in the state of flow. When you're in the state of flow, my dear entrepreneur dad, you explode your productivity because you lose yourself into work. And I know that you've already experienced that, and you know how pleasant it is of a sensation and how much shit gets done. The first block is 3 hours. Then you have 1 hour break. The second block is 3 hours. Then you have 1 hour break. The next block is 2 hours, or 2 hours for our UK friends. And then you have 2 hours break. Okay, I was going to give you the breakdown, but I thought that it would be funnier to give you a past version of me who might have a different appreciation of styles and aesthetic than I have today, give you the breakdown. So have fun. I mean, have fun, but not too much fun. Anyway. Ryan is waking up early and jump right into the first block. You work for 3 hours. Then you took 1 hour of restoration. Then another 3 hours block. Then 1 hour of restoration. Then a 2 hours block of productivity. Then 2 hours of restoration. And then the final 3 hours. So let's hear it again from this extremely handsome, if a tight overweight person. You have like 3, 3, 2, and 3. That's 11 hours. And remember that you have like 4x your output. That amounts to 44 hours, which is what the average office worker produces in a month. Don't you love watching old videos of yourself? Anyway, so yeah, 3, 3, 2, 3. And here's what you do during those blocks. You focus, and every time you feel yourself getting distracted by something else, you celebrate. Yeah, I caught myself. I was almost going to be distracted, but now I'm back. And the thing that you're looking for, which is very interesting, is like this resistance. What I found is that the moment where I found resistance in a task, like, oh, I want to do something else, that's when, if I stay there, I reach the flow. Because then I go over the lump and then I'm like, productivity machine. What do you do during the breaks? You don't check your messages, is what you don't do. You can eat, you can drink some tea, you can drink some coffee, you can drink some water. Don't overeat. Don't eat anything that's too heavy, because that could bloat you and make you feel not as focused. During the longer break, which is 2 hours, you can actually go to the gym, or you can do a workout, or you can do for a run. You can get a massage during this longer break. As an entrepreneur dad, I don't recommend that you have sex or masturbate during this time, just so that you can keep your energy high. I hope this video is not going to be demonetized just because I said those words. And you can also meditate, you can go on a light walk. Back then I still had my dog, so I went on a walk with my dog as well. But let me repeat, what you don't do is check your messages or call people. You need to stay in your bubble. The analogy that I give is you're really going on a trip to productivity land. And that's a beautiful trip that will have you tick a lot of things out of your to-do list. But also it feels so great. Just like when you go on a vacation in a beautiful place and you come back and you're like, I want to go again. In the next video, we're going to talk about how to adapt the 1 month day for you and how you can do it regularly. I see you there. Hey entrepreneur dads, we continue with the 1 month day, arguably one of the most mind-blowing productivity techniques there is for people with limited amount of time like us. We talk about why it works, how it works. We talk about what to do the day before. We talked about how to actually do it. Let's talk about how we can adapt it, because it's not always possible for us entrepreneur dads to have a full day dedicated to ourselves. And in fact, the first time that I've done the 1 month day, that was when I recorded this video that you saw earlier, my whole plan almost came crashing down. I was like, okay, my family is going away on Friday afternoon. On Friday evening, I prepare everything. Saturday morning, I wake up and then I have 3, 2, 3, let's go. And then last minute, my wife tells me, oh, actually, we're leaving on Saturday morning. And I was like, well, great. I get to spend more time with you guys. So what I thought was, well, there must be a way. And so I split it. On Saturday afternoon, I did 3 and then 2. And then the next morning, I did 3 and then 3. And it worked like a charm. And later on, I've done almost every combination you can think of. Sometimes I just do 1 block of 3. I do the same preparation the day before, but I do just 1 block of 3. I call that the 1 week block. I know, super creative. What matters is that you make it work for you. You empty your allostatic load, you set that time, and then you go full out. The first time around, I really encourage you to take a Saturday or take a Sunday, go to a hotel if you need to, and give yourself the joy of visiting productivity land. And actually, don't take it just from me. Graham Cochran, who's a very successful OG online entrepreneur, first in the music niche and now in the business niche, he does that every year. He books a hotel to be far from his family, and then he has 48 hours of reflection, of time with no distraction. He doesn't follow these exact steps, but this idea of put yourself in a different place so that you can be a different version of yourself really works. My suggestion is that you look at your calendar and think as soon as possible, when can I have my next 1 month day? And then let us know in the community or on YouTube, how did it go for you? And with that being said, I see you in the next video. This is going to be a short module, but a very important one, because if you forget about that, your beautiful business that you're building now could crumble down. Let's talk about the fundamentals that needs to be there constantly as you scale your business as an entrepreneur dad. The first fundamental is to remember that your best marketing is providing an amazing service to your client. Remember the lasagna versus the chair, you need to ask them regularly. The pitfall that we fall into is that we get comfortable. Yeah, this guy renewed with me for the past 5 years, so Yeah, we know each other, we're friends, it's okay. Yeah, and who's to say that tomorrow there's not going to be another service provider who comes into this guy's life, who's sexier? I mean, I don't mean physically, of course, no one is sexier than you, but whose offer is better, who's more hungry, who's more eager to please and serve your clients, and that your client will then rationalize, the last 6 months were not that great, maybe I'll change. Nobody can prevent that. We want to make a sales every time we have a conversation with our clients, or every time we interact with them, or every time they interact with our product or service. They need to be resold on, oh my God, this stuff is so good. This coach is so amazing. This consultant is fantastic. This software is next level. Because we're also building our personal brand in the process. Providing an amazing service is the basis of everything. The second fundamental is to have a system into place to complete the first fundamental. A system so that at regular interval you pause, and as I talked about earlier, you look at your best clients. What do they have in common? What do they value the most? And how can I improve my offering and my messaging to reflect that, to attract more of them? Every quarter, for example, or every 5 or 10 new clients, make that pause. Use the 1 month day technique that we've talked about, for example, to review this data. And obviously, you're not alone in doing that. Ask AI. Capture your information, put them into one AI in a project, and then talk with it continuously. But once a quarter is a great time to pause and be like, okay, so those last few clients, who's crushing the most? How can I serve them at an even higher level? And importantly, how can I serve them at a higher level while investing less of my time? Because that's what we're going to do now. We're going to scale so that you become more and more of a full-time entrepreneur dad and a business owner. And the reason why we want to diminish the amount of time that you work is also because you want to be the super dad that your kids will remember. They won't remember how much money you give them. They will remember a little bit, but if you watch the show Succession, you'll see that what they really crave is your time, and not just your physical time, but your mental, your emotional time. They want to be with you on the roller coaster and have a great time together. They want to remember that you were there for the football game, for the dance recital. And I know my example sounds like family comedy from the 80s, but I'm a 90s kid. So I cannot mention this enough. When you do this quarterly review, it might be time to tighten up the avatar. Maybe your clients are B2B sales professional and you realize that my 4 most ideal clients are all in the gardening space. So you could venture into, I'm going to zoom in on B2B sales in the gardening space. And then you dominate this niche. And if you dominate this niche, you will make much more money than if you stay broader. And also, going back to the pricing with Arnaud the accountant, when you add more value, you can increase your price. And niching down means actually adding more value. I want to come back briefly on a concept that we talked about earlier in the course when we were talking about the tiered pricing, and that is your continuity offer.
Having a solid continuity offer is a great tool in order to scale because it develops your ecosystem without you having to acquire clients again.
People reach out to you and they have a big pain, or you reach out to people and those who answer to you are the ones who have a big pain and who think that you can solve this pain. So it makes sense that initially they will pay more money to work with you. That's also great for your own business because thanks to this money, you can make sure that the solutions that you have for them is amazing, and you can use some of that money to acquire more clients at the same time. What happens, a few months later, after you solve this first big issue that they came to you with? Is their life fully solved? Is everything perfect for them? No, unless you're watching that in 2045 and AI made everything perfect. But as of this recording, the condition of humans is to still strive for more. And there are more things that you can do to support your clients. At the very minimum, they should have a place to hang out to remember what you shared with them. And that's what the continuity offer is. If you want to work with me to participate in the group coaching, right now it's $5,000 or 6 payment of $1,000. For that, you get the group coaching, you get some one-on-one with me or one of my coach, you get everything you need to make your first 100,000. But what happens then after you've made your first 100,000? Well, maybe you like the community, maybe you like those members, or maybe there are some things that you want to remember. Or maybe as you grow your business, you want to share that with some of your team members. Enter the continuity offer. You can stay in that world, in this tribe of entrepreneur dads for 149 a month as of this recording, or 1,400 a year. If you compare 1.4K to 5K, it looks like nothing. And it's great because that means that it's a high value at an affordable price for you. And for me, it's good recurring business, and I maintain good people, which makes the community even better. So everybody wins here. How can you create a continuity offer after your clients finish their initial rundown of the first problem? Let's say that you help them to fix their infrastructure in their company. That's a big ticket, it's 200K, it takes 7 months. Is it possible that they will have in the future some more infrastructure needs that you could answer? I would certainly think so. And that's where you offer them, well, if you want, for 2K a month, I'll stay around and I'll be your support. Because they pay 200,000 for you to fix this big thing and you've done it, 2K a month, are you kidding me? Yes, there you go. And here comes recurring revenue for you. So think about it this way. You solve the first big problem, and then what are some smaller problems that appears that you can help, that you can solve, and what could be a great deal that you could give to your clients for that. That's also important because you or one of your salesperson gets on a sales call and the person is not quite ready for the 5K investments or the middle tier investment. Well, maybe they are ready to pay less and have part of the benefits to go straight into continuity. And then you can upsell them there. So there's this nice synergy between those two tiers of service. You have the experience of those first few clients of thinking about, okay, what's the next step? What's the recurring offer? What's the continuity offer that I can put together for them? Another fundamental is that you constantly capture testimonials. And you can capture them very quickly. For example, I captured one yesterday. I just received a great message by a client. Boom, screenshot. I know where it is recorded. I know it's backed up on the cloud. And then once a quarter, either I do it or I ask one of my intern or employee to do it for me. We just compile them into one list. So that then when we create some new marketing material, we can just tap into this one list. Another thing you want to do in the quarterly loop is update your rockstar list. Because maybe this amazing client that you are so proud of that you sold the 2,000 last year, now this 2,000 ticket is your new lowest offer. And you regularly sell for 5, 6 or 7 or 10K. And the trick is that you might consider that as normal or boring or business as usual. So remember that it used not to be this way so that you can pat yourself on the back and remember your greatness. Because otherwise you will continue growing like that and you won't be satisfied. And I've met these people. Recently I was on a mastermind and one of the guys there was like, if we don't make 300K this quarter, I would be disappointed. And I was like, wow, okay. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'm pretty confident that the version of this person 10 years ago wouldn't have even dreamed of making 30K in one quarter. But now they've taken that for granted. And I'm not criticizing, I do it as well. And I need to remind myself, oh my God, but a year ago I was just there. No, here I am, that's crazy. A year ago I hadn't launched the Entrepreneur Dads community and I was in my head like, oh my God, it's $99 per month, paying for school, that's crazy. I don't know if people will join. And now this community exists. Not only that, but it brings value. Not only that, but people love it and show up for the calls. That's crazy, and I'm taking it for granted already. I need to update my rockstar list. Another thing you want to do during the quarterly review is your referral system. I talked about it earlier, but that's a great time to pause and be like, okay, so who are my A, B, C, and D clients? Oh, these C, are they really B or are they D? And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, the video is earlier. If you're in the community, you can actually click on this part. If you're in the YouTube part, you can just look for the part regarding referrals. And another thing that you want to do during your quarterly review is really to look at your numbers. How many new clients? Where do they come from? How much did it cost me to speak with them initially? Did I pay for ads? Did I pay for something else, or in terms of time? And that's it, you guys. My recommendation, guys, is that no matter if you want to stay an in-demand entrepreneur dad with a few clients on the side, or you want to scale and become a full-time entrepreneur dad, Keep those fundamentals at all time, and the quarterly review is a great tool to do that. Because we're talking about scaling, it's important to start thinking about how you're going to make the transition from your day job till your non-day job. That's what we call the day job exit strategy. In this video, we talk about how much revenue you actually need in order to do this confidently. But before that, you need to ask yourself if this is really what you want. Because I'm not here to tell you that entrepreneurship is the only way. I've certainly had great experiences as an employee with a side business. I've had great experiences as a full-time entrepreneur. And I've had great experiences with something in between. There is this myth out there that if you're not a full-time entrepreneur, you haven't succeeded. And that's complete BS. I just want to reinforce that there is no shame in keeping your day job and having your business on the side if this is what you want. Maybe you have a great collective at work. Maybe you actually love the mission that your 9-to-5 company has. Maybe you get some significance from it. Maybe you feel like you're having an impact. Maybe you don't want to put too much pressure on your business. All of that is okay. Please don't let society or some Instagram influencer tell you that unless you're an entrepreneur, you're a success. You can be a success however you want to organize your financial life. And as a reminder, an entrepreneur who has a day job has less availability, which makes him or her more in demand. And it's good to be in demand when you're an entrepreneur. Just something to think about. Let's say that you do want to leave your day job because maybe you're not satisfied there and you want all your revenue to come from your business. That's a fair choice. For that, you want to know how much are your real cost of living and how much are your future cost of business. Because so far, because of the money provided by your day job, you could invest easily in your business. There is a mindset shift to be operated once all your revenue comes from your business, because you still need to take money out to pay for your bills, to pay for your food, to pay for your children's education. And you need to keep some of this money to reinvest in your business. And if you're a wise investor, you also want to keep some of this money to invest in other businesses to create an investment machine. But that's a subject for another day. How much revenue do you really need is one question, but how much revenue do you really need right now is a different question. Because as you exit your day job, you should have some runway. I don't recommend that you exit your day job if you don't have 6 good months of runway in front of you. When I work with people, I tell them that they can make their first 100K with their business in 6 months. And those who really play full out, those who let themselves be coached, they make it. Truth be told, it's not most people. Most people will start too many projects. And when I say most people, I also talk about past me, by the way. Most people will start too many projects, get distracted, not put as many hours, or put hours in things that feels productive and are not bringing the revenue up. I've created this course so that you don't fall into this category, but still, it is a possibility. And for that, having at least 6 months of runway is very important. Now, what it means is that during 6 months, you should be able to maintain a similar lifestyle that you had before, be there financially for your family, for your spouse, for your own well-being, so that it doesn't feel like, oh my God, unless this business works, then I cannot afford to go to the massage or to pay for my gym. Because if you come from this place, you're going to have one feeling imprinted in your subconscious, and that feeling is scarcity. And we don't want scarcity, we want abundance. In other terms, we never want to need a client in order to pay our next electricity bill. We want a client because that person looks amazing and you know that you can bring them value. So during the 6 months runway, how much revenue do you want to achieve ideally? Start with that as a first goal. And the goal is that by the end of the 6 months runway, well, you don't need to have a runway anymore because your business is generating this basis that pays for lifestyle maintenance. We're not talking about 7, 8, 9 figures yet. We first want you to be comfortable and be like, okay, my business is running, it's validated, clients are buying from me, I have 1 or 2 lead sources that are consistent. I can keep getting to the next level without putting myself and my family under too much pressure. So figure out the numbers that you need right now during the 6 months and after the 6 months. And I'll see you in the next video. Hey, what's up, and thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide the service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. As we go through your day job exit strategy, there is an alternative that you can take that several of my clients took that works very well. Instead of going either I have a day job or I'm 100% an entrepreneur, I'm part-time, working part-time for a company and then having dedicated days for you to grow your business. That's a possibility as well. So when should you stay in part-time? When should you stay full-time and work in the evening? And when should you leave it all together? I was very lucky that my department was closed. And so they fired everyone and they gave us a severance package. So for me, that was the final kick that I needed to go from being a entrepreneur to being an entrepreneur. And I didn't have this course, so I did all the mistakes possible. I lost a lot of time, a lot of money, and here I am to share so you don't make the same mistakes as me. If that happens to you, hallelujah, that's a gift in disguise. I remember vividly, I was in a room with one of my mentors just after they let me go, and I was crying because I was associating my identity with this job. And he told me, his name is Maurice, he told me, I know you don't believe me right now, but one day you're going to look back and you're going to be so grateful that this happened. I didn't believe him. And I was pissed and I was sad and I felt humiliated and everything that can go through a firing. And he was right again, because now I look back and I'm like, that was exactly what I needed, being thrown out of it with some money and space to figure out what I want to do and finally go from entrepreneur to entrepreneur. So if you're watching this, Maurice, thank you, and you are right. If it doesn't happen to you, your decision comes down to the story that you have around your 9 to 5 and how much you want to be there for your kids, because you're an entrepreneur dad after all. I used to have a very bad story with my previous 9 to 5. My story was like, this is a stupid job. It was customer service. A monkey can do it. I'm at the bottom of the ladder. It sucks. How do you think I felt when I was repeating this story about myself and my job every day? I felt pretty shitty. I felt like I wasn't enough. I felt like what I did wasn't important. It didn't matter that I was helping all those people. Then I shifted my story and I was like, wait a second. I get to help 80 people every day and bring a little light in their room and their software experience. Damn, that's awesome. And that made me feel much better. That made me help do a better job, and as a result I got promoted, etc. But that helped me stay in the company an additional 2 years until eventually they closed the department. Had I not shifted the story, I would have probably left or got fired because I wouldn't have cared enough to do a good job. So if you have currently a story that is negative for your 9 to 5, my first recommendation is shift this story. You might have a story like, my boss is an asshole, nobody understands me, my job doesn't matter. So shift your story. Find something that you can be grateful for in your 9 to 5 beside the money. The money is there, that's something to be grateful for, but find something else on top of it. If you manage to do it, I suggest that you stay in the 9 to 5 until you have at least the 6 months runway that we talked about in a previous video, or until you've already established a business in such a way that you make what you require every month to maintain the lifestyle. If you cannot find a different story, well, try again. Commit to finding another story. But if you really cannot find another story, then that means that there is a fundamental mismatch between who you are, your values, and your current 9 to 5. And that's fine. In that case, taking a part-time could help detach you from this 9 to 5. I was in this situation. I was working in a horrible company. Okay, I'm catching myself. I see that it was a story. because some other people are still in this company to this day, 17 years later, and they are very happy there. But back then, in my mind, that was a horrible company. And the moment I managed to switch part-time, it didn't matter that much, because I was there just part-time and I was working on my own thing on the side. Back then it was another business, it was music, but that was perfect. I was grateful for the money and I found something else to be grateful for in the business. The community, the fact that I could build systems, they even sent me on business trips at some point. So change the story. If you cannot change the story, get part-time. If you still cannot change the story after your part-time, it means that it's time to get away from it, to get away from the company completely. I wouldn't do it without having the 6 months runway. So if you can, take a deep breath in and survive that long enough so that you have your 6 months runway, which might mean, by the way, keep the 9 to 5 as a full-time up until then. Or, alternative, get another 9 to 5. There is also the possibility of just jumping in the pool and be like, I don't have a runway, let's go, I'm going to make it work. But I don't recommend that for you, my friend, because if you're watching this, you're most probably an entrepreneur dad. If you're 20 years old, you have nobody depending on you, then by all means, go for it. That will put a fire behind your ass and you will move faster. But if you have some children at charge, it can work, but it's just a lot of risk that, in my opinion, is not worth taking. So if you really hate your 9 to 5 right now, even if you take a part-time, I would recommend either staying in this 9 to 5 until you have your 6 months runway, or taking another 9 to 5, building this 6 months runway, and then start your own business. We're talking about your day job exit strategy and the question, what if your employer finds out? Finds out about what? Finds out that you want to leave, finds out that you have a side business, finds out that you hate it where you work. First of all, let's clarify what we're talking about. Here we're going to talk about what if your employer finds out that you have a side business. Well, you need to check with the law of your country and the legal contract that you have. But in most countries, you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't compete with the interest of your employer. If you work for a software company that does booking service and you create your own booking service, that's compete. If you work for a company that does booking services and you do a sport business or like a coaching business, there is no competition. Again, check with a lawyer. Let's say that your manager come and tap on your shoulder and then they tell you about your side business that you're preparing and how it's a problem. Then what you want to do is ask some question. Why is that a problem? How does it matter what I do in my free time? And then ideally, you want to have a story prepared on how it actually helps the company. And then you want to be ready for a negotiation. Because if you're a great employee, if you provide a massive value at work, the company might be okay as long as you don't compete to keep you and give you freedom on what you do in your free time. Actually, they might even sponsor you by paying you more because you provide more value to them. If you're a okay employee and that on top of all of that, they realize that you spend your free time working on a side business, that could be a problem. So here again, the best marketing, whether we're talking to your external clients or within your day job, the best marketing is an excellent fulfillment. And when I say be ready for a negotiation, it might mean that you might need to quit your job. If your side business has a good momentum, if you are feeling it, if you have market validation, market fit, and your employer doesn't like it and tell you to stop, then you need to be able to negotiate with them and tell them that you won't stop, but that you want to continue working with them. And be ready to walk away. I know that goes a little bit against what I talked about earlier. As a prevention to that, you want to make sure to keep things clean. Maybe your LinkedIn is for your day job, your Instagram is for your business. Maybe you use a pseudonym or an alias for your side business. Maybe your side business is not your name. Prevention is better than fixing in this situation as well. One thing that's very important though is that you have a clean conscience. If you've been stealing hours from your employer in order to develop your business, I'm not telling you not to do it, but know that it's not fair and that they are right to be pissed about that, if they catch you, that is. If you provide an amazing value for your employer, and you do it in less time than they require from you, and you can discreetly work on your own business on the side, then all power to you. But the keyword here is discreetly. That's where the magic of home office is, because most companies are inefficient. So if you manage to be efficient and do an 8-hour job into 3 hours, then you have 5 hours to do whatever you want. Gee, I wonder where does this example come from. Anyway, jokes aside, I used to work in a tech company and I managed to do the 8-hour shift in 2 to 3 hours. Then I had all this available time for me. Then the mistake that I've done is that I spread myself too thin between too many projects, but that's a different topic. I got a raise, I got a promotion, I was among the top 5 performer of the team. They didn't have anything against me doing other stuff. So to sum up, if your employer finds out that you're doing something on the side, most cases, they won't care as long as you do a great job during your working hours for them. Congratulations, you've just completed part 2 of this course and it's time to make a choice. Let's recap what you've gone through so far. You've left the comfortable but somewhat static green pasture of the day job where you were just a entrepreneur. You ventured into the warm deserts of the new venture. You made it to the oasis of the first clients and later a few clients. You've reached the green pasture of side hustle, which allowed you to reach the magic house of refinement. I know, right? The creativity in those names. And now, thanks to this, you are much better at sales, you know how to use referral, and you are now an in-demand entrepreneur dad. One more time. Well played, sir. Now, the choices that you have in front of you. You can stay in the green pasture of side hustle, and by applying the refinement tools that you've got, you can increase the amount of money and impact that you have as an in-demand entrepreneur dad. Very honorable choice. If you don't want to stay in the green pasture of the side hustle and you want to make it to a more full-time occupation, or just you want to scale your business, you can take one of two routes. The first route is the one that's displayed here, is the warm desert of abundance. Warm because we're going to keep doing some warm outreach, but we're going to supplement it with some content creation and also some affiliates work. So you will become a scaling entrepreneur and eventually a full-time entrepreneur dad in the green pasture of be your own boss. That's a very natural progression, and it works very well because it's all based on content, which is an accelerator for all the other lead sources. That's your second choice. Your third choice is to go into the cold desert of abundance, meaning the ads and cold outreach in order to make it to a full-time entrepreneur dad. So you see that this is a cold desert and there is an oasis here. This is the oasis of the magic number. And you reach this oasis when you know how much it costs you to acquire a client. Let's say that you need to pay $3,000 to acquire a $5,000 client. Great, you have your number. Now you can pay $30,000 and you will acquire $50,000 worth of clients. And then it becomes just a number game. And on the other side of that, you reach client-financed acquisition. Here as well, you will become first a scaling entrepreneur dad and then a full-time entrepreneur dad. How to choose briefly. If you're interested in creating more content, in doing more warm outreach, exploring more affiliates, then continue to the next video of this course and explore the warm desert of abundance. If you're really interested in ads or cold outreach or turning it into a numbers game, then explore a future video of this course for the cold desert of abundance. And as a reminder, as long as you're reaching your results and having a fulfilled life, you win, no matter what others are saying. So make your choice. And if you're like, hey, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do both of them. I'm going to go both into the warm desert of abundance and the cold desert of abundance. Well, the next video will tell you why I don't recommend that you do that. I'll see you there. I don't recommend that you do both at once yet, just because you're an entrepreneur dad with a day job. If this is your time available, right off the bat, take a third of that off for sleep. Then the remaining time we split in two between your day job and the rest of your life. And the remaining time we need to split between your partner, your kids, your me time, and your business. And you see that we have very little time left. Oh, and this time left, we divide it between the time where you actually provide the service to the clients that you've landed in part 1 of this course, and lead generation, which is what we're talking about now. If you cut this thin slice of cheese, or this thin slice of time available into 2 between warm and cold, most of the time there's not enough resources to be allocated there. In any case, I wish you a beautiful rest of your day, and I'm super happy for you that you made it this far, because I'm giving you all the knowledge so that you can take it home, apply, get results. And hopefully this way I get your trust. Now, if you want my help to implement, go faster, review some of the fine line of your particular situation, then join our group coaching program, or at least join the community. The link is below. All right, Entrepreneur Dad, I appreciate you, and I see you in the next part of the course. Welcome to part 3A of this course, which is all about scaling your business as an entrepreneur dad using warm lead generation technique. We're going to go through the warm desert of abundance, all the way to the green pasture of be your own boss. Or maybe you're already your own boss and you want to increase the money and impact that you generate. That's what this part of the course is about. We're going to talk about content, how to pick the right kind of content, how to use content to amplify your warm outreach. We're going to talk about affiliate and how it can be a great passive lead generator for the right kind of business. And we're going to talk about metrics and what to track in order to make it a sustainable business. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, Entrepreneur Dad, it's time to talk about content. We're in the warm desert of abundance, and the way we're going to scale our Entrepreneur Dad business is by creating content. We're going to talk about platform choice, long form versus short form, how to structure a piece of content, how frequently to post it, everything that is important for you in order to create some content. And as usual, we start with the why. If you remember the first part of this course, we talked about the 3 parts of business and how we can make it simple. Acquisition is the act of turning strangers into raving fans who bring you more clients. Vision is the art of knowing what the hell we're doing and why it matters for us. And operation is everything that's needed so that we can actually be in business. And I told you that most new entrepreneurs, whether they are dads or not, they tend to spend too much time on vision and operation. So content is a part of acquisition, meaning that one of the first reasons to create content is that it will create leads. As a matter of fact, you watching this piece of content now, you are a lead for me. Even if you never buy anything from me, at least I'm gaining your trust by providing value, and you might refer me to somebody else who wants help with the implementation or who just want to hang out with some entrepreneur dad. You also remember from earlier video that content is an accelerator for all the other lead generation source. When we create content, our warm outreach is more efficient and people actually reach out to us as opposed to just us doing outreach. When we do content, our cold outreach is actually more efficient because people can check us out and find some content that we've put out there that gains trust and builds authority. Same thing with paid ads. When we do content, people check us out. Who the hell is this guy? If they find that your channel of choice is active, that builds trust and they are more likely to get on a call with you or your sales rep and move forward with your product or service. Referrals are made more powerful by content because that's a nice lead magnet that the person who is going to refer you can share with somebody else. Same thing with affiliate. And your content might also help you find some employee who resonate with your vision, who like the way how you do business and wants to be part of that. On top of all of that, your content will help you build your personal brand. Personal brand might not be a top priority for you now, but on the long run, your personal brand becomes one of the most important things that you have because this makes it easier for you to launch a new product or service. And with the power of your personal brand, people will buy it. Just think of how much margin can Louis Vuitton, this is the universal sign for margin. Think about how much margin Louis Vuitton can have on their bags, which cost probably $20 to create, and they sell it for multiple thousand because of their brand. So granted, it's an organization, it's not an individual. But now think about your favorite YouTuber. No, not me. Your other favorite YouTuber. How do they make money? They build a brand, they build a personal brand that you trust. That's why you follow them. And when they recommend a product or service, you're much more likely to buy it. And if you don't buy it from their affiliate, you might consider it. They plant the seed within you. And a few weeks or months or years later, when you need the product, you're like, wait, what was this VPN service? Was it South VPN, East VPN? I don't know, one of the four. Because I remember this YouTuber told me about that. And then you buy. It's all because of personal brand. Another reason is that creating content is actually fun. It is a creative activity where you get to put together ideas, you get to collaborate with a team if you want to, or you get to create it yourself, just like a piece of art. For me, as a musician and former music composer, I like the creativity part of creating content. Okay, that's it for the why, you guys. In the next video, we talk about which platform to pick. Now that you know why content is so important, I probably just confirmed what you already thought about. It's time to make some decisions as to which kind of content. Let's start with a very basic decision before we think about YouTube or X or whatever. Let's talk about the format. First of all, there are two big categories of content: live and async. You can do live almost everywhere, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Instagram, and you can do async everywhere as well. I know it's obvious, but it's important for you to figure out if you prefer to do live, async, or combination of both. Then let's think about the format. You can do video, you can do audio, you can do image, and you can do text. And here's the first insight. Until very recently, I was telling everyone to create video. Because once you have video, you can convert it into audio, you can convert it into images, you can convert it into text, whether they are short form text or long form text. So video is really the king at the top that you can repurpose in a whole bunch of ways. But here's the thing, if you're a gifted writer, even if you're a gifted AI writer, and if your audience prefer text, then you should probably do text. You want to find the intersection of what you're good at and what your audience wants, with majority of it being what does my audience want? Which means that if your audience really wants video, you need to go through your fear of recording videos, just like so many of my clients went through, and start recording video. And maybe, who knows, find it enjoyable. And the last component that you want to put into this mix in order to define which format for your content is long versus short. So before we even jump into picking one platform, we need to be clear on which format we prefer. Live versus async, video, audio, image, or text, long versus short form. So how to make this decision? There are just two criteria that you need to think about, and they are: what does your audience want? What do they want? And what do you enjoy creating or are good at creating? And there's a slight hierarchy in these two circles. See if you can spot it with the following animation. Yeah? See it? See it? Meaning that if you're serious about making your first 100,000 and beyond, actually, because we're in the scaling part now, you want to take an extra step to find what your audience wants. And I'm saying audience and ideal customer interchangeably here. You want to get great at figuring out what they want, and then you want to find a way to enjoy it. Let me say that again. You want to get great at understand what they want, what they need, where they live. Do they prefer short? Do they prefer video? Do they prefer live or async? And then find a way to enjoy doing just that. So often I speak with people who are like, I hate doing video, but then they get a cool lighting or like a few insights on how to position the camera at eye level or to structure a script, and then they love recording video. They found a way to enjoy what their ideal client wants. And that's really the key here. In the next video, we talk about concrete platform choice and whether you should be on one or several of them at the same time. Should you be in one versus several platforms? The mistake that I see a lot of entrepreneurs that do is they try to be everywhere. But especially early in the life of our business, we might not have the resources, bandwidth, team required to dominate every platform. Because yes, dominating every platform is the ideal thing to do. If you can post high quality on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, and be consistent there and post high quality content, that's perfect. Because your ideal clients will be on this platform. And if you can reach out to them where they are, that's perfect. But we need to bring that back to reality. In reality, you probably don't have 25 to 30,000 to invest every month in a full content team, just like Alex Hormozy does. So we want to find the 80-20. What's the 20% of the platform where you need to focus your attention to get 80% of the results? This video will most probably be updated as time goes by because I'm recording that at the end of 2025 and social media move over time. Remember MySpace? Yeah, you're an entrepreneur dad, so you probably remember it. They are gone now. And more recently, remember, what was the name? Lunchbox or not Lunchbox, Lunch Club or... See, I forgot the name already. There was this platform which was audio only, and that was the rage, the biggest trend 3 years ago. What happened to them now? No idea, but I can tell you that they are not in the top 15 biggest social media platform. So as you look at this list, remember what I told you earlier about. Start with what they want, what they consume, what they need, and then what you could enjoy. Actually, for some reason, the previous list that I had didn't have TikTok, so I brought this one now. So as you look at this list, remember what I told you about and what you should focus on. What do they want more than what you enjoy or what you're good at? What does your ideal clients want? Where do they hang out online is more important than what you enjoy and what you're good at. It's still important, but that's the second category. For me, I'm lucky that my ideal client, which is you, which is the entrepreneur dad, loves YouTube, and I love YouTube as well. I use YouTube all the time, more than I use Netflix or any other source of entertainment. I don't use the other social media. So for me, it's a perfect match. For you, depending on who's your ideal client is, it might be different. And by the way, remember all the work that we've done in part 1. Your ideal clients should have a first name. You should know their whole story. You should be the guide for that person. So think about it like that. Not my ideal client, but where does Jeff hangs out online? Where does Jenny hangs out online? Give them a first name and consider them like a real person. And that will help you in the choice of your content platform. Okay, so let's see. Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, WeChat, Messenger, Telegram, LinkedIn, etc., 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 etc. So think about it. Where does your Jeff, your Henry, your Cynthia, where do they hang out online? And then right after that, ask yourself, could you see yourself posting regularly on this platform? And regularly means different things on different platforms. For YouTube, the more, the better. If you can post high quality, long form content every day, then do it and you'll be the next PewDiePie. For TikTok, the more, the better. If you can post 15 per day, something that brings value to your ideal clients, then excellent. For LinkedIn, it's a bit different. LinkedIn's algorithm, as of October 2025, tends to prefer a slower frequency of posting. So twice a week, 3 times a week is okay on LinkedIn. So that's the thing to define. Once you have like this platform where you know that your ideal client lives, that you can tolerate or enjoy, and that you can sustain a consistent way of posting, great! Write somewhere, how long do you think it's going to take you? Is it going to take you like an hour per week, 2 hours per week, an hour per day, 2 hours per day? And see what bandwidths you have available. If you're already financially set and you can invest 10 hours a day just on your content, then you have more options than if you can just spend an hour or 2 hours per day on your content. So start with the top of the platform for your ideal clients and then see how you can complement that. Hopefully I made myself clear. I don't recommend that you post everywhere. And I know that AI offers a lot of tools to repurpose. That's great. Keep that for later. For now, focus on all the platforms that you can give love organically yourself or your team. Because I've done these mistakes, and that was before AI too. I had this perfect process where we would convert like one piece of YouTube into podcast and stuff. And that felt great, that felt efficient, but none of the platforms were performing. And then when I refocused all my attention to YouTube, That's where I got my first 2 viral videos. And by the way, I didn't need viral video to get some client from YouTube, but that's another story that we'll come back to later. And another important thing is that once you choose one platform, give it some love and give it some time. It's not like you stay on Facebook for 2 weeks and you're like, oh, it doesn't work, so let me go to TikTok. Give it some love because you get better the more you post. I've been posting on YouTube since the beginning of 2023, and when I watch some of my old videos, I cringe, and I'm happy to cringe because it means that I progressed. I hope that I will cringe when I watch videos that I'm recording in October once I watch them next year, because I want each of my videos to be better than the previous one. The final thing to think about is the geography of your user, because obviously if your ideal client is in China, then you might want to consider going on WeChat. If they are not, maybe you don't need it. In the next video, we'll talk about the concept of long form versus short form, which will help you make your final decision on your content creation platform of choice. See you in the next video. We've talked about a bunch of criteria to help you pick the platform where you're going to create content. Now let's talk about a question that comes often. Should I do long form, short form, or both? And for that, instead of telling you about my experience, let me ask you some questions. Do you know the name of the creators of short form that you follow? Do you even follow them? Or do they appear on your feed when you scroll? I know you're an amazing entrepreneur dad and you never doom scroll, but when you do you know the name of the creators who appear? Now, do you know the name of the long form creators that you watch? If you don't know their name, who do you have the most curiosity toward? The short form person that you scroll for 2 seconds, or the person that you've listened for 25 minutes in your car? Don't get me wrong, there are people who are crushing on short form. It is possible to crush on short form. I have some friends and clients who crushed on short form. For the kind of services that you and I provide, which are typically higher ticket, long form, in my opinion, is a must. And don't take it from me alone. Check this. In this great video by Alex that I highly recommend, he ranked with real numbers the performance of all his socials: YouTube, Instagram, X, Facebook, mailing lists, LinkedIn, Spotify with his podcast, and TikTok. Oh, look at that. Ooh, TikTok is an F. And what he says in this video, that again I encourage you to watch, is that while there are some big number at the top in terms of TikTok, the views, the likes, the clicks, what we call vanity metrics, at the bottom, what we call clients, what we call money in the bank, the conversion rate is terrible. Now, mind you, that's true for him with his niche, which is pretty specific because this is business owners whose business is making at least, I believe, 3 million a year as of this recording. So it might work great for your niche. But I think it says something about the psychology of people on TikTok, which is why I'm not on TikTok. And you see at the top that we have YouTube. He says in this video that the people who watch many hours of his content on YouTube, they are the people who actually apply to become his client, and they are the people who become the biggest part of his clients. The biggest part of his client comes from elsewhere. But in terms of content creation, YouTube is the most converting platform for him, for his niche. And again, I told you, he invests 25K plus per month in his content team. Maybe you can do the same in that case. Awesome. Maybe you cannot. So start with a platform that's your ideal client wants and that you enjoy consuming and creating for, or at least that you could enjoy creating and consume. Then post as often as you can within the guideline of the platform. And in my opinion, between short and long, prefer long because you can convert long into short. I mean, you can convert shorts into long by putting a bunch of shorts one after the other. And this advice is only a starting point. You do that for 3 months and you see the results. If you get clients, great. If you don't get clients, change your approach. Maybe you do short. Maybe you never did short before, start doing short. But be careful of not feeling rewarded by the vanity metrics. I had a client like that. He had big numbers, like a lot of followers on his YouTube channel, a lot of clicks and likes in his YouTube shorts. And I asked him, yeah, and how does that translate into clients? And he was like, well, first of all, I don't know. And then when he checked the info, he was like, well, it doesn't. So then why do we do that? Do we do that so we can be like, yeah, you know, man, I have a big YouTube channel, a big YouTube channel? Or do we do that so that we can have an impact on people and grow our business and be the super dads our kids will always remember? You decide. For me, I picked long form and I picked YouTube for reasons that I already mentioned. So in the next video, I share everything I know about YouTube in case that's the platform that you want to pursue. And I'll see you in the next video. All right, legends. Now I dive deep into YouTube because that's my platform of choice for content creation. And I'm going to just share my screen and we're going to have fun together looking at real numbers. This is my YouTube channel as of October 2025. We're in the plan of changing this banner. The two most popular videos are there, 18,000 views for how to create a multi-channel Telegram group and 4.6K on the 1 month stay. I hope you tried your first 1 month stay by this point, guys. I put exactly how to do it in this course, so go back and check it out if you skipped it. Let's go look behind the scene. So I'm not a YouTube expert, so I won't go too deep into the analysis here. So you can see that I have 248 subs, and I almost said you can see that I have a small channel. Well, yeah, I have a small channel comparing to Mr. Beast, but I have a huge channel compared to me from a few years ago when I had exactly 0 subs. And that's something important when you create content. Learn to celebrate the progress, not the absolute number. Because if I was just looking at this number, I'm like, oh my God, I've been doing that since 2023, this sucks. And I would give up. Now, a simple question. Which of the two has the most probability to bring me to a resounding success? Giving up on creating content? Continuing creating content? This is a hard one. Continuing, of course. So I find ways to stay motivated, improving between each video, and I keep going. Also, look at that, the views are going up, the watch time is going up, and that's pretty cool. This last 28 days, people spent 61.8 hours with me without me spending time with them. Do you understand what it means in terms of building trust and authority? Some people are developing a parasocial relationship with me because I've helped them with something that was important for them. So then if they ever get on a sales call with one of my team members or with myself, then we have instant rapport. There is a certain level of trust. Look at that. I have some unanswered. Yeah, that's the beauty of revealing what's behind the curtain. I have some unanswered comments here on my YouTube, and that's not good, guys. So case in point, don't do that. When somebody comments on your stuff, use that as an opportunity to reach out to them. Ouch, bad Arno. So as far as the stats, I've been on the platform for many, many years. I've started actively posting back in January 2023. And you can see that I have a lot of unlisted video. Unlisted. I use this channel for my personal brand. And because I improve each videos, after a while, the previous videos, they don't match the brand anymore. I have some videos about meditation. It's an important theme, but that's confusing for a viewer who lands on my channel for the first time. Wait, do you help me get 100,000 in 6 months, or do you help me find peace of mind? So regularly, I don't erase the videos because a part of me is still proud of them, but I just unlist them so that they don't confuse the viewer when he or she sees that. Let's look at some of the oldest video that I made. For those of you who are like, oh yeah, I don't want to be on video. I'm not charismatic on video. I'm afraid of being on video. I don't know how to script. Yeah, I was there too. Check this. Cringe time.
Yo, what's up, guys? This is Arno here for Peaceful Creativity.
This is where this video turned into a reaction video.
And I managed to be in the present, and I long for some things. I want some things to be different in my life.
Okay, I cannot tolerate it anymore. So what can we learn here? First of all, my shaving is horrible, and I wonder where is this hoodie? But look at that. I'm tired. My background is shit. I hold the phone vertically. What am I doing? Here's what I'm doing. I'm giving it a shot, and so should you, because then immediately the next video is much better. I mean, much better than the first one. So check it out. The background is a mess, okay, but at least the video is horizontal and I'm shaved a little bit more. There is a story in the background. Yes, the camera is shit, but the video is a little bit longer too. So there is some progress. And here's the funny thing. There are 4 years between the two videos that you just saw. And in between, I didn't do content. If I had started content earlier, can you imagine how better this video would have looked like? Can you imagine how much easier it would have been to grow my business? Well, I didn't know it and you do, so lucky you. The thing is that in between what I've done is I've just done warm outreach, which is why I've structured this course the way I did, because I know that even before I was creating content, I was getting clients just with warm outreach. But now that's behind you because you are in the scaling phase. So let's get back into content. The most important thing in this video is that it exists. And yes, it's cringe. Yes, it's unlisted now, but it exists. And without this video, there is not my 18,000 views video. There is not my future 100,000 video. There is not my future million views video. They are all coming, which brings me to a very important rule about YouTube. I shouldn't say rule, let's say guideline. YouTube is like a lottery. The difference is that when you buy lottery tickets, you can control just one thing, and that's how many tickets do you buy. In YouTube, you can control how many tickets you buy, how many videos you create, but you can also make your tickets a little bit better every time. If you have a good camera, if your script is interesting, if you have a good topic, if you think about your ideal client and you imagine them on the other side of the lens, not just this black void of nothingness that keeps looking at you and sending at you all these uncertainty and fears about yourself and about how you are nothing, you will make much better video. So focus more on the ideal client rather than the void. And because this is a lottery ticket, I have clients who won the lottery ticket very early. One of them in particular, at his 5th video, I can show you his YouTube channel, I don't think he would mind. So this is my client, Emmanuel. I started coaching him around here. I'm not taking any credit on his YouTube strategy thing, just so that you don't think I'm a YouTube genius or something like that. I just coach him as an entrepreneur dad on the mindset and some of these things. Nevertheless, 1K, 500, 300, 1K, 600, 400, more than 500,000. Look at that. Now, these videos didn't have those numbers before this video was put out. On average, they had like 100, 200 views. The moment this video exploded, the moment he won the lottery with his lottery ticket, then all of his other video got more views. And all of his future video got some positive views as well. And now he has another one at 11K, which is pretty cool. So it is really like a lottery ticket. And the more often you post, the higher your chances are of winning, with the condition that the content is made for your ideal clients. I'm pointing behind the lens right now as I'm saying that, for your ideal clients, and is of high quality, plus a few other guidelines that we'll get into in a later video. Because this is like a lottery ticket, the more often you can post, the more chances you have to win. And you need to be okay with the fact that maybe it will take you a long time to win, depending on how you define winning. So let's come back to this concept of vanity metrics. If you only focus on views, then not great. But if you focus on the pleasure of creating and money, because this channel doesn't have a ton of subscribers. I'm grateful for each of the 248 subs which are there as of this recording, but it doesn't have a lot of them. And I'm fine with that because it generated at least 2 high-ticket clients, mind you. Some clients who worked with me for several months, sometimes years. It brought me 2 clients directly already. I'm saying directly because oftentimes some of my existing clients, they refer the video. The other day, my client was telling me, I watched your video how I'd make 10K if my family was at risk, and I don't understand why you don't have more views. And I was like, well, thank you. But the point is that it also increased my authority, my personal brand. And then when people see quality, but a low number of views, they get confused. They're like, what's going on? Have you ever seen that under a video? These comments, I can't believe you don't have millions of subs. Boom. So from that matrix, I find that my channel is very successful and I'm working hard to take it to the next level of success. But for you, what matters is that you want to be there in the long game. The only way to lose is to give up. And that's true for entrepreneurship as well as content creation on YouTube or elsewhere. In the next video, we get more in details into the how-to of creating a YouTube video. See you there. Okay guys, let's go deeper on how to do this whole YouTube thing. Now, I should say that if you want some great education for absolutely free on YouTube, let me recommend the course that my YouTube coach put out there, because he's the YouTube genius, I'm not. That's this course, Beginner Guides to YouTube in 2025, 6+ hours. I've watched it, that put me in my coach's funnel. I hired him, he's amazing, I highly recommend. So if you really want to go deep into YouTube, watch that or hire him as well and tell him that Arnaud CZ sends you. This way I might get a nice affiliate commission. If you just want to watch the course for free, that's fine as well. I'm going to share the minimum that you need to know in order to record your YouTube video if that's the path that you want to take. That applies to any form of video, by the way. At the top, what you need is a topic that matters to your ideal clients. And again, give them a first name that makes it so much easier. How do you recognize a topic that they need? Well, think about the clients that you've already helped, your ideal clients that you're already serving. What do you guys talk about during your session? What do they write in their email with questions? What's something that's bothering them? As of this recording, my most successful video on YouTube in terms of views comes from a question. I had a client who was like, well, hey, I saw that you did a community on Telegram. How do you do that? And I just recorded a video to answer this and I put it on YouTube. You see it's 355 and that's it, you know. Pick a topic that matters to your ideal client. Then create an outline for your video. The outline is simple, an intro, point 1, point 2, point 3, and an outro. Simple. When I say points, that's a teaching concept or something that adds value, a joke, a story, something that brings value to your ideal client. I'm just going to assume that your ideal client's name is G from now on because I'm tired of saying ideal client. So in my mind, your ideal client is G. So once you have a topic that matters to G, think about 3 points within this topic that can be super valuable to G. And ideally that flow well between each other. And then you just present those 3 points. Sometimes it's chronological. Sometimes it's like, well, if you want to build a bridge, you need to gather the wood, make the plan, and then build the bridge. Sometimes it's complementary. Well, if you want to make some sales, you need to build rapport, you need to have some good questions, and you need to close, here's how. And that's it. And then your intro should confirm what G clicked on, and your outro should summarize what you talked about here and give them a call to action. I recommend you also put a call to action here during at the end of the point 1. And that's it really. That's the structure that you want in YouTube or in any form of content for that matter. If your way of giving content is giving speeches, you want an intro, 3 powerful points that bring value, and an outro. If you write long form blogs, that's the same. It's just that then you subdivide the points into 1A, 1B, 1C. After that, what I do is I script the video. Now, I don't do it. AI does it for me. I trained AI to create a script that sounds like me enough so that then when I read it with my teleprompter, I get to adapt it and it sounds 100% like me. I used to not script my video, and there's definitely a way to generate some leads on your channel without scripting a video. The amount of anxiety that it was giving me to sit here in the studio and freestyling just based on an outline was so high that I started to procrastinate on that, and I found out that I needed a different way. So that's why I decided to script my video. And I created an automation in AI using Claude, which is, as of this recording, the best AI to create content. If you're interested in learning more about that, you can let me know in the comments or in a message in the community. And of course, if you join the group coaching, you get access to all the templates and prompts and structure that you need to make that happen. The next step is to record it. And if you have your script, that should be way easier. You just take a deep breath in and you just read out loud with energy what the script is saying. If you didn't script it, then that's fine. You take a deep breath in and you freestyle through the outlines. And after that, you just need to edit and publish. Easy peasy, right? Well, no, which is why at the beginning people freak out. This is why we want to start as soon as possible with videos that are not perfect. All the YouTube gurus say it this way because they want to sell you a YouTube course. I don't have a YouTube course to sell you. I'm telling that to you because I want you to be in the field creating this content and make it better every time. Here's what I mean. Let's say that your first video, you just pick a topic and then you jump here, record, no edit, and publish. That's it. That's your first video. The second video, you pick a topic and you don't care about the views, by the way. Never care about the views. The second video, you pick a topic that G needs and then you record it and you edit it a little bit. You remove that's what we call a cut, by the way. A cut is when you cut everything that shouldn't be in the video. The third video, you choose a topic that matters for G, and then you record it, you do a cut and a little bit of B edit. You just put like one background music, etc., etc. You just keep improving little bit after little bit. And what it does is that it trains your muscle, baby. Yeah. All right. That trains it. When you go to the gym, you don't start with the 50 kilo dumbbell. You start with the 5 kilo dumbbell and you make it to the 7.5, then to the 8, then to the 9, one day to the 12, then the 50, That's the same with the video. So start small. There's much more that we could talk about regarding the topic of YouTube. But as I said, I'm not a YouTube specialist. I just want you to start as soon as you can. Later in this course, we talk about how you can use your videos on YouTube or on any content platform, by the way, to reinforce your warm outreach. That's a few videos down the line. The next video is a final recap on content strategy, and that's where I'll see you. In this video, we recap what we talked about and we help you make your final choice and put a system into place so that you can produce the content that will help you get to your $100,000 as an entrepreneur. Content helps you increase all the other lead generation tools. We've talked about that before. It also helps you with your personal brand. In order to decide which kind of content, you need to think about the various formats that are available. Live versus async, video, audio, image, text, long and short. And you want to start with what they want, what your ideal client wants, and then as a secondary criteria, what you enjoy doing or what you're good at creating already. I talked about it with YouTube, but no matter which platform you pick, you need to start with a topic that matters to your ideal clients. That's the most important thing. And you want to be clear on what frequency will you post sustainably. Then pick the best platform based on all of that. And once you master it, once you get to post regularly and you get some positive feedback from it, then and only then can you think about branching out or going a little bit broader. There are some great tools that will help you to repurpose the content, which is why I generally recommend to start with video, because that's the kind of content that you can the most easily recycle in all the others. If you are terrified of recording video, then ignore this advice. Just pick something else. Just write some long form. You can convert them into some short form. Just record audio only. You can convert them into images. But the most important thing is that you want to be clear on the topic, create an outline with 3 key teaching points, an intro and an outro, and then script it if that helps you, record it and edit and publish. And here's the thing, there is no perfect platform. The perfect platform is the platform where your ideal client lives. I've had clients and friends who dominated in X, Thread, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere. As long as your ideal client is there and you are consistent and you don't get too much in your head before starting creating content. Because guess what? Most probably, people are not going to watch your first pieces of content. So it's okay to fail. It's okay to cringe when you look back. If there's just one element in this module that I want you to remember, is like start yesterday, create something, start posting yesterday, get better, and I'll see you in the next module. Peace. Now that you have this new content superpower, it's time to, just like Superman, learn to use it to boost your warm outreach. And there's a couple of ways how you can do that. I know by this point you are a warm outreach genius. Now we're going to move into some advanced warm outreach techniques, starting with the ones connected with content. Because yes,
Now you've picked a platform and you've started to create consistently content in order to impact and attract your ideal customer. The most obvious way how you can use your content to do warm outreach is every time you post a piece of content and somebody raises their hand, it's an opportunity to reach out to them in DM and ask them, hey, thanks for liking my stuff. What did you like about it? And strike a conversation. And then you can go back to the warm outreach module of this course to know how to handle the conversation into a virtual coffee or into a sales calls or both. A few considerations regarding that. First of all, it does require that you're on a platform that allows people to be contacted. Because if you're on YouTube and you receive a comment, yes, you want to reply to them, but there is no getting in their DM directly. I believe this is changing with the new community feature, but as of October 2025, to the best of my knowledge, it's not possible. Which is why you want to have a very clear call to action, a link that people can click so that if they are looking for the next step, they can easily find it. Assuming you're posting on Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn, people can comment and you see their name, you can click on them and send them a one-on-one message, or you can have somebody from your team do that. And it would be a shame not to do that, because that person has literally raised their hand and be like, hey, your stuff resonates with me so much that I've stopped what I was doing. I've put my little chubby fingers on the keyboard and I spent some time to write you something. Perfect. Don't let them hanging. Now, what if the content you create is public speaking? Well, there you also have literally people raising their hands during and asking questions. So make a mental photography of who they are and go speak with them after the event. Hey, thanks so much for asking this question. What do you do? And then you just move on through the warm outreach thing, except that because they've seen you on the stage, you're a little bit of a celebrity for them right now. So it's much easier, once you identify a problem that you can solve, it's much easier to offer a strategy call or some form of gift. Oh, wow, that's incredible. Well, do you want me to connect you with Marcus, my strategist, so he can help you with that? Oh, yeah, thank you so much. And yet this strategist will also offer your service if they are adapted to that person. But from their point of view, this is a gift from you. On the topic of public speaking, not everyone will be extroverted enough to physically raise their hand and ask a question in front of everyone. Some of them will wait patiently and then come and try and talk to you after the speech because you're a celebrity. That used to be my style. No, actually, my style was to do both. Raise my hand, ask a public question, and then use that as a bridge to go and speak with the person on stage later one-on-one. If they do come and speak to you one-on-one, even better, redirect them toward your funnel. Which brings me nicely to another wonderful use of content as part of warm outreach. Hey, what's up, and thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide a service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. Think about each of your pieces of content as a mini lead magnet, meaning that when you're in a conversation with somebody, anyone, you always want to find ways to add value. And in the past, that could have meant giving them a gift session, but not anymore. Now you can just, hey, I have a video on exactly this topic that helps 5,000 people already. Do you want me to send it your way? Oh, really? Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. What's your email address? What's the best way to connect? And then you grab a phone number or you share it on the spot. And here's the thing. Once you've given that, you can escalate because they accepted the first part. Okay, Bob, I've just sent you the link by email. Hey, if you want, I can also connect you with Marcus, my strategist, to see how he can tailor the content of the video for you, just to see if we can help. Oh, really? You would do that? Oh, that's fantastic. Right? You gain some trust by giving a first piece of value, and then you offer a second piece of value, which is talking with your strategist or doing the sales call yourself. In case you do your sales call yourself, that would be, if you want, I had a cancellation next Thursday, so we can get on a Zoom call and you can tell me more about your situation and I can see what I can do to help. Really, you would do that? Oh, thank you so much. And now we have a super hot lead coming to your sales calls. And they are warmed up even more because in between you make sure that they watch the video. This is another way how content feeds warm outreach. Let's say that somebody books you or your strategist after they've seen a piece of content. Make sure that in the email sequence that they receive until then, there's another piece of content and another piece of content so that they spend more time with you. For example, in my YouTube, which again some would consider small, I've spent so far more than 1,000 hours with people without spending that time. I mean, that alone is an incredible return on investment. Like if I just calculate how much I make per hour, multiply by 1,000, even on the lower side of this calculation, I'm still way above the money that I spend on this YouTube channel. Not the time though, not the time. So once you create content, you can really harness that to have people spend time with you without investing your own time and build that trust and that authority that you want to have as the guide. I've been on sales call with some famous YouTubers who wanted to sell me something and they kind of sucked at sales, but their authority and who they are was so big in my mind that I was like, oh my God, I want to work with them. I want to work with them. Even though their sales pitch sucked, your client can be starstruck too if you show them enough of your content. Effectively, the simplest way I can say that is that your content turns your cold audience into a mildly warm audience / a boiling hot audience. Like imagine your favorite YouTuber. No, again, not me, your other favorite YouTuber. And imagine that you get on a call with them and they have something that could remotely help you with your life. What would be your tendency? You would be attracted to them because you know them. You spend so many hours with them, right? That's what they call a parasocial relationship. That's not weird, unless you're a stalker. We are built this way. And now let's look at the other way around, how your sales, your services, and your marketing can feed your content. And I mentioned that briefly on the module on content, but every time somebody gives you an objection, a problem, a challenge, a win, this is a great topic for content. I had one of my clients who made $75,000 in 75 minutes spent with me. You betcha that it's one of my videos. I already mentioned the guy who wanted help with the Telegram group. Yes, it's one of my most popular videos. If you want to take it one step further, let's say that you get into a conversation with somebody on the warm outreach. They share with you a challenge that they have that you can solve and you don't have a video on that. You can just be like, you know what? Thank you for that. That's a great topic. Let me record a video on that topic and send it to you. You literally fire up Loom or Zoom Clips. Zoom Clips is a better alternative than Loom because it's cheaper and works just the same, just saying. So you fire up Loom or Zoom Clips and you just record for 10 minutes on the topic of that person and you send it to them. Super high value for the receiver and you've done something good in the world. Or you can just take this topic and put it into your content flow with topic, outline, script, etc. I suggest that the platform that you use to do your warm outreach has some element of your content. I don't mean that you need to create custom content. If you reach out on Facebook, for example, you don't need to create custom Facebook content. It's better, but if you decided that you're going to do a podcast or if you decided that you're going to do YouTube, then you can just put the link on the platform of your choice. Let's say Facebook for this example. The algorithm of this platform might not like it, but it doesn't matter to us because we do warm outreach. So after you reach out once to the person, you reach out twice to the person, you reach out 3 times to the person, even if they never replied, they will be like, who's this guy who keeps writing me? And they will check your profile. When they check your profile, they will see if there's no activity and that will send a certain message. Oh, maybe it's a bot. Oh, who is that? I don't remember him. Or they will see if there is regular posting. And yes, if there's regular posting that looks good on the platform. If the posting is just a link to something else, at least it shows that you're active and that you're a real person, not a bot. As long as you put one line, check this episode where we talk about X, boom, and the link. Looks more human. So content makes your profile looks better. Who cares about that? Well, we do, because when your profile looks better, it's easier for people to reply to your warm messages. And that's it, you guys. I'm not going to make this module longer than it needs to be. There's this beautiful symbiosis between content creation and warm outreach. It would be a shame to miss out on it. So have fun creating content, have fun doing the warm outreach, and I'll see you in the next video. This module is about affiliates. There's a lot of misconceptions regarding affiliates. I want to clear them out and show you how affiliate brought me a lot of clients. It's not necessarily the path that I would recommend to most entrepreneur dads, but check in your industry, maybe that could be great for you. I recently shared that with my client Gabe, and it blew his mind away. And right after our session, he ran and he found several affiliates, and now he has all those people sending him business for free. So there's that. You remember obviously the 4 ways to advertise yourself by Hormozy and the 4 ways to have other advertise for you. And so today we talked about affiliate. The first thing that I want to specify when it comes to affiliate is that it's really 2-way: lead givers and lead receivers. I like to take the simple example of a gym and a massage in order to explain these 2 kinds of affiliate. Let's say that you own a gym, and next to this gym there is a massage parlor. This massage parlor give a special coupon to their clients, and then their clients comes to you. They are the lead givers, people who send you leads, and those are the ones that we're going to talk about the most. Now, the other side of it is that every time somebody goes to your gym, you give them a coupon, and the massage parlor receive leads. They are the lead receivers. A lead giver gives you leads, a lead receiver receives your leads. And it's good for you because you get a commission on that. In the next video, we're going to talk about how you can define who could be your lead givers and receivers. We continue on the topic of affiliates with both the lead givers and the lead receivers. And we talk about who's a good potential affiliate. The simplest way to think about it is milk and cookie. Let's say that you sell milk and people love to have cookie, but you don't want to develop all the processes and food supply requires to provide cookie. You find somebody who already does cookie, and boom, you have a great affiliate pair. It's great for you because your client can get cookie. It's great for them because their client can get milk. With the example of the gym and the massage. A lot of people who go to the gym like to have a nice relaxing massage after. This guy, for example. And some people who go to have a massage, they're like, I should probably go to the gym. For your own business, think about what could be a complementary service that could be great to collaborate with. Back when I was in the productivity niche, I was contacted by several productivity apps, and I made a deal with them. They were my lead receiver because underneath a few of my old videos, there was a link to, hey, buy such and such app that I also use, that I tried myself, that would send one of my viewers or one of my clients to them, and I would get a commission. And sometimes a nice commission. But really, I stopped doing that because they refused to be lead givers. I was like, hey, you're selling a productivity app. I'm a productivity coach. I used to be, at least. So when somebody sign up for your app, give them a 15-minute discovery call with me as a gift. They're like, oh yeah, we don't know. So I was like, okay guys, it needs to be both ways or I'm not interested. And so I stopped working with them. In general, I recommend that you focus on lead givers, because lead receivers will find you and reach out to you. You don't need to proactively look for them. So again, what's a complementary business or product or service that your ideal clients could benefit from using? Once you find it, be like, hey, I'm going to be the milk and you're going to be the cookie. In the next video, we talk about how to have this conversation in a little bit of a less sugar-heavy way. As I was sharing with Gabe the other week, the conversation that you have both with the lead givers and with the lead receivers is really a sales conversation. You're selling them on the idea of a partnership, a collaboration. I already shared my opinion that it's better to start with lead givers because lead receivers will come to you. So let's look at how you can have a great sales conversation with the lead givers who will then give you leads. Here's what you don't do. Hey, do you want to be my affiliate? Why don't we do that? Well, because the word affiliate has been thrown around a lot and people have various associations with these words. And oftentimes there's this association of confusion. Affiliate, what is it? You want to give me a link to your stuff, or is it multi-level marketing? And we never want to confuse anyone during a sales. I hope I said it enough in the sales module. If you confuse, you lose. That's true in sales, that's true in marketing in general, and that's true in your relationship with your lead givers and receivers. How do we approach a sales conversation with a lead giver? We start with them. We start by asking some questions. Again, if you're the gym and they are the massage parlor, hey, I noticed that we are a neighbor. How are you? That's a question. Ah, fantastic. What about you? Oh, great. You know, we have a lot of clients who tell us that they love massage as well. So I thought I'd come and talk to you and see how we can help each other. Would you be okay with it? That's another question. Oh yeah, absolutely. Cool. So currently, are you happy with the amount of clients that you have? Because sometimes they are like, oh yeah, I'm fully booked. You know, I'm also an architect on the side. I do this massage thing just part-time and I'm fully booked. Oh, okay, that's fine. Or, well, you know, I still have a lot of spots that are not filled and that makes me a lot of back and forth. Now that could be better. Okay. Because, you know, I had like those clients who asked me for a massage several times and I don't provide massage. So I thought that, you know, maybe we could help each other here. When people ask me for a massage, I send them to you. And if they ask you for a gym, you send them to me. Well, what do you think that could work? Well, why not? Yeah, that'd be nice. Great. So what do you think the best way for us to make that happen is? Pause in the role play. You see that the whole time I've just asked questions. Just like in the sales module, when you ask questions, you are non-aggressive and at the same time you direct the conversation where you want it to be. Perfect if you're a fan of Charles Xavier, just like I am. Because you get to mind control people, basically. I shouldn't have said that on video. The point here is that when you ask questions, you can orientate the discussion. And notice that I've never said the word affiliate. I've used cooperations, helping each other, and I've asked a lot of questions. Now, the last question I ask is, what do you think is the best way to make that happen? And it is because if I come up with, okay, so I give you a coupon and you give me a coupon and they are going to get 10% and you also get 10%, then that's confusing, that's scary, that sounds multi-level marketing. So we want to go really, whoa, bro, hey, what do you think the best way to proceed is? And maybe they'll be like, you know what I could do? I could print some flyers and I give them to you. This way, when your clients want a massage, you can just give a flyers. And then you can be like, that's a great idea. You know what would be great as well? What if on the flyer you put a small discount, like a 15%? This way that would really motivate people to go and try your massage. For the first time, of course, the discount. Then the other one you charge normally. Do you think that could work? That's a question. You know what? That's a great idea. Let's do it. Pause role play. What you've done here is you've actually used the lead receiver pitch to enter them becoming a lead giver. And here's how we do this transition. You know what? If it's cool with you, I want to do the same. I'm going to give you some of my flyers so that when somebody gets a massage with you for the first time, they can come to the gym. Would that be okay with you? Pause. At this stage, the massage person really needs to be a sociopath to refuse this deal because you just basically told them that you're going to send them some clients. So now if you're like, hey, baby, can we do it the other way as well? If they're like, oh, no, actually, then probably it's not the kind of person that you want to make business with. I would still ask a couple of questions when they say no. Really? Why not? Because sometimes they might have a legit concern and that you can clarify. See the videos on objection handling for everything that I'm talking about right now. But most probably at this stage, they will be like, yes, of course, that's a great idea. Awesome. And then you can be like, you know what I'm going to do? The flyers that I'm going to give you, it's not going to have a discount on it. It's going to have a gift session, like a free group session and one free entrance to the gym and sauna. I'm the massage person now. Wow, but don't you think it's too much? Back to the gym guy. Well, no, actually, because I really want them to have an amazing experience for me the first time so that they come back regularly after. And then pause. And then when you say that, the massage might be like, you know what? I'm actually also going to give a fully free session the first time. Or not. It doesn't matter at this point. But the point is that you're modeling the behaviors that you want to see in others. Let's recap what happened here. You've identified a complementary business or service or product that can go very well with your own service. You've reached out to them and you don't say the word affiliate. You ask some questions to figure out what the situation is and how you can help. You start with the lead receiver thing. Hey, can I send you some clients? Very difficult to say no to that. Then, once they agreed on that, you ask, what do you think is the best way to proceed? So that they come up with the coupon, with the discount, and with the code, with all the complicated stuff. And then once they say that, then you move into the lead giver territory and you level it up. You know what? I'm going to do the same, but when you send me people, I'm actually going to give them a free entrance and a free sauna session. Because if you level up with certainty, your affiliates might want to model you, which is a perfect segue into the next thing, which is negotiating the commission. Again, model. You know, massage parlor person, when you send me somebody after the first session, if they sign up, I'm going to give you a recurring 10%, just because I think it's good practice. Wow, a recurring 10%, that's crazy. Because of the law that Cialdini talked about in his book Persuasion, the law of reciprocity. If I give you X, you give me X as well. Not necessarily at the same time, but it will come back. Which reminds me a lot of the law of karma, by the way. You moved away from the, hey, do you want to be my affiliate and send me money when I send you leads, and I also send you money when you send me leads, into a more, hey person, you know, we're neighbor, we're in this together, let's help each other. By the way, if you're an online business and you do this, you're still neighbor because you're all in this internet bubble together. I get it, you know, leads comes and goes. We need to help each other here. So here's 10%, here's 50%. Because the numbers on internet affiliates can be very different, like 50% commission, why not, when there is no physical product. We'll talk about that later when we talk about some real life example, and I'll see you in the next video. We talked about lead givers, lead receivers, how to have a conversation with them, how to pick them, how the structure of the deal can look like. Let's talk about some real life example. I'm going to talk about my own example and in the example of some of my clients. The whole reason why I've decided to include affiliate in this course, even though that's not the most obvious way to get leads, is because I made a great ROI on that with online affiliate. So let me share my screen and show you. This is a website called coach.me where people go to find a coach. I joined them during the pandemic because my intuition was everybody's going to be stuck online. There must be a marketplace for coaches. And I didn't think about it as affiliate back then, but that's really what it is. Think about it. Coach.me invests some money in marketing, in SEO, in infrastructure so that you can put your profile there and people can find you and hire you there. A couple of times a year, I wake up, I open my email and it says, hey, you have a new client. And I'm like, cool. No lead gen, no sales call, no outreach agency commission, not even closer commission. I just wake up and I have a client. And then I start to coach that person. Now, initially, they had me jump through a few loops in order to do that. They had me create a profile, get certified. I had to pay for that, so I had to get invested. But I made my return on investment several times over. And I actually still do pay a subscription there. The subscription is fairly reasonable. So as long as I have one client per year coming from them, then I make my money back many times. It's been a few months that I haven't received any clients from them, so I don't know if I'm going to renew next May. But it was a great thing for my business to have this additional source of leads coming my way. I'm also in partnership with another organization that I'm legally not allowed to tell you the name of, but basically that's the same. I paid for a training and certification from them, and now they send me some clients and they take a cut. And I have zero marketing to do there. And all I have to do is provide a great service to the clients. And I'm really happy about that. Affiliate can really feel like you've delegated your whole marketing thing. And that's a pretty nice feeling to have. But you still want to create content and warm outreach because you don't want to rely on affiliate only. Because what if they stop? Then your flow of clients stops as well. I've had clients like that. Their only source was, for example, Upwork or another of this marketplace. And it's great and all, but if it stops coming from there, the business is dead. So we want to diversify our source of leads. Let's talk quickly about the lead receivers and when does it make the most sense. And in short, it makes the most sense once you have an audience, a very big audience, or if the deal size are massive. What I wouldn't suggest is that you get one of those affiliate links for an online product unless you already have tons of traffic on your website, on your YouTube, on the place where you create content, because it's just not worth the hassle for most of us. It can be worth the hassle. For example, my friend and inspiration, Graham Cochrane, who has a huge base of music enthusiasts and entrepreneurs now, he can make a partnership with somebody who has a good product. Graham shares that with his base, and just because he trusts the person who provides this service. So from his point of view, that's great. Somebody comes to him with an offer. He tries the offer, and if he likes it, he would share that with his base. And then every time his base buys from that other person, he gets 50%, yes, 50%, and he has zero delivery to do. That's a great free money for him. You send one email or one series of email and you make, I don't know, several hundreds of thousands of dollars. I like this deal. As long as you've really tried the person in front of you, because the risk for him is to share something that's not up to the standard that his base is expecting of him, because then that damages his personal brand, and we don't want that. We really don't want that. So once you have an established audience, lead receivers can be a very cool way to generate extra money for you without having to invest any time. You just send an email, you just talk to your people, and that's it. A lot of your favorite YouTubers, that's how they pay their bills. That's part of how they pay their bills. They have a lot of traffic. Brands reach out to them and be like, hey, can you promote our West VPN or goodhelp.com? And if they believe in the product or service, they can be like, yeah. And then they would put a link below their video and they would point out to it and make money this way. And you've seen what happened when they recommend some brands which are not recommendable. Like, for example, honey.com turned out to be a huge scam. Well, a lot of the YouTubers who shared that, their reputation, their personal brand was impacted. So careful with that. The thing that I'll leave you with is, while all of that is excellent from a point of view of business, it needs to start with the same question as usual. What does G need? What does my ideal client need? If I provide them productivity coaching, what do they need? They need a time tracker like Clockify, not sponsored. If I provide them with posture correction, what do they need? They need a certain kind of shoes. And always go for the lead givers, lead receivers approach, because it's great to get a link that you get, $20 here and there. It's way better to get a lead for free. But the underlying principle is start with what does your ideal client want and make partnership based on that. As a reminder, warm outreach, content, referrals, they are the top 3 that you want to focus on. There is a way how affiliate can be a real game changer. Something to think about. Imagine that you're already an in-demand entrepreneur dad and you're like, oh, I really don't want to build an audience for myself. Or I want to build an audience, but I don't want it to take forever. If you find somebody else who's in the same niche as you, but with a twist on that, or if you find somebody whose niche is bigger than yours and you could focus on a part of their niche, then there can be a great deal here, because you can make them an offer that they would promote your stuff and keep a huge amount of commission. That's fine, because they are not just sending you leads, they're also building your personal brand much faster. So for example, I might actually reach out to Graham to see if he wants to send me some entrepreneur dads, because now he talks with entrepreneurs, but not necessarily with entrepreneur dads. So if I reach out to him, if he remembers me, because last time we spoke was a few years ago, if I reach out to him and he's like, yeah, sure, all right, so what's the deal? Up 50%, boom. And he sends me like 10,000 people on the community and 1,000 of them signed up for the community. Hallelujah, he makes a lot of money and my community explodes from one day to the next and everybody wins. So that's another very interesting part of affiliate. I would still recommend that you have your warm outreach, content and referral strategy into place, at least until you have like 10, 20 clients, because then the offer that you will make in an affiliate circumstance will make more sense because it will be based on the truth. Like I can go to Graham and tell him about, hey, look, I have David, I have Richard, I have Luca, I have Emmanuel, I have, hold on, who do I have again? Yeah, Richard, I have Adam, I have Dave, I have Luca. I can share that with him. I have Luke, I have Dave, I have David. I can share that with him and he can be like, okay, all right, I get it. Shut up, this guy is legit. I know that you can help people. And so that's much easier of a sale for me to do with whoever could already own my audience. I can reach out to them and I think I will. I'm committing to doing it. How about that? But I can do that only because I've spent the years and the reps doing warm outreach, content, referral. So start there. And the good news is that for you, it's going to be much faster because I've done a lot of the mistakes and I've shared everything in these videos. And maybe you're already part of the program, so you have also my help and my team's help for the implementation. So you will save a lot of time. You won't need to wait too long before you can move into affiliate. And if you already have someone who trusts you and who's ready to share their audience with you, then perfect. Final words on affiliate. Just a reminder, focus on your ideal clients' need first, not on what that could do to your business. With that being said, I see you in the next video. Peace. In this short module, we're going to talk about tracking on the warm path of abundance, the warm desert of abundance. Tracking, arguably one of the least sexy topic we could talk about, is actually one of the sexiest because what gets measured gets managed, as you know. So figuring out a way to track what you do will give you a sense of control and power over building your business to the 100,000 that we're talking about. In an earlier video, I showed you the messages that I send and how I track simply. So let's go back there. Initially, we were just tracking the first contact, which is good because that gives you like a sense of progress. If you send 5 new DMs every day, you're going to have different results than if you send 15 or 20 or 500 every day. The thing is that, especially because we're talking about warm outreach, you might end up with a lot of conversation with friends who are great for your network building, but which are not necessarily the most conducive in you growing your business, which is why the next level of tracking is tracking the number of asks. What I call ask are those messages here. You might remember it from the video on warm outreach. Oh, by the way, I have a few spots open in my group coaching. Is it cool if I tell you who I'm looking for? Because when I ask this question, the conversation definitively moves from general, how have you been doing, chit chat, to, hey, business? And that's an important thing to track. And yes, it might mean that you tick less of those every day, but remember that those are the ones that really count when we're talking about your business short term. Long term, the first one is the most important because you want to keep your network alive. Short term, yes, you want to keep it alive and you want to make some clear requests for introduction to people who could become your potential client. So a simple addition to how to track is to measure not just how many first contacts you make, but also how many asks you make as defined by this sentence or any similar sentence. How to track who we are following up with. That brings us to the notion of CRM. We went over it quickly the first time around. Now let's get a little bit more into details. I don't currently use a classic CRM like Go High Level, HubSpot, or some of these other tools just because I don't really need it. Instead, what I'm using is a PRM called DEX. P meaning Personal Relationship Manager. This is what it looks like. I have all my contact from emails, WhatsApp, Telegram, LinkedIn, Instagram in one place, and I get to assign them a keep in touch frequency. So here you see that for these guys who were guests of my podcast years ago, the frequency is every 2 weeks. I can just click that and be like, you know what, that's a little bit too much. I'm going to contact them every 6 months. I was talking about Grammy in one of the previous video, and it just happened to pop up today, which I take as a sign. So I did send him a message. So I will mark that as complete. And then I would just go through all those names and send one of the messages that I've talked about and use this simple ticker to track the progress. That's a very simple way to do that. And yes, there are way more fanciest way to do that. But the important thing is what you want to track. First contact, ask, and follow up. Because you're an entrepreneur dad, there are a few more things that you want to track that are very important. How often do you post content? In the content module, we talked about the fact that once you choose the platform, you need to know what's the ideal frequency for posting there. Are you meeting that? Can you increase the volume there? Can you increase the frequency on this particular platform? An important thing to track. And also good old money metric, because you can do all the best thing in the world. If you don't get money in the bank account, something needs to change. Another thing you want to track is, am I doing my weekly review? Am I doing my quarterly review? Am I respecting the $1 million baby? I put my kids, my partner, my business in the calendar. Am I respecting that? And you use the review to track that. And all those little elements pile up to create the lifestyle of an entrepreneur dad who wins. Another thing you want to track, how many of those conversations that I have turn into a virtual coffee? How many of these virtual coffee turn into a sales call? How many of these sales calls turn into a sales? Let's put all of this in paper so that you see visually what you should track. Because what gets measured gets matched, equal you're in control. So you want to track how many new messages every day, using the ticker, for example. How many asks per day, again, using the ticker. How many of these asks turn into a virtual coffee? How many of these virtual coffee turn into a sales call? How many of these sales calls turn into a client? How many of these clients turn into a referral? That's your sales pipeline. Those are really the steps that you can measure. So every time you feel frustrated, you tell yourself, oh, it's never gonna work, it's never gonna work. Go back to these numbers and ask yourself, okay, what do I need to increase? Do I send enough message every day? Yes, I do. Okay, but do I ask enough if there are some recommendation every day? No, I don't. Great, so now you just fix that. No, I do ask regularly. Okay, so let's move on. After I ask, do I get on virtual coffee with people or do I get on sales call with people? No. Well, what's going on there? There's something missing. Let me review some messages. That's where you ask your coach or the community for feedback on what you should fix. Let's say that you get them all the way to the sales call. Why are they not turning into clients? As a reminder, we have the 3 phases here. Sherlock, Watson, Lestrade. Sherlock sounds great, but I actually meant Sherlock. What is going on here? I get all those sales calls, but they don't convert. Is it that I don't ask enough questions in Sherlock? Is it that I don't have enough assurance in my voice when it's time to give the diagnosis as Watson? Is it that I don't know how to handle objections in Lestrade? You want to track that because that helps you to pinpoint what you need to improve. And then you can just go back and watch it on the course or again, ask in the community. And then, yeah, client, oasis, celebration. Why aren't more of them giving referral? Am I not doing a good job? Am I not asking enough? And that's where you go back to the referral modules that tell you that. So when you track like this, you are sure to pinpoint exactly what's going on and you can fix your business. I don't want you to look at your bank account every day and be like, oh, that sucked. But from time to time, having a healthy relationship with tracking, once per week, once every 2 weeks, Okay, how much did get in? This amount. Is it good? Yes. Pat on the back. Isn't it good? No. Okay, what do I need to change? And then go back to this, tracking where did we get stuck, and then take action based on that. That will give you a lot of power, a lot of comfort, a lot of control, and will take you all the way to the 100,000. And I'll see you in the next video. Well, congrats, you've completed another part of the course, and now you're ready to scale your business using content, affiliate, and advanced warm outreach technique, and you know how to track the progress. Now there is really no limitation to you. The more you create content, the more you work on your affiliates, the more you can grow your business way beyond the 100,000. Some of my clients do just that. Air quote for just, because it is a lot of work to create the right kind of content in the right kind of volume, but they do just this technique and they are into the multiple 7 or 8 figures. So if you like it, if you're getting the result that you want, if you like the work-life balance that you have to dedicate to your children, to your partner, to yourself, then nothing to change. Keep doing more of the same and just regularly remind yourself how much of a badass you are. And remind yourself that you started here. Oh my God, you started as a entrepreneur with an idea. Now look at you, Mr. Scaling Up. Now you're in the green pasture of be your own boss. And you know that the more you do, the more you're going to get results. So that's awesome. Keep doing it. Join us in the community if you want to have fun, exchange with other entrepreneurs. That's perfect. And move to the last video of the course for the final celebration of your progress. Now, if you're the kind of person who wants to explore more or who wants to find different ways to grow the business even more, then you might be interested in the cold desert of abundance. You might be interested in exploring cold outreach and paid ads in order to get some even bigger results potentially, or just to diversify your lead source. If that's you, then just watch the next video in this course. In any case, great job on your progress, Entrepreneur Dad, and I see you in the next video. Okay, Entrepreneur Dads, it's time to talk about the cold desert of abundance, which is why I have my hat on, because it's going to get cold. As a reminder, we call it cold because, as in the warm desert of abundance, we talk to people who know us already using warm outreach and content. In the cold desert of abundance, we talk to people who don't know us yet using cold outreach and paid ads. In this module, we're going to talk about the philosophy of colds and a brief overview of what cold outreach actually is and what paid ads actually are, and how you can decide whether to do one, the other, or both for your personal scaling journey in order to become a full-time entrepreneur dad. Cold outreach, as a reminder, is when you reach out to your ideal client in a way that might feel like one-on-one. You can reach out to them on any social platform or on email or even in the snail mail. If you own a piece of property, you might already have received some cold letters sent to you because somebody wanted to buy or sell your property. You might have received some phone calls by people who wanted to sell you insurance, or some text by some people who wanted to sell you a dog or whatever. Probably not a dog. All that means is that you ended up on a list of cold contact, and that this particular business owner thought that you might be interested in their offer. That's cold outreach. Paid ad is when you pay to interrupt the feed or scrolling or experience of a user with your offer. They might be scrolling, they might be browsing Google, they might be reading a newspaper, they might be watching TV, they might be watching YouTube, and boom, here you are with your offer. Hey, buy my stuff, click here. That's paid ads. Both have their advantage and inconvenience. The first thing we want to figure out is whether to do one, the other, or both. My suggestion, given where you are in your journey, is to pick one and do it fully. Because you're an entrepreneur dad, so out of your whole day, minus a third of it for sleep, potentially a third of it for your day job or the clients that you're already serving, and the last third being dedicated to your family, yourself, there's not much time to divide that into several lead generation, especially if you went through the warm desert of abundance before and you're also creating content, which is what I recommend because it makes all the other lead source more effective, as I mentioned earlier. But even if you don't, if you cut your time and energy and resources between cold outreach and paid ad, you have twice as less impact. Speaking of resources, that's the big difference between the warm and the cold desert of abundance. In the cold, we are using our cash as well. Because if you do the cold outreach, you pay for a list, you pay for outreach, unless you do it yourself, which I don't recommend. Because if you do cold outreach yourself, you might as well do warm and start with better leads than people who've never heard of you. So most probably you're paying somebody to get the list and to do the outreach. And maybe it's a tool, maybe it's an AI tool, maybe it's an agency. We'll talk more about that in the video on cold outreach itself, but it takes money. And if you pay for ads, it takes money as well because, well, ads are not free. So you divide your time between those two things and you also divide your available capital because you will get better results if you put all your money into one, test it, get some insight. Even if you don't make your money back, you will get some insight that will eventually help you reach the magic number. Because yeah, guys, in the cold desert of abundance, there is this beautifully drawn oasis here called the oasis of the magic number. What is this magic number and why should you care? No matter if you pick cold outreach or paid ads, there is this moment where you figure out, wow, when I pay this amount of money, I make this amount of money back. And then it becomes just a matter of, well, so that means if I pay 5 times more, then I also get 5 times more? And that becomes this magic number that you can scale. To give you an example, an acquaintance of mine that I met in a mastermind, and I believe I mentioned him in the past, but he paid $1.2 million in ads for December alone, and he made $2 million back. So that's 800,000 gross profit, because obviously then he needs to pay tax. That's 800,000 cash collected in 1 month. So then, of course, you need to pay for some other thing. Maybe it's closer, maybe it's sales page and taxes and all of that. But that's a pretty good return on investment. And in order to get to the magic number, you need to invest some money, meaning that you might need to invest 10,000 before finding your magic number. And that's a scary place, which is why I call that the cold desert of abundance. Truth be told, I've already ventured in that desert and it got too cold for me and I exited and went back to warm, which might or might not have been a mistake. And now I'm back in this cold desert of abundance and I'm not leaving until I find this magic number, which it's a scary place because I spend money every month, but finding this magic number will help me scale to the next level. You need to pick between one or the other because you will have more time, energy, and resources to dedicate to each of those, which will bring you faster to the magic number. So how to decide which of the two do you want to pursue? Well, there is a piece of information that I got from my friend Adam a few months ago that really helps me go for one of them. It doesn't mean that you need to make the same decision as me, but this piece of information helped me break one of my old limiting beliefs. My old belief was, that's awesome, I'm going to spend my time creating content and doing warm outreach and my money creating paid ads. Because for paid ad, I just need to pay a bunch of money to Facebook or Meta, and then the AI algorithm will do its thing. And if I don't give up, eventually I will make my return on investment. And Adam told me, well, that might be true for some people, but if you want to reach success with your paid ad, you need to consider it as its own content platform. The time and energy that you would be spending on YouTube, you actually spend creating paid ads. But basically that means recording a whole bunch of videos regularly, constantly tracking which ones are performing, and then creating variation so that you're like a clever scientist who constantly experiments to find the perfect formula of the magic ads. When Adam told me that, I was like, well, okay, I'm already putting all this time and energy in YouTube. I'm starting to get traction there. I'm not giving up until I figure that out. And then I might switch to paid ad. But for now, my time is better used for YouTube. I'm not saying that's what you should do. That's just my decision. If you've already started some form of content creation, that's taking your time and you have exhausted your available time, I wouldn't go with paid ads. Another reason why not to go with paid ads is if you hate filming yourself on video. Because yes, you might film somebody else. Yes, you can create it with AI, but there is nothing that impacts more than you being there on camera to build this instant brand recognition. And obviously, the third reason why not to go with paid ad is if you have zero capital to invest into that. And that's true mostly as well for cold outreach, but not completely, as you will see in one moment. So paid ads are great if you have some money, some capital, if you're comfortable on camera, and if you can dedicate time for creative. And bonus point if you love to experiment. I need to do a brief aparté here regarding cold outreach, depending on if you're doing it yourself or if you use some other way of doing it. Remember that the way or you can create leads, you can either do it yourself or you can use employees or an agency. If you do cold outreach yourself, my humble opinion is that you shouldn't do it yourself because you have warm outreach with people who know you better. But I know nobody who is my ideal client. Yeah, I know. But they might know somebody. And if you follow the warm outreach and the advanced warm outreach module earlier in this course, you know that you have a ton of people to reach out to. And you already have the know, like, and trust. You already have the authority and the empathy for them as the guide. So I would really start there. If you still want to do cold outreach yourself, fine. I don't have an expertise for that. I know that there are some tools like Growbots that helps you automate the process, but I won't speak of things that I don't know. What I do know regarding cold outreach, which is what I'm doing, is using the service of an agency. I'm currently paying an agency who, with their own account, very important, you'll see why in the videos regarding cold outreach, with their own account, they reach out to people, they reach out to entrepreneur dads, and they offer them to make 100,000 in 6 months, or they don't pay, which is my offer. Yes, that requires capital, but in a more controlled way, in my opinion. And there is no time investment, except the one-time investment of setting up the calendar and things like that, and easy tracking, because they give me a report that I can see. I can see how many messages they send, how many answers do they receive. I can even see the messages that they send to control the quality. So I just check in with them a couple of times per week, and it works very well. So which one is best for you though, my dear entrepreneur dads? Paid ads or cold outreach? Well, it depends on the criteria that we've just talked about. In the next few videos, I'm going to go deeper in both cold outreach and paid ads so that can help you make a decision. What you need for both of them is a few things. You need capital and you need a change in mindset. I used to lose money like that. I was like, oh, but I'm paying. What if nothing comes back? Something will come back. Maybe not money immediately, but you will get some better insight on your customer, some better insight on your ideal customer, I should say, on your offer, which is why I recommend that you do part 1 and 2 of this course first, because you will get some of this insight for free, which will then make your return on investment on both paid ad and cold outreach much better because you're not starting from zero. It's almost like there's some logic behind all this madness that I'm sharing with you guys. As I was saying, both of them requires capital, mindset shift, some time, and not giving up too early. You need to continue until you find the magic number and be fine with it. My personal strategy is to know in advance what's my total budget. I'm like, okay, this time around to go through the cold desert of abundance, I'm putting 10,000. First time I put just 5 and I pussied out and I went out. This time I'm putting 10,000 and then I'll take a deep breath in and invest more if needed. So know in advance what capital you have allocated for that. This way it makes it much easier to course correct. Oh, we have 3,000 left in the budget. What do we do now? Probably not shifting from paid ads to cold outreach is what you don't do. The beauty of the cold desert is that you get data, not opinion. You have dashboards, you have numbers, you can track what works and what doesn't work. And that's what all my successful ads clients and friends do. They keep showing me spreadsheet. And I'm like, yep. And they can tell you, well, on that day of that month, we didn't quite perform. But the next day, which happened to be Valentine's Day, we tripled the return on investment. So on average, this is how much we made. And I'm like, amen to that. Because what gets measured gets managed. I see you in the next video where we go deeper into cold outreach. Let's go! Welcome to this deep dive on cold outreach. I'm going to talk about my own experience with cold outreach, what results I've got, what results I didn't get, what would I do differently, and what I recommend you do. First thing first though, this hat is making my ears so warm, so I'm going to remove it and pick this as the representation of us being in the cold desert of abundance. Stay warm, guys. I've used cold outreach on 3 different occasions. The first 2 gave me clients. The first one I've started recently, and I'm confident that the results are going to come. The first time I've done that, I had somebody in my LinkedIn sending messages to people who I was connected with. And I got clients from that. But the interesting thing is that the clients that I got from that, most of them were actually warm contacts that we were connected with on LinkedIn. Because in LinkedIn, I don't know if you're the same as me, but you have people who you really know. Maybe you work with them, maybe they work for you, you work for them. And then you have all those people who love to have a big number on LinkedIn. And so you're connected with them, but really it's like, do I know this guy? So it's this weird thing between cold and warm network there. And what I found is that the setter who was using my profile, he had the best results with warm outreach, which is why I ultimately stopped working with him. Nevertheless, it worked very well because people like to chat, and then invited them on a phone call with me, and we had a nice sales conversation, and they decided to join the program. I shouldn't say it like this. To be exact, now that I look back, one of them was from the warm and 2 of them were from the coldish, but the best one came from warm. That's what happened. Let's review the steps of cold outreach. First, we need to build a list of potential clients, of leads, which are cold. Then you need to reach out. And then the same as before, virtual coffee, sales call, or send them toward an offer/landing page. So in that first example that I shared with you, that setter who was working in my account, we did 2 kind of things. First of all, he contacted my existing contacts who we were already connected with on LinkedIn. And second of all, he used Sales Navigator in order to find more people matching the description of the ideal client I was looking for at the time. Some other way how you can establish a list is to just buy it or to create it by scrapping. Scrapping means that you have an automation into place who will scan some LinkedIn profile or some social media profile and put it in a spreadsheet for you. And you can do that manually, which nobody does anymore, or you can do that with AI, which more and more people do, or you can use some fully automated processes or an agency. The reach out messages that you send are slightly different than the one you send in warm because those people don't know you. And interestingly, it often works better to get straight to the point and tell them upfront that you have an offer for them. When I say straight to the point, I mean, don't be a brute. Comment on something that they have, especially if they posted something that you can legitimately connect with. Comment on that. Oh, I've noticed you post XYZ. That's interesting because ABC. Cool. By the way, I'm actually reaching out because I have an offer for you that could help you make 100,000 in 6 months as an entrepreneur. That would you like to hear more? Yes? Okay, yes, tell me more. No, I don't care. Fine, thank you. Which brings us to an important thing regarding cold outreach. It's very much a number game. And that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it because this list can be 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 people. So if you reach out to enough people and your offer is good enough, and by the way, a way to know if your offer is irresistible is to follow the step of this course and to trade with real people in your warm. I don't know how many times I've said it, but that's so important in your warm network, because if they buy, then somebody else in your cold network might buy as well. So if you reach out to enough people with an irresistible offer, some of them will say yes because it's going to be the perfect timing for them. That was the first time that I did cold outreach using an employee to reach out for me. The second time I did it was with an agency. This agency used Sales Navigator and some other means to find people corresponding to the profile that I was looking for. So they asked me, so is it more like a man? Is it more like a woman? Is it more like a CEO? Is it more like a high manager? I told them who I was looking for at the time, and they just went with their own account. They went on socials and they reached out to these people. It makes a big difference that they reach out with their account because it makes sure that my account stays clean, that there's not like multiple connections from everywhere around the world, which the platform can find suspicious and even block the account. Yes, that happened to me as well. And that allows to scale much more because if it's an agency, they have several people doing it and they can reach out to more people on your behalf. And then all they need to do is give a Calendly link to you or to your strategist or closer, and boom, voila. An important consideration regarding this agency: make sure that the way they are paid is aligned with your incentives. Because some of them, they will charge you a retainer, which is probably the worst in my opinion, because the retainer depends on nothing. So in theory, if they want to do nothing, reach out to nobody and have zero result to show for it, well, you pay the retainer and you got nothing in return. Some other will get paid for leads. What the hell does it mean? A lead means that, oh, look, this person could be a potential client. Well, I also can make a search on Sales Navigator, so I don't need to pay you $300 so that you tell me that this person could be. What I'm looking for, and again, to quote our friend Hormozy here, is engaged leads. An engaged lead is somebody who expressed interest in what you do. The deal that I have with my agency is that I only pay for calls which actually happen. And that's great because let's say that they chat with somebody and the person is all excited and stuff on paper, then they book and they never show to the call. I don't pay. So as the incentives are aligned, the agency really wants me or my closer to get in front of a client because that's when they are being paid. What it means for me though is that I need to really filter who I let on the call, because that also happened to me the first time around, that I got on calls with somebody who wanted to sell me stuff. And I don't want to pay $300 a call so that you sell me some stuff. If you want to sell me some stuff, I want the call to be free. But that's not the agency's fault. That's my fault for not filtering it, which is why you need to have a filtering system. Hey, what's up, and thank you for watching this far. If you want me and my team to implement all of this for you, so the only thing you need to do is provide the service, or if you want to hang out with other entrepreneurs on the same path, get some coaching, some customization of the system for you, and have access to the latest version of the course without the ads, then click the link below and we'll help you pick what's best for you. All right, back to the content. These questions that you answered on Calendly before booking, that's a filtering system. Sometimes it's just name, email, and what do you expect from this call? And sometimes you have many questions. Well, that's the business owner trying to figure out if you're worth their time or their closer's time. Initially, I didn't have a filtering system, which is why it brought me some beautiful people who are not the right target for me. And that's another point. Cold outreach means that you're basically talking with people off the street. Yes, they are filtered, but you don't know them the way you know your warm network, and you don't know them the way you know your warm audience if you're creating content. So expect more people to cancel, more people to not show up, and especially people not to trust you at face value. The solution to that? Everything I talked about in this course for the past I don't know how many hours. Your content, your warm outreach, referrals, all of that make the leads warmer. So when it comes to cold outreach, you need to have a filtering system into place. And I would add, you need to have a filtering and warming system into place. Let me write that down. Filtering and warming, meaning that after they book, they should at least see one video of you, or even better of your clients, saying how amazing you are and how you're the real deal. Because that will warm them up and increase the probability that they will indeed trust you and buy from you. I got a very weird client there. And that was an important client for me because that was the first time that somebody who's never known me anywhere else, who didn't know my content, just got on a call with me and was like, okay, all right, I'll pay the 500 deposits to get started. That was a while ago when I was still doing the magic 100% conversion rate technique. And so I started coaching this guy and, he was happy. And as we came closer to the first payment, all of a sudden it changed. He went from, oh my God, that's amazing. Because with my client, I check at the end of every session to make sure that they get value. And what value did they get? And I have that recorded. And so all of a sudden, after 2 or 3 sessions of value, I was like, okay, brother, it's time for the next payment. And then he shifted completely and he was like, well, you actually have no knowledge of my niche. Well, duh, I'm a coach. I don't know all the niches in the world, but I help you with the mindset, I help you with the strategy, I help you with the sales, which works on every industry. And you also put a lot of pressure on me. Well, I was like, brother, I actually told you to work less, not more. Anyway, that's his pile of garbage. He just built this story and he asked for a refund. And for me back then, I was pissed because I had invested like several hours on him, plus paying for the call. Plus, I started to like the guy because he was this weird guy from a southern state of the US, and he seemed to have some good intention. And then he filed a claim on PayPal, contested it, I won because they saw that he just, But that's the kind of people that you can find in cold. And you can also find amazing people. And I have one client in person, I won't say their name. I have one client that I found shortly after the weird southern guy who's still with me to this day. So needless to say that I really appreciate that person. You know who you are. And that person alone justified me having played around with cold outreach back then. And yes, and the return on investment is there. But more importantly, like the connection that I have with that person is still true to this day. I'm so grateful for that. So don't let limiting belief about cold outreach limit you. Yes, you will find weirdos. That's why you want your filtering and warming system. But you will also find amazing people. So why did I stop cold outreach the second time if it was working so well? Well, because I was fully booked and I didn't have scaling processes into place. I didn't have other coaches working for me or closers. I was doing everything myself. So I was just like, I'm fully booked. Let me just serve my clients and go back to warm on the side. And that worked great for some time. Now I'm back into cold outreach because I have new higher goals that I want to be attached with my capital, not my time. And that's great because I could go back to the same agency. They remember me. I told them how I tweaked my ideal clients. Now I'm looking for entrepreneur dads. And boom, we could start from the get-go. I also have a closer. So it goes outreach agency, closer directly. And I've talked with the clients just when they are clients, which is amazing. And that's the basis of a system, because the more we grow, the more we want to build system. But there is another place and time for this topic. And that's it. You continue like that with cold outreach, whether you do it yourself or through an agency or AI, until you have your magic number. When I invest X, I get Y. Once you do, we have a celebration for you in a future video. For now, the next module is all about paid ads. I'll see you there. What's up, Entrepreneur Dad? In this module, we're still in the cold desert of abundance and we talk about paid ads. We'll talk about platform selection, format, what to consider before going into paid ad, some success story, some of my failure story with ads. Let's jump right into the different kind of ads. There are two big type of ads that you can see. The ads related to a search and the ad related to your habits. The ad related to a search this is an example. So I live in the Czech Republic and I typed dog food here, and here you see sponsored. Somebody's trying to sell me some food. That's a mistake right there, because I do speak Czech, but somebody who make this research most probably would be looking for some English results, but that's a side note. This guy, Psy Buffet, not sponsored, they paid an extra to take the first spot here. When I scroll down, I finally arrive here. This guy is organic. Search-based ads make sense because the person who's searching for something and who's not a marketing weirdo like me is searching for something. They are trying to solve this issue right now. If they want dog food and you're the first result there, they might be like, oh, 20% off, awesome, boom, click. Then we have display ads, meaning that you're just browsing your thing and, some ad is eating at you. Display ads, in terms of statistically, don't work that well. Why do they still exist? Well, because they work well enough so that people still pay for it. Here you can see two display ads, one by this Alza stuff, which is a shop in the Czech Republic, and another one, which is for whatever the hell that is vodka. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why I don't suggest you do display ads. It's very random. I'm not planning to buy some Avivage, which is some stuff you put in a washing machine. And I haven't drank vodka for the past Damn, 20 years? So these companies are paying for nothing. There are different ways you can do the ads. You can pay per display or pay per click. Pay per click makes more sense because you're paying one of your leads take action. But let's say that it's just pay for display. Those guys are just wasting their money because I've already seen Thunderbolt and I'm not looking for Avivage. And actually, on preparing this recording, I checked a food blog and I was like, okay, there must be some display ads somewhere. And there it is. You see, it appeared here at the bottom. But the interesting thing is that initially, there was nothing there. And I was wondering, where are the display ads? Well, it's because we know that display ads don't work to make money. So what do they do instead? They want us here to sign into the newsletter. That's the first call to action. Sign up. View all recipe. And there's another sign up here. Why are they so adamant in us signing up? Well, because they want to take us into their email funnel, which is a completely other topic. But I just thought it's interesting that there's no display ads here. Display ads on social, however, I cannot show that to you because I've blocked it everywhere and I don't use social media for myself. Display ads on socials are more refined. Because as we all know, Meta is spying on us. They use a technology called Facebook Pixel that even when you click away from the website that they own, which is Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp, and probably a bunch of others, even when you click away from that, they know your behavior. Yes, they know that you go on Pornhub, you dirty entrepreneur that. They know that you go and look for some shoes. They know that you go and look for how to make money online. When you scroll, they will show you ads which are very personalized. But not just personalized on what you do in platform, personalized on what you do online. From an ethical point of view, that's a catastrophe. From a practical point of view, that's amazing because then you can advertise your own thing to people who look exactly for what you sell. Meaning that in the past, I was recommending people go more toward the search-based ads, and there's definitely a place for that. But now with the quality of those freaking horrible people at Meta ad, you can have somebody scroll and feel like the ads that they see is made for them. And in fact, that's how I hired my first agency back in 2022. I was scrolling and it was saying, coach and consultants, do you want to blah, blah, blah or you don't pay? I was like, damn, that's a good offer. So I clicked, I landed on a landing page, more on that later. And then I ended up on a sales call. And then I got another sales call and another one because I was cold. So I needed more time to warm up. And finally, I was like, okay, you know what? Let's do it. And I think it was like 12,000 plus another 5,000. It was something like 17,000 total. From a cold leads. That's crazy. Crazy good for them and for me because their service was good. So that's the first thing to consider whether you want to do ads. Is it search-based or scroll-based? The second thing you need to choose is which platform. Are you going into the Meta suite? Are you going into LinkedIn? Are you going into X, Pinterest, Google? And for that, we need to look at the same graph that we talked about in the content part, which is what does your ideal client want and where do they live online? If your best assumption is that they live on LinkedIn, then you need to advertise on LinkedIn. But wait a second, you don't need to make assumptions because in this course, you start with warm outreach so that you have real clients. So you can just ask them, hey, name, what's the social media that you actually consume and that you like consuming? Well, I just go on YouTube, really. I have a feed blocker for LinkedIn. Interesting. What about you? Well, I just go on Instagram. Interesting. And you gather data from real people who are already paying you. They are already your ideal client. So what they tell you is more valuable than whatever that I can tell you and whatever assumptions you can make. Which is why, again, we start with warm outreach, get some clients, get into the field as soon as possible, and then we move to cold. In the choice of platform, the most important thing is, does my ideal client live there? A pinch of salt to that is that platforms have a life cycle. Sometimes it's worth it to experiment with a newer platform who have less traffic on it, but where you can make ads for much cheaper. When Facebook started to do ads back in the early 2010s, then that was amazing, my business coaches tell me, because it was super cheap and you could reach a ton of people. Now that Facebook and Meta are so big, obviously the price rise and rise and rise, and there are more and more people buying it, so they can raise the price even more. And I'm told that it's more and more difficult to get result there. It's still worth it for you because of what we talked about in the offer chapter. You should have enough of a margin that even if it costs you in theory like 1,000 to acquire a client that will pay you 5,000, you still have 4K of margin, which allows you to reinvest in more ads and outbid somebody who for 1,000 they make 1,500. And so they're like, whew. And again, that's where the magic number comes into play. With this kind of margin, you can pick whatever platform that your ideal clients already uses. And once you get to the magic number, once this lead source is validated, you might consider another platform secondary just for the lols. So what happens if I put 500 a month on this new platform, on Blue Sky? Because Blue Sky is kind of new at the moment of this recording. And try it, because maybe your ideal clients live there and you could reach out to them for much cheaper. Side note for the future you are a business owner, not a business operator, from the moment that you have at least 3 verified lead sources that are independent of you. So that could be paid ads on Meta, paid ads on TikTok, cold outreach. That's a side note. So the first decision is, do I want search or display or scroll ads? The second decision is, which platform do I want? The third decision is format. Is it going to be video, image, or text? And that depends on the platform. In general, you want to create an ad that looks like what normal posts on this platform look like. If everybody is doing video and you have like a text, I mean, that can be an interesting differentiator that I guess would stop the scrolling. But in general, it needs to feel fluent in the experience of the user. We continue our exploration of the cold desert of abundance in the paid ad section. The ad is really just the top of the iceberg. When you do cold outreach, you have somebody who reach out to another human being and bring them into a call with yourself or with a strategist. With an ad, most probably the next step will be a sales page. You could go paid ads to call directly. I've seen that work as well. So again, it depends on your ideal client. Experiment with it. Most people take their ads and bring them into a sales page. This sales page might sell a low ticket item. For example, one of my clients goes ads to low ticket singing lesson course. And with the singing lesson course, they get a strategy session. And during the strategy session, my client's team offers a coaching package, which is much more impactful and also more expensive. That's something important to keep in mind, because you want to be able to track the performance of your landing page. Any ad platform that you pick will give you some nice table and stats so that you know, okay, this is how many times your ads was shown, this is how many times your ad was clicked, this is how long people have watched your video or have spent on your ad. But at the end of the day, those are very close to vanity metrics that we talked about on the content front. Like, oh yeah, I have a lot of views and likes, that's amazing. Yeah, do you pay your bills? Do you pay your team? Do you pay your vacation with your kids with views and likes? No. And you don't also with amount of display. So you want to make sure that once somebody click on your ads, you have some visibility on what they do. There are tools that actually show you, and again, I'm leaving aside the ethical side of it, but they show you exactly what people do on your landing page, which is quite funny what they do usually. But the thing that you want to know the most is, okay, those people who arrived on the landing page, did they book a call or did they buy the low ticket product? If they did, great, celebrate. If you don't know, catastrophe, stop everything that you're doing, stop the ads until you can get this information. That's the one advantage of cold versus warm. Cold gets more easily measured, and what gets measured gets managed. So you want to know, okay, with these ads, people spend more time on the landing page, but they don't buy. With this ad, they spend less time on the landing page, but they buy. So I prefer the second ad. Which leads me to the second important things when it comes to ad creation. That's an insight that came from my client and friend Adam. It was like, consider your ads creation just like your YouTube creation. It's like, it's not like you make one ad and then you're like, I hope it works. I mean, you can, and if it's 2010, maybe it will work. But for most of us who don't have a time travel machine, if you do 3 ads, you have 3 shots. If you do 30 ads, you have 30 shots. And creating 30 ads doesn't mean that much more work than 3 ads. Here's how it works. You record 3 creatives. You doing something or one of your clients doing something, and you multiply that by 5 hooks, which is the first thing that they see when they click on the ad. And you multiply that by 2 different call to actions. 3 times 5 times 2, boom, 30 ads. Then you pay for them to be presented to people, and then AI magic will do its thing, and you will have a few winners. Oh, ad number 2 and ad number 17 perform way better. And by perform, I mean they bring more sales, not they bring more click. Because if you measure by how many clicks you have, you still cannot pay your trip to Euro Disney with clicks. I tried, it doesn't work. So you want to measure up until the end. Ad number 2 and ad number 17, they actually brought me some sales. So now you take ad number 2 and ad 17, and you do 30 version of ad number 2 and 30 version of ad 17. And why the hell not? You do a completely different versions as well to keep things fresh. If you remember this idea of the mad scientist, that's really what you do. You keep creating new ads and trying new things so that you have a formula that works. My client Emmanuel told me that the formula that works only works sometimes. He had this ad which brought him a lot of clients, but then it was an ad about, hey, the summer is coming up. So now we're in October. I was like, I think it's time for me to record a new ad. And I was like, yes, ad genius. He recorded a new ad about coming back to school and stuff like that, and it crushed. And I don't think that he did many variations on it, by the way. But as a general rule, just like I said for YouTube, the more high quality video you put out there, the more chances you have of winning the lottery. It's the same with your ads. If you have like 30 ads, you have 30 times more chances to win than if you have just one. In the next video, I talked about my own experience of ads and why it fails for me so that it doesn't fail for you. We continue our exploration of ads so that you can define if that's the right way for you to scale in the cold desert of abundance. The first time I tried ads was in 2021. I had no idea what I was doing, but one of my team members had actually some results in the past for her business as a visual designer, and we had just made a lot of sales using warm outreach and network, so we were like, okay, let's go. The funnel was ad to form to call. Simple. So people would click and they would be redirected to a simple form. So we didn't even have a landing page. What happened there is that we got a few leads who gave their phone number. I didn't have a team to reach out, so I did reach out myself and I exchanged a few messages. Nobody wanted to get on a call, and after a while we canceled it. So that was the end of the story. What I could have done differently was to put more money behind that. And as a side note, in terms of mindset, I'm not judging myself. I did the best that I could at that time with my knowledge, with my mindset, with the resources that I had. So former me, I know that I make fun of you when I watch some of our old videos, but I still love you, buddy. If I was to do it again this way, I would put more money behind the ads. I would do more creative, as we talked about. And I would, of course, experiment with having a landing page, not just a form. And I would also have a team to reach out faster, because there was a delay. When people reply to an ad, they are in the moment. They're like, oh yeah, this stuff really bothers me. I want it solved. Click, oh, whatever. Yeah, I'll put my name and email. What's the most impactful in your opinion? If they get contacted immediately, like within an hour, and somebody calls like, hey, this is Bob from Arno CZ Corporation. We heard you want to make your first 100K in the next 6 months. Is that correct? Oh, yes. Versus if they feel that, they are all, oh yeah, I'm going to do something about that. Then the weekend pass, and then 3 business days pass, and then they receive a call like, hey, this is Bob. Yeah, I don't have time for that. Because between the moment where they feel doubt and the moment where they're getting contacted, their pain went like, oh, it went down. So that's what I would do differently. The second time around, I used a different strategy, and this time I used the services of an agency. The strategy was to have 5 videos without call to action. But I know you said that every ad should have a call to action. Yes, I know what I said. This is a different strategy. This strategy was to become super famous on a micro niche. So that those people, those few, I was targeting CEOs at the time, those CEOs would keep seeing me popping up everywhere. They would scroll and I would be on LinkedIn. They would scroll and I would be on Instagram. They would go on YouTube and I would be, hey, it's me again. Always with some value, pure value. If you want to do X, do Y, blah, blah, blah. If you want to improve your sales team quality, give them this one line that will increase their conversion by 30%. Peace. The first part of this strategy was to really put me in the mind of those people. And then there was a second part of the campaign that happened several weeks later where, hey, it's me again. I have some openings in my program. Sign up now. And because I had built my reputation through these first 5 videos, the idea was that they were going to book with me because it was like, yeah, that's this guy that I see all the time online. He must be big, must be famous, must be the real deal. So why didn't it work for me? Well, the agency tells me it's because I stopped too early and I didn't put enough budget behind the ads. And I'm like, yes, I believe them. The reason I stopped putting ads is because, again, I pussied out. I got scared. I was like, well, I'm spending all this money and it doesn't bring me anything. And I just pussied out. The other reason is that I felt that maybe my offer is not that strong. So that's why I didn't want to put that much money on an offer that's not super strong. That's completely a limiting belief, by the way. Because I've seen some shitty offer, excuse my French, I'm still French. I've seen some shitty offer being pushed to people via ads and convert with less background than my offer at the time, with less success story to back it up, with less everything and people pushing harder. So my interpretation is that I could have continued longer on that. So you see a pattern here. And the pattern is once you enter into the cold desert of abundance, it might take a while before you get to the oasis of the magic number. And you have all those opportunity to just be like, oh, you know what? Oh no, it's too much. I'm coming back. And then you try again a few years later. And it's like, oh no, that's too much money. And then you try again and you're like, oh no, you know what? My offer is not good enough. And that's a tragedy, you guys, because for somebody who would have continued beyond this fear, beyond this feeling of throwing money through the window, once you reach the magic number oasis, you're like, it's all worth it. And now you have a number. Okay, so it took me 5,000 to get my first client. Whew. All right. And my first client gave me 5,500. So I made my money back. Yeah. So now let's go back. Now that I have all this knowledge from those first 5,000, how much clients will bring me the next 5,000? Oh, 2 clients. Cool. Client finance acquisition. Finally. Client finance acquisition means that when every new client that you get from your ads pay for the next client. And that's great. So learn from my mistake. If you decide to go into paid ad, have your offer validated by the real world. I know it's the first time I talk about that. This offer that you've been doing warm outreach to, you've been closing people on, they are getting results. This offer is solid. This offer deserves to be shown to the world through paid ads. And don't be a pussy like I was. Continue all the way to the magic number. That's just my 2 cents. I wouldn't do it by myself. And on that topic, the next video I'm going to tell you about Adam's success story. One of the best guys I know in ads who is not selling ads. Because I know a lot of people who are crushing in ads, but what they sell is actually lead generation through ads, which is a great niche. Adam is different. His product, his service is different. He's not selling leads and he's crushing in ads. So see you in the next video to hear more about it. Now talking about somebody who's really made it work. Because that's the advantage of being a coach at my level, is that I get to work with so many amazing people who did things that I haven't done myself yet. And that's inspiring for me, and I get to share some of their insight with you. I want to talk about Adam. As a preface, I should say that Adam is an entrepreneur dad, and he has many kids. Always the same lady. I'm telling you that not to massage Adam's ability of having kids, which is fairly amazing, but to tell you that he doesn't have that much time. And so he had to make some strategic decisions. And one of his strategic decisions was to leave aside his very successful YouTube so that he can do ads full time when he's not managing his team. And that really blew my mind because once again, that's the power of focus. He's on one platform and he's dominating this platform and he's creating a lot of ads and tracking everything because what gets measured gets managed. Here's the funnel. Ads, low ticket products, strategy call, high ticket product. In an ideal world, he makes his money back from the ads on the low ticket. And then he makes his margin on the high ticket. What I really admire about Adam is how well he tracks everything. He tracks day by day, week by week, month by month, and he can say exactly, well, on that day we spent that amount and we actually didn't make it back. But some of the clients who bought the low ticket on that day, they bought the coaching packages later on, which made that day profitable. And then you get to calculate all of that. And it can get a little bit complicated because you need to take into account, like, of course, the cost of acquisition, which is the ads, which is your team, which is your sales calls, which is your strategist, plus taxes. The other reason why it can become a bit scary is that we're talking big number, like multiple 4 to 5 to 6 figures a day paid to Meta. That's really, for a lot of us, that's scary. The other reason why I admire Adam is because he looked at the fear and he did it anyway. And now his business is crushing. Brother, super proud of you. And at this stage, Adam knows his magic number and he actually knows it in details. He knows how his magic numbers evolve during the year. Oh, it's Black Friday. Oh, that's February. Because of that, he can forecast when he should put more money in the ads versus less money in the ads. I don't want to make it overwhelming for you guys, so let's wrap it up easily. As part of the cold desert of abundance, do you prefer to do ads or do you prefer to do cold outreach? I gave my opinion, I gave some example. I know what I choose and why I chose it, but maybe ads are better for you. If you do ads, what kind of ads? Search, scroll, display, what platform and what format? Decide that. And then get into the mindset of experimentator. 100 days, you have a hypothesis. By the end of the 100 days, you're like, okay, did it work? Yes. Didn't it work? No. The big advantage of cold versus warm is that it can become fairly predictable. Once you have your magic number, you're like, I pay 5, I get 7. I pay 50, I get 70. I pay 500,000, I get 700,000. Or like the guy I was talking about earlier, I pay 1.2 million, I make 2 million. Not a bad deal. So pick one and decide in advance how much you're going to invest in that and stick to it. Make some review every week or every 2 weeks. Hire somebody who knows. Not me at this stage. I'm not an ad specialist. I can point toward ad specialists that could really help you. Have a set budget, hire a specialist, and stay there until you get to the oasis of the magic number. And then later you can scale it up to the levels of Adam, Hunter, and beyond. But for now, for the first 100,000, you should be fine with this strategy. All right, in the next video, we're going to celebrate you reaching the oasis of the magic number. I see you there. Who's reached the oasis of the magic number? You reached the oasis of the magic number, my friend. Congratulations! Whoop, 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 whoop. You've made it through the cold desert of abundance. Means that you know your magic number. You know that when you spend this amount, you get a client for this amount, and that this amount is bigger than this amount. Woof, congratulations. A few things to take into consideration now. First of all, pat yourself on the back. Great job. Yes, the other back as well. Second of all, update your rockstar list because that's a big achievement that not many entrepreneurs achieve. Third of all, remember surfing the wave? Well, even though you reach the magic number, you can use that. Use this joy, this happiness to reach out. Take your phone, record a few videos, send it to potential prospects. Even though you have the magic number, you can still get warm clients coming from a place of joy and excitement. So do it right now. Send some messages. Let them know this new milestone that you've reached and how awesome it is. And then get on a virtual coffee with them or a sales call or send them to your closer. Let's do it. Now, there are a few things I want to specify when it comes to the magic number. One of the ways we can define the magic number is ROAS. That usually stands for return on ad spend. But here we can call it return on advertisement spend, meaning lead generation spend. Because you can reach the magic number both with the paid ads or with the cold outreach. So now you know. Another term that you will hear that's important is cost of acquisition, CAC. So your cost of acquisition would be your lead generation cost plus your setting cost plus your closing cost. Let's say that you spend 100 on leads generation cost plus 100 for settings, all the back and forth to bring somebody into a closing call, plus you give like a 500 commission to the closer, then your cost of acquisition would be 700. And another important number that we need to clarify now that you have your magic number is the LTV, which stands for lifetime value of your ideal clients. Because you might think, well, I have my magic number, I made a sale, but I paid more to have that client than what the ticket actually is. That might feel a little bit less than exciting, but check it out. Do you plan on doing an amazing thing for these clients, bringing them massive value, making them really happy that they've invested in you, Entrepreneur Dad? The answer should be yes, because great service is our best marketing. Remember what we talked about in part 1 and 2. If you do that, the probability of them continuing working with you is very high. Let's say that you invested 5,000 to get one client who paid you 3,000. Congratulations, you have a new client. That's great. And these clients who pay you 3,000, after 6 months, they like it a lot. And then maybe they continue with your continuity package and they pay you 2,000. Boom, you made your return on investment already. Only the next year, they also continue with your continuity product at 2,000 and you didn't have to pay anything. And if you do a fantastic job, some of them will stay with you for 5 years. I have clients who will stay with me for 5 years, coming up on the 6th one. Even if I hadn't made my return on investment initially, which I had, to be fair, I would have made it 10 times since then. And that's why, one more time, providing a great service is our best marketing tool. Oh yeah, because if you provide a great service, they also bring you some leads. And now that you're paying for your leads because you went into the cold desert of abundance, you know how much it's worth when they make a connection with you. Because you know that you don't need to pay for ads, you don't need to pay for settings, you don't need to pay for closing, and the lead is warm and know you, like you, trust you. It's the best, man! Now that we've clarified that, come back to celebrating, my brother, because that's amazing. You have your first sales from a cold source. Great job. Celebrate that and then get back to work. Get more, because your magic number will become clearer and clearer when you do several sales. Let's say that you do 5 sales, you will have a more precise idea. On average, it takes me 3,000 in order to make a 5,000 sale. Now I'm excited to invest more, which brings me to the next thing. When you make a sale, keep some money aside so you can make the next one. Reinvest in your business. Keep doing that until you're a full-time entrepreneur dad. Congratulations on reaching the magic number, and I'll see you on the other side. Peace! Wow, what a trip, my friends. You've made it to the end of this course. Damn, do you remember when you started this course? Was it a few days ago, a few weeks ago, a few months ago, a few years ago? Let's review the path that you've taken, because one of the things I see over and over with my clients is that they forget about how much progress they've made, because they always focus on the next thing, and the next thing. And part of my job is to help them remember their greatness and be like, yeah, man, I know you want to do this. I know you want to add this extra zero. I know you want to reach like the 200K a month. But remember where you were like 6 months ago, a year ago, God forbid, 5 years ago? It's incredible what you've done. If you've watched this course and applied what we talked about here seriously, then your life is radically different than it was when you started. That's just a fact. Maybe you joined us in a group coaching. Maybe you hired me one-on-one personally. Maybe you just joined the community. All of those are just tools. What matters is that you make the impact that you want and you generate the money that you want for you and your family so that you can be the super dads they will always remember. Let's review your progress. You've started, like everyone else, with a day job and an idea. You courageously ventured into the warm deserts of new venture. And people thought like you were crazy. Like, what are you doing that? Why don't you look for a better job if you're not making enough money? Why don't you, why are you doing this crazy thing? And you're like, because I know that somewhere there is an oasis. And then the market was like, yes, there is an oasis. And you sign your first client. Maybe they didn't pay you the big buck immediately, but they validated your idea. And so then you continue through this warm desert and you found some other clients and another client and another client, finally to make it to the green pasture of side hustle. Full validation that what you have, this service, this product that you have, people want it and people are getting value for it and are repeatedly paying you for it because, yes, it's valuable. But that wasn't enough for you, my friend. So you went into the special training center of refinement here, this beautifully drawn picture of a house with an R that means refinement, and you learn more sales technique, more time management technique, and how to improve your offer even more, which allowed you to generate more money and have more impact on your clients. Because people who pay more, they engage more, they take more action, they get more results, and everybody wins. And that was freaking awesome, Your partner looked at you and were like, oh my God, you're such a badass. Your kids look at you with big eyes and they're like, oh, you're such a badass, daddy. Oh, I want to be like you when I grow up. But you were like, yeah, I know, but that's not enough. And you've continued and you've courageously be like, in the man entrepreneur dad, that's awesome, but I want more. And then you picked one of the two paths. Maybe you went into the warm desert of abundance and you created content, you looked into affiliates and you made it as your own boss. Or maybe you took the cold desert of abundance and you looked more into ads and cold outreach and you made it to the green pasture of client finance acquisition. Or maybe you did both. You've started with warm and you've continued with cold. Maybe you didn't listen to me and you've started with cold and then you did warm. That's all fine because now you're here. And I'm getting a little bit emotional here because, I've spent the last 4 months creating this course and I feel like I've done the journey with you. And I updated this course as I was recording it based on feedback from real clients. And I know that it's incredible what you've done. Statistically, you're part of the 0.1% and you made it here. I don't know what I'm going to draw here, so. Yeah, good fucking job, man. You can be proud of yourself. And yeah, I know you probably want more and you can do more. You have all the tools. But I just want to tell you how proud I am of you, of everything that you've done, how you went through your own fears and how honored I am to have been with you on this journey. And I hope you connected with me. I hope I know you in person now. I hope you joined us in the community or in one of the group program. But even if it's not the case and you just lurked in the background or you just posted some comments on YouTube and you got value from this, I just want to say that I put my heart and soul in this course and I'm really glad that you made me the honor of going through it. I often describe this course as, if I die tomorrow and I want my kids to know everything that I know about business, cool, everything is there. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for going through this course from 0 to 100K as an entrepreneur dad. Good fucking job, my friend. Hopefully I see you in the community or in one of the group coaching calls to take it to the next level. And as usual, peace.